Hello, puppies and kittens. We're all going to sit here and chew our nails together tonight. I've heard it said that we can't control what goes on tonight. We can only control how drunk we are when it happens. So, so I'm going to open up with this. Let's see. I can't even. This label is written like a death metal band. Let's see. Laser Cannon. Yeah, this is Laser Cannon. This is the brewery, and it's called Death Sentence.
Oh no, that's not very optimistic.
And I don't remember what the ABV is or where to find it on the can, but I know it's well into double digits, which is good for me this evening. I started to do one where I was only going to have one beer, and I was going to bring out this massive can, which is like the canned version of a growler, and bring it out in this huge mug. But then I realized the ABV on that was so high that I would not make it to the end of the show. So
yeah, we were just talking about that. I have here a growler of, of blackberry meat. I know it looks like a lot, and it is.
My wife is drinking that whole tankard there.
I'm going to need
it. Yeah, well, so already the map is a bit too red for my liking.
It is. I'm seeing it now.
Yep. Wow. But I remember that this happens a lot, doesn't it? I mean, there's always a red beginning. And for whatever reason, and it's like the red mirage, and then you get the blue, whatever it is, what I forget what they call it. That comes up after that.
The blue shift.
The blue shift. Okay, sounds cosmic, dude.
And watch Trump. What Trump will do if this happens? He's already planning on declaring victory early. So when that red shift happens, when they're calling all the red counties and stuff, he'll say, "Hey, they're cheating because we actually won." But the fact is, the counties that are red are smaller.
Well, so I am looking at an interesting map. I wish
than it is the blue county. So it looks like the red is ahead in the beginning. But go ahead, Arn.
Yeah, I'm looking at an interesting map. I can't put the link in the chat, unfortunately, and I can't figure out how to show. It won't let me show this screen, but right now it shows Texas in sky blue.
I'm seeing that. Yep, Google has that as well, which I appreciate. I'm not sure how long that's going to last.
Yeah,
but it's wonderful to see that, because there's definitely been a lot of ads here in Texas regarding the Senate race in particular. That's the one that I've been seeing. The countless text messages, I've had to block numbers because there were just so many coming through, and on Facebook. And I was sitting with my mom earlier this week and last week watching Wheel of Fortune, and every other ad was a political ad, and typically it was the Senate race that they were going after. And so it was a wild swing, all these different claims that are made, and it's always fascinating just how extreme some of the claims can get on those commercials. But I mean, they're made by PACs, not affiliated with the campaigns, and a lot of times, and so I guess you can't control what they do. But man, you couldn't escape it.
And one of the reasons we have Phil on tonight is just to prove how superstitious we're not. Because if I remember correctly, the last time we did an election watch party, it was with Phil. Yeah. And we were just about to elect the first woman president, and Donald Trump won by surprise.
Yep. And it seemed like a shock to him as well as
it was. He's like, wait a minute, this was a publicity stunt. Yeah, and so now I'm president.
Yeah, so it's definitely it's going to be a different tenor there, because in that election, it's like they were already getting ready to lose. They were already getting ready for that portion. But now, with all of this pre-action going on, and as Lalandra said, that maybe trying to declare victory early just to kind of sway people in hoping, I guess, what media doesn't call you out on it or something like that, or media just covers you.
Don't.
And that's the thing. And it's like, I'm not sure what's going to be their plan of action if he does that. I mean, Fox News, yes, of course. I know, yes, I'm reasonably sure of what they will do. And they might just carry it uninterrupted, not say yay or nay, but just go to his campaign and just let him talk, for example. And that way they don't actually have to declare anything themselves. They could just say, Donald Trump declared victory here, and we're going live to wherever he's hosting his party or whatever, and going to let him talk and just let him go on, versus other news networks that may be more critical about it or something like that. But who knows?
Yeah, were you still trying to show the map, dear? Because somehow our screen changed.
Oh, I'm trying to find the better screen while we're talking, and the one where we could possibly listen in on the election coverage. That
Okay.
one's a good one, huh?
While she's looking for that, Phil, you on the Texas thing. I mean, remember when Beto was running against Cruz?
My goodness, yes.
Were you watching it the way we were? Again,
yeah.
nail biting.
Right, just hoping. Oh goodness, I went to a beer garden here in downtown San Antonio and watched it live. It was such a big moment. Potentially, it was huge. I watched the debate that way, the same thing, just everybody around, and it was a lot of energy that was there. And we were going against up the hill because this is Texas, and this is a statewide race, and we know what those demographics are. Have they changed enough to go a little bit blue? And that was the big question. And so that was one of the closest. It was just so on the precipice. So it was hurtful.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Yeah, the votes are coming in on Texas really fast, and Donald Dumbass is catching up, but he's still behind at the moment.
Yeah, we still have that nice light blue out there, which I appreciate.
It's close. But
I see some of our friends are in the chat.
Oh yes, let me actually jump on that side.
When we watched Ted Cruz versus Beto, I was really impressed. One, that people were out there voting for Ted Cruz. How the fuck does anybody? How does anybody? Oh, that's my guy.
Yeah, that's rather than just a default action of just voting. Oh, good night.
And then in the race, Beto was ahead, took an early lead, and was ahead all the way through until the last few moments, was minutes toward the end, before Cruz finally caught up.
Our friend Steven's in the chat.
Hey, Woodford. Yep. If he's here, I should send him a link, huh?
Yeah. He can tell us how dumb us Yanks are.
Oh yeah.
Oh goodness. But we'll see after tonight for sure. Goodness, that's.
You know what? I don't seem to have him listed. I don't have him listed on Facebook anymore.
How low can we go?
Yeah. Honey, do you have a link for him? Because I don't have. He's not showing up on my list.
Where can we message you, Steven? Maybe on Google?
Us Yanks are the world's entertainment, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's not so entertaining when it spills over onto you.
Oh, goodness,
America.
I'm going to send it to his Rationality Rules email.
Okay.
Goodness, Texas is officially light red.
God damn it.
Of course.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like it was surprising or anything.
Of course.
Because we got a whole lot of stupid in Texas.
I wonder if there's going to be any divergence between the presidential and Senate campaigns. I mean, I know I saw that ad from even Greg Abbott pushing for Ted Cruz, putting it, well, he did one for Ted Cruz, and then there was one that was against all red, to say like all red isn't for Texas or something to that effect. That was the message of that particular ad. But I mean, if he's even getting in there and really trying to make sure he makes it across the finish line, and Cruz was whining about Mitch McConnell not giving him any money. That's what I recall hearing, like him just saying like he needs help. He needs all the dollars he can get because, the folks out in Washington. But it's like, what are you bringing to the table? I guess that was, besides just, okay, here's a person in a red jacket going up to Washington. Beyond that, what else do you have to offer? Because, it's Ted Cruz. Even my mom, she was just like, oh, no.
I see Peter in the audience. Thank you for hanging out with us, Peter. That's my producer on the Blasphemers Bible Show.
Oh, nice. So the results as they stand right now, it's 95 electoral votes for Trump, 35 for Harris in this very early juncture of the night.
Yeah. Steven says he will join us momentarily.
Okay.
I just thought of something, but I'm not going to bring it up.
Well, then what? You already brought it up.
I just don't want to revisit drama because this whole presidential election thing was drama.
Yeah.
I'm ready for the drama to be over with Kamala.
Yeah. Mom jokes.
I did not expect that.
You know the difference between mom jokes and dad jokes? Dad jokes are funny.
Wow.
Dumb.
Get out. I'm trying to join the chat. Good night.
Watch how nervously he laughs, though.
So I really wish these blue states would turn dark blue on the map that I'm looking at. I wish the sky blue states that were sky blue would go back to sky blue.
Yeah, that Georgia has switched over to that light red as well. That's kind of what I had on my map on the presidential map, where you can kind of click on some of those states to kind of change them which way or another. But one of those largest ones is Pennsylvania in there. They're only at 5% reporting, but leaning very heavily towards Harris. There's still so much time.
Yeah, 5%. I mean, I look at the numbers and I'm like, oh yeah, she's absolutely stomping him. And then I see that it's only 5%. Damn. Damn.
That's one of those big ones. So the ones I'm watching for tonight, because not every race is necessarily going to be called tonight, depending on the circumstances in that state. If they have a lot of mail-in ballots that are out and the vote is so close that they must, move to those particular ballots and actually count them as they come in. But Pennsylvania and North Carolina, that's one of those big ones where a lot of investment on both sides of the campaign were put into those states. And it holds a lot of electoral votes between those two, even if he does take Georgia on this side. But it's going to be a long night.
Yeah,
and
Peter.
We're talking about that. The first time we watched this in 2016 with Phil, it was me, Arn, and Phil. And we're just all excited and everything. And just when they called Pennsylvania, Phil knew it first. I'm embarrassed to say I didn't understand the significance of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania falling, and he's like, no, he just knew there's no way.
Yeah, I remember that.
Peter, I just sent you an email. There's too much going on in this chat for me to keep up.
I like what
Peter called me a little bit ago. He wanted to know if I needed his help, and I'm like, no, I think I'm all right. But then we picked up 400 people. There's Stephen. How do you do, sir?
I'm very good. I count as one of the 400 people, I hope.
Yeah, I've seen some of your recent videos. You do fabulous work, sir. If anybody is not familiar with Rationality Rules, I mean, he has his own studio. He's got his whole thing going on. It's amazing, and you do quality work as a result.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the sale. Yeah, come on over. It's a nerve-wracking night, guys. I'm up. It's 1 a.m. in the UK, and I'm connected to US politics. I'm in this with you as far as a foreigner can be, but it's nerve-wracking, right? It's absolutely nerve-wracking.
How do you see it from the UK?
There's a couple of ways to look at it. So, gosh, where do you start on that? So most people that in the UK, even if they actually lean quite right, we look at the whole Trump phenomenon and we're mesmerized. Like, I don't know, you allowing swearing tonight? We could put it that way. It is really, really bizarre to look at what is going on. And of course, it has a profound impact because, you're our greatest allies. And, we've got the Ukraine war with Israel, just with everything, world politics as a whole. It's very nerve-wracking. It's a very nerve-wracking thing. And yeah, basically, even people that lean quite far over to the right still look at Trump like, I don't get it. It's really, really odd. So yeah, it's a very standard European view of American politics, which is
You had Boris
how
Johnson,
did it
though.
get like this?
You had
Boris
Boris
Johnson.
He was
Yeah.
fine with the hair. He was, like Trump has the weird hair. Boris Johnson had the weird hair.
Yeah. I mean, you've got Trump that's pushing for fascism, speaking about shooting his opposition, talking about women by grabbing them by the pussy. You've just got this vile individual that is pushing upfront fascist views. I don't think Boris Johnson comes close to it personally.
The only thing Boris Johnson did was prove that Barney Rubble can be a real person.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, that comment that Trump made very recently about, the only way, what do you say, that there's bulletproof glass, on this side of me, and the only way to shoot me is through, the fake news over here. And, what did he say? I wouldn't mind it. Something along those lines. And it was, and of course his crowd erupted. And, it gets to the point where you're trying to decipher, okay, is this just for crowd pleasing? Because that's what he does very good. He can make the crowd cheer. And, in the early days, really early days, it seemed like that's kind of how he was crafting his stump speech, was what gives me cheers. Awesome. I'll go with that. It didn't matter kind of what it was, just throwing things out there and see what makes those cheers. And then going with that and making it a part of his, platform, whatever you want to call it. But it was amazing. I mean, I listened to it today, but
there's plenty of situations where you see the clips and you think this has got to be taken out of context. And then you go and watch it and it's like, what? I don't understand how conservative Christians vote for this person. This is one of the most profoundly anti-Christian person I've ever seen in my life. But I guess, it's maybe I'm just disconnected. But
he is the one example I can think of a fulfilled prophecy, because he is everything I'd ever heard about the Antichrist.
Now that would be the
right
irony,
up to and including that they will wear his mark on their forehead.
It should be a Donald Trump signature.
I'll give you that. So I'm curious, friends. What do you think is going to be the turnout here?
The thing that mystifies me more is how the fuck. I mean, when you talk to somebody who's voting for Trump, get a reason for it from them. Good luck with that. Good luck getting a reason, one that's real, one that's based in actual fact.
Yeah, that's the problem. I think one of the most worrying things is that people are not sharing a reality, and if you do actually provide facts and refutation, that's no longer the currency that both parties are speaking with. And I understand that they may say that about Democrats, and I do think that there's some situations where it's just politics altogether. But I just don't know how you can have conversations when the facts are just dismissed as alternative or as corrupted, or especially with the conspiratorial nature that's so characteristic of especially the evangelical side of the Trump support. It's very difficult. And as you said, the reasons you get are quite bizarre, and they're quite convoluted. And they may mention the economy or something, and then you go, okay, well, tell me about the economy, please. Can you spell out some of your reasons? And most of the time it's just, it was better under Trump, which isn't true. And then also you have compounding factors of but for what reason do you think that's the case? And it must be very difficult living in that environment and experiencing that environment.
Whereas, one thing I get from the locals out here is, they'll say that, okay, well, there's inflation, or the prices are too high, or there was a global pandemic, and there's a war in Ukraine, and all of these are, thanks, Biden. Biden didn't do that. Biden didn't start a war in Ukraine. Biden
No.
didn't start the pandemic. You know, inflation was global during the pandemic. You understand that, right?
He didn't start the war in Israel. They keep calling him Genocide Joe.
Yeah, and there's another thing. People who tell me that they won't vote for Kamala because she supports the genocide, while she's saying that she'll do everything in her power to stop the war. Whereas Trump famously said that Netanyahu should have full authority to finish the job of genocide. So people will not vote for Kamala because they're siding with the Palestinian people in Gaza, while Trump just wants to mow the rest of them down.
Yeah, it's an interesting psychology going on there. It's like a protest vote because you've not got Bernie Sanders or like whatever it might be. But the actual result of it is so bizarre. It's like, because not voting for Kamala is as good as voting for Trump, which objectively, if your concerns are as you've just outlined, well, it's worse for what you want on those matters. It's probably worse for other matters. So if you care about abortion, for example, like that, you know, but people do vote that way. Like our recent UK election, I knew quite a few people that are left of me that refuse to vote for Labour because they're not left enough for them, and that caused problems in many areas. And it could have resulted in another Conservative win. It could have resulted in exactly what they don't want. So. Yeah, I know where you're coming from there. It's a frustrating thing, but I imagine from their point of view, it's how can they exercise their rights? How can they exercise their frustrations? They feel like they're not being heard from. Like, okay, well, I'll forfeit my vote. I won't give it to Kamala or whatever it might be. It's a twisted logic. I kind of get it, but playing with fire.
I mean, and in certain places where things are not close, if the state is so comfortably in one position or another, given our electoral system, where it's a winner takes all, at least for the presidential side, now you have other races down below, which you may not, you may need to still pay attention to, like Senate races, House of Representatives, other things. But, when you talk about presidential, I've heard that a lot more when it comes to that, because you can not participate. So of course the number of votes for Harris in this case goes down, as an overall percentage. And so you can kind of see a little bit of that effect on that side. But when you're talking about one of these swing states where those electoral votes are going to matter pretty like, oh my goodness, it can have huge ramifications. It becomes much more dire of a decision to make. But
it's such a big statement, isn't it? Like you feel like, oh, what does my vote matter? I'm one in like 300 odd million people, and it's like, if you're in one of those states, it matters. Like it really matters. Like the weight of the world is on your shoulder.
It's amazing that you understand in the UK what our messed up electoral college voting deal is.
The British always know more about our politics than we do.
It's because we're preparing our second takeover. We have to understand the mechanics, you see.
Yeah. I don't understand cricket, though. The rules.
There's an advantage in having you on at the moment, because I want to give some viewers, some American viewers, some perspective. If I remember correctly, or maybe this has changed, Raul, just correct me if I'm wrong, but from the British perspective, you would be considered more toward the right wing, whereas in American politics, you would still be considered left of centrist. Is that correct?
Yeah. What do they call it? Is it the Overton window or something?
No, the Overton window is something else. Window. People don't understand that the United States has gone so far right wing. They don't understand that the centrists are right wing in Europe. Yeah.
It's like. Well, maybe it's not the right window, but basically the concept of what is considered left wing in the UK would be considered very, 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 very left in the US. Apart from the communism stuff, like that's not big. It's amazing how, despite our cultures being so similar, the mechanics of the politics is actually quite different. I guess a good way to outlay that is when it comes to social issues. I think I'm probably considered radically left on everything. So anything pro-trans, anything trying to break down like patriarchy or anything like that, I would be considered far left pretty much anywhere you put me. But when it comes to the economy, I think capitalism is a good thing. It just needs to be heavily controlled, as I see in Sweden and other Scandinavian countries, which a lot of US friends reference those as like socialist countries. But by my lights, that's not the case. They are deeply capitalistic. They just have a big welfare state.
But they do have social programs. They're like the only example I can give for what socialism is. When I point to like Norway, for example, which is not a socialist country, but their oil industry is socialist. That one aspect, because the citizens of Norway get a check because the people own the means of production.
I see what you mean. So if and I'm not aware of that. So yeah, if they get a check based on, say, sales or something off like that oil, then yeah, that's a principle of owning that means of production and thus getting.
Can you imagine if that happened here?
You'd be an even richer country than you are.
If the Coke industries didn't, if fossil fuels didn't produce multi-billionaires, and instead the natural citizenry got a check every month from fossil fuel sales, I mean, that would be socialism.
What would be funny is it would probably come from the land of people that actually tend to vote for Trump because it's rural areas and they're going to be the people that have access to this. And so what you'll probably get is a lot more creationist museums being popped up all over the United States with that lovely money that they're making.
It's embarrassing when there are young Earth creationist organizations that are built on top of fossil grounds. I mean, just that are productive fossil reservoirs. It's like in West Texas, for example, they have this area called the Permian Basin. There's like this massive amount of money that comes from the oil industry that is based in the Permian Basin, literally fossil fuels. But there's also other fossils there from the Permian. And the people who are making their money from fossil fuels do not understand what fossils are. And excuse me, I have a dog who just has to be a cheerleader anytime any other dog has a good time. So
good luck with that.
Yeah, let me go shoot a tranquilizer into that dog.
We saw Steven on a visit here, and he was like, for a rich country, there seems to be a lot of homeless people here.
Yeah,
I remember.
I visited. I went to San Francisco. Whoa, man! I've never seen such disparity, like a difference between like groups of people. That was shocking to experience. I was near I forget what it's called. It's actually, I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's one of the most dangerous places to be in the entire United States. The Loin place there.
The tender
crime rate's very high. Yeah, that's the one. I was right near there as well. Yeah, you just had like this incredible wealth and then just abject poverty, and a lot of fentanyl and a lot.
By the way, you were in my country and you didn't stop by and say hi,
dude. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. I ended up
been just a short drive. I saw that you were in Las Vegas. How short a drive is that?
I don't. If this is the thing with you Americans, okay, all right. Now I'm gonna get tough on all of y'all. You have this situation where it's just like, hey, dude, do you want to go to the gym? It's just down the road. I'm like, well, yeah, because in the UK that means I can walk. But no, it's get in my truck, okay? Get in my truck that drinks so much fuel, and we're gonna drive for 50 minutes. I'm like, what? How is this down the road? What is this? It's exactly the same experience I got in Australia. I love it.
Conversely,
so when you say down the road, you're like, come on, pop on over. I'm only nine hours away.
Conversely, the last time I was in London, somebody invited me to a gig that was 10 miles away. Oh, no problem. I'll see you in 20 minutes. Except there's no freeways there is technically, but you can't get to it. So 10 miles away is hours and hours from now.
Unless you get the tube, yeah. Unless you're luckily connected, then it's near instant. Because let's face it, the tube is genius. It just stinks.
The last time I had Londoners in town, I drove them around, and it was nice to say, well, it's only 25 miles away. We'll be there in 15 minutes. No problem.
Turn into the election. I'm so intrigued. Sorry to interrupt.
No, it's all right.
I was just curious of like, who do you think's got this? Because I've put money on Kamala.
I would too. I'm just scared because this country, I don't know if you've noticed, but we have a lot of stupid people here.
You're really good at it.
Yeah. I got a couple of comments to read. Anton
All right.
Gomez, good to see you again, Anton. Says you guys should show the map as it develops or something. Yeah, I'd like to do that. I tried to put a link to the Google map on here because it's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
But StreamYard won't let me share it.
Do you want me to see if I can share on my end at all?
Yeah, try.
So,
Let me see.
Try. We're trying to
Here
do
we
the
go.
Google map.
yeah, I'm watching the Google side.
And I don't know why it
Yeah,
won't let me. It won't let me put the link in. It won't give me an option.
I was just going to ask Phil, how many states has anything been declared? New states?
Yes, it's expanded kind of westward a little bit more, going into Arizona and Oklahoma, which are of course in red country, as a matter of fact. So
Wait a second, they called Arizona?
No.
no, I'm sorry, Arkansas. My goodness.
Arkansas. It's like, oh,
I apologize.
no. And then you said red. I'm like, no.
Yeah, I got a friend in Arizona who's gonna be chiming in about the time that they start to report, and I'm looking forward to that. But right now, Trump has 101 electoral votes to Harris's 49. So I'm hoping that all these rumors I hear about the red, the red mirage and the blue shift, I'm hoping all that's true because this is scary shit right now. Think about this. There's this guy who says things like that we should launch a nuclear weapon at a hurricane. Right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a guy who says that Democrats support the idea of post-birth abortions. And his followers are so unbelievably brain dead, they believe that shit.
Mm-hmm.
When I asked my own mother, when she told me that all the people in that she's a QAnon conspiracist and all that, she says all the people in Hollywood, they're all devil-worshipping pedophile cannibals. And I said, you don't really believe that Tom Hanks drinks raped baby's blood while he worships the devil, do you? And her answer to me was, you can't prove he doesn't.
Goodness.
Oh no. Oh no.
We can't prove she doesn't either. We can't.
I'm telling you.
That's
Okay,
why
we got
there's
another
this-
comment.
And the logistical problems with that. Anyway, just wow.
Fluffy, I love that name. Fluffy says, what is your prediction for the outcome based on current data? There are a number of predictions I've seen with good reasoning behind that Harris is going to win this thing, just barely. Now, I could see in the 2016 election, I could see places where Hillary fucked up a bunch. And Hillary was never as popular as Harris.
No.
Hillary was like the most hated Democratic candidate in Democratic history, while Trump was the most hated candidate in American history. But there's just a few people more hated Hillary than Trump, apparently. But that's not the case with Kamala. There are legitimate complaints with Kamala, but there's not many. And there's things she actually offers that are a whole lot of things that are actually really good. Whereas Trump offers nothing at all. He's got his entire base charged with the idea that he will wreak his vengeance against those who failed to kiss his ring.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only thing he's running on.
And for a lot of his supporters, that resonates at his rallies when he says that he's going to, drain the swamp again and get rid of folks and install, loyal folks that are loyal to Trump. And it'll interchange between American and Trump when he says those phrases. But those crowds eat it up. They love to hear it. I guess in their view, he's being real and getting rid of the corruption and everything that's there. But it is it's a frightening prospect, but they play right into it and encourage him. And he just goes further and further as he does his rallies.
I stopped in a local grocery store, pick up some beer before I come down here, and I'm telling the people there as I'm the cashier line, this is election night. I need all the help I can get. And the girl at the counter said, I didn't vote. I just hope that whoever wins wins. I don't care.
Wow.
I can't imagine being that obtuse. But then
Ignorance is bliss.
I have commonly run into Americans who don't know whether the automobile was invented before the television or, because like Donald Trump thought that the Revolutionary War soldiers secured the airports in 1776, for example. But I commonly run into Americans who can't tell you what states or countries lie over the southern, western, northern, or eastern border. It's hard for me to imagine not having any idea about any of these things. And I heard an audio recording of Jeffrey Epstein. Is it Jeffrey? Whatever his name, Epstein. Mm-hmm. We all know who he is. Talking about Donald Trump. And Epstein said that he's a great friend of Donald Trump's, but that Donald Trump is a horrible person who will charm you just so that he can do terrible things to you. And he said that that Donald Trump knows real estate very well, but that he does not know anything else. Nothing about history, nothing about politics, nothing.
Somebody posted in the chat, 40% of Americans believe brown cows produce chocolate milk.
You know what? I'd almost believe that. We live in a stunningly stupid country. Stephen.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever seen polls about how stupid British people are? I know there are stupid people in Britain.
Oh, yeah. We got lots of them. Don't you worry. We got plenty. But we don't have this statistic, okay? 10% of the US. 10% of the US believe the earth is flat.
Yeah.
Please
I got
tell
a couple
me that's
more
wrong.
comments to read. Super atheist. Dun, dun, dun. Super atheist. Offers $5. Thank you very much for that. And says, happy democracy, everyone. Hopefully it'll still be here when I wake up. And then let's see. Raven Darkstar, love that name, says, the popular vote doesn't matter and the electoral will not vote third party or for women. Well, that's chilling. Electoral.
Tell you what.
Oh, a woman will never win. Okay. We'll see. Moving on to the next one. Reject modernity. That's an interesting name. Hey guys, I'm in the UK and I'm rattling my teacup in anticipation for all of you across the pond. And then leaving grace. Now there's a name I do like. Trump was elected last time because of the faithless electors, electoral college people who vote opposition their state. Why vote if that's always possible?
I mean, given the system,
the notion that why vote? If you're not going to vote, may as well just bend over now and part your butt cheeks and get ready for what's coming, because you had no say in it.
I mean, the fact is,
it's so fascinating just to see, like, as these percents are rolling through, and you're seeing these really big breaks of like 60% Democrat in states that last time was won by Trump. But then you look at the percent of the vote counted, and it's like, I don't want to do what I did with Texas, where I was like, oh, that's exciting. Whereas Texas is now, that's climbing high for Donald Trump.
Yeah. And that's, I mean, looking at the map, so, Pennsylvania is a big one that's there, those 19 electoral college votes. I'm also very interested in North Carolina on that side, because even on my little prediction map over here, where I was just going through, the polls are so close that it's hard to make an estimate either way. But, even if Harris wins Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Nevada, with I have a loss in Georgia, just given what's happening there right now. I mean, that could be changed as time moves on, but that's kind of where I'm leaning on that side. If I mean, in this case, I only gave Georgia and Wisconsin of those swing states to Trump, and Harris can't win without North Carolina being on there, along with Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Nevada. Those swing states being in there, and so.
By the way, I got to advertise this shirt. Dudes for like Harris, man. This aggression will not stand.
He's selling merch now, Aaron.
Got another comment. Capable Glober offers $10 and says, "Thank you, Aaron Ra, for everything you do. UK has allegedly Dave, Mark Steele, and your favorite Nathan Oakley." Thank you very much for that. I'm happy I got Stephen Woodford here. And by the way, reminding everybody again, if you're not familiar with rationality rules, seriously, top-notch work, both in philosophy of religion and also in politics. Seriously, check out his stuff. It's amazing. And I'm not just blowing smoke. You do fantastic work.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I got a lot of hate for doing pro democracy, let's face it, this year when I was like looking at the Project 2025.
Tell me about that.
I got this like sneaky suspicion. I got so many like people that jumped onto the video, watched 30 seconds, left a dislike and a comment, and liked other negative comments. I'm like, that's got to be a bot. Like, have they sunk to that level? Is that like the operational level of of the average voter now? Yeah. I really wish they would refute some of the stuff that I brought up in the video, but no, they just tell me to. I'm a limey and I should get lost.
Yeah, I often get comments from.
It's a lot harder to piss into the wind.
I often get comments 5 minutes after a video has posted, telling me that I don't know what I'm talking about, and it's a 35-minute video.
Yep, it's great.
And a lot of it is telling me, well, what about this? Well, if you just waited another 2 minutes, then it would have come up in the script. I addressed that in the video that you're complaining about. Yeah. But seriously, this I was watching I've seen a few of your videos recently, and it really is a whole lot better than the work you used to do. And the work you used to do was always good. I don't remember ever having a complaint with anything you've done. But your level of professionalism or competency, I'm not sure exactly what criteria to give it. It impresses me so much that I'm proud to say, hey, I know that guy.
Oh, dude.
Yet your anti-Trump videos couldn't save us all from Trump.
Yeah, you're too kind. Honestly, you're too kind. It's when I got into YouTube, you were one of the people I watched plenty off, so that really does resonate with me. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I got another comment
all
from
I can
Jet
do is
Alone.
Keep elevating.
Thank you. Jet Alone says, it's sad to see that the potential for our first woman president is overshadowed by the potential of never having an election again. This is not the history I thought I would live to see. Tell me about it. I kept thinking when I was a little kid, when I was like watching Star Trek, and I'm thinking, okay, the future is we're going to keep learning from our previous mistakes, and we're going to keep improving, and we're going to keep making things better, and things are all just always good. No, you end up with conservatives going, no, I want things to be just as shitty as they used to be when they was bad.
Or things like this. I'm not sure if you'll probably have heard about it here and there, but back in Oklahoma, one of the superintendents was that Ryan Walters had an effort underway to purchase 55,000 Bibles for public schools. That had a video
on that.
Yeah, to make that have that certain criteria of the Declaration of Independence and the U.S. Constitution bound, and also must be bound in leather or leather-like material for durability, and which just so happened to be what Trump was selling, the Trump Bibles, like the signed Trump Bibles. It fit all the criteria that this person, put forth in the effort to, try to spend $3 million of public funds to put this crap in schools. Like it's been amended, in order to not include the U.S. Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, but it has not been entirely withdrawn. That they're still seeking those 55,000 Bibles for public schools. And that's the kind of mess that we're dealing with, because that's what we need in schools, not ways of protecting our kids from shooters and other things that are going on, that we are, those, important things and upgrades to our security, and making sure that because we're not going to do, Second Amendment, we're not doing anything about it around here. We goodness forbid we do something. But anyway.
Yeah, on the Second
That's
Amendment.
what we got.
Beto got angry at a local school shooting or some such thing, and said that he actually came out with a video and said, "I'm going to take your guns away," or words to that effect. And I knew when he said that was going to be that he just cost himself the tiny little edge that he had against Ted Cruz.
He actually said, "I'm going to take your fucking guns."
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah. That's
which was awesome to hear.
Over.
From an emotional standpoint, electorally in Texas, not it. That's not going to do it.
Yeah, you just don't say that. Not if you want to win.
Yeah, I mean, they were going to paint him with that anyway. Sorry.
I mean, Stephen, how would you feel if somebody wanted to take away your machine guns?
I would be deeply upset, because it would implicit in your argument there is that I have them and they're worth some money. If they pay me, then okay, fine, that would be good. No, the whole being able to get hold of like AKs and the whole just the amount of shooting.
AKs are Russian. We're talking ARs. Okay. They're American.
Sorry. Yeah, American. Yeah, I won't do the accent as well. I don't know. I nearly did it, and that would have been a very bad thing. All of your viewers would have left. Yeah, no. The whole gun culture is a very odd thing, but I think it's because I'm just an outsider. It's I get it. I know a lot of Democrats that are very pro-gun, and I'm like, okay,
I mean,
that's a funny thing when they talk about how the leftists are trying to take your guns away. And no, the leftists have guns.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the liberals, it's the moderates, the centrists. Those are the ones that want to take the guns away. The leftists, no, they've got them.
Yeah.
So Intrepid Exotics, good to see you here. Intrepid Exotics offers $10. Thank you very much. And says, "Hey, Aaron, hope you and the crew are good. It appears Harris is consistently exceeding Biden's 2020 numbers by a few points in many counties. A shot of optimism tonight." Thank you for sharing that. Intrepid Exotics raises a bunch of reticulated pythons, and it was his videos that told me I needed to get a reticulated python. I saw the beautiful progress that he made with these magnificent snakes, and I got to tell you that the big one that I have now, he's 8 months old and 8'4", and he's an absolute puppy. I love that snake to death. He's just a complete fucking sweetheart. Moving on to the next comment. RHPS Magenta says, "I honestly just don't understand why people rather live under basically Nazi regime over voting for a woman." I want to argue that that's not the issue. But there was a guy who was on some show yesterday, a black man voting for Trump, which again is a mystery. I don't understand how the fuck that happens. It's like black Mormons. They exist, but they're an enigma. And why is he voting for Trump? His sole reason, a woman should not be president.
Is that under like biblical teaching or something, or?
Fuck if I know.
Yeah.
Milwaukee Atheists, I know who that is. Dear friend of mine, good to see you again. $5, thank you very much. Says, "Remember the red mirage. First ballots counted are the ones cast today. Then they count absentee, mail-in, and early votes, which lean blue." Thank you so much for that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this Mirage thing, like he's got his conspiracy locked in, hasn't he? This is actually the thing that worries me the most about this entire election. It's the aftermath. Like this ain't gonna end well. Like especially if it's close, which it probably is gonna be. You've got it like legit. Lots of Democrats are gonna feel like they're living under a fascist regime, which I would argue is more accurate than not. Myself, I would, yeah. But of course, maybe that's not going to be agreed upon by everyone. Whereas on the other side, they are conditioned to think that this is just theft. Like they still believe that Trump won the last election in many cases because he just hasn't admitted even to that basic integrity. And this is the kind of rhetoric that gets old people to go out there and impressionable people to go out there and get themselves shot. It's just heartbreaking, man. Like the aftermath is not going to be fun. Like it's going to be sad.
I hear you, and I'm ready for that fight. Let them do whatever the fuck they're going to do if they want to be sore losers. My bigger issue, I don't care what kind of pandemonium they want to bring on if they lost.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean,
But
just the
as long
positions
as they lost.
The appointed positions, I mean, in the FTC, Lena Khan taking away that arm of our government to step in to make sure that companies are not trampling over the rights of just common folks around the labor NLRB, where, of course, that's where our unions get their power and protections from. You know, a lot of that comes from that body. And, you know, if you appoint people there, you place people there that are not upholding unions, or they're, you know, union busters and stuff like that, because you have folks like Starbucks and others that do not want unions at all. Like, how don't you dare say that? And that it's so much power that comes to regular people through those arms. And, you know, there's been talk about Elon Musk being in government in some position to be able to, you know, relegate some of the money. I'm not even sure how that would work, but
He wants
I mean,
to be on an advisory committee of how we allocate our taxes, basically. Of course he does.
Right. And just like even last time, going just back to the last election, 2016, having Betsy DeVos there at top of the Department of Education, even though her interest was gutting private public education in favor of private schools. That's where a lot of her family makes a lot of that money. And so it was like the money interest got to just shift right in to the positions that where they held dear in order to affect the entire economy to better suit themselves, even though they're already in such a rich position. I mean, just wealth upon wealth, billions of dollars. You just got to have a little more. You know, you just need a little more. It's not quite enough. Like the havoc that it can really wreck. It's not just Trump himself, because I'm sure that Trump probably wouldn't know where he would put everyone, but there would be people around him that would say, you should put this person there, and Heritage Foundation and everyone else that's given him huge amounts of money, where he gives respect to those individuals, Elon and others, to be able to make those decisions for him, thinking that they're good decisions. And in fact, they're just self-interested folks that are trying to enrich themselves and engorge themselves on more money, while people are struggling. As Stephen said earlier, people's struggling out in the streets on a daily basis. And we can't even come together with the funds that we have available to do something more widespread about that problem of folks that are right here in the country right now that we could help. And it's not, it's just, sorry. Anyway.
No, maybe
I just have to
go
show off this, my little baby.
Okay.
My wife bought this for me a couple months ago. It's only 3 months old.
I've just realized what you've become, Aaron. You see, like I would watch the pastors in Texas where they got snakes, and I'd be like, okay, these guys, there's something cool about them, but you know, hyper religious. You've got rid of the religion and kept the snakes. Well done. Like, if that's not a win, I don't know what counts as a win. It seems like every picture I see of you and Matt Dillahunty is like, oh, I got this big cat. Sorry, a big snake. Now got went to this event to see these big snakes. It's they're beautiful creatures.
Two things.
Thank you.
My dog is snoring behind me, and he tooted also, which is not related to anything. So it's not
That
me.
is no way to speak about Aaron.
And also with what Phil was saying about how they have so much, but they need more and more and more. It reminds me of Puss in Boots, and that Wishing Star one, and
such a good film.
Yeah, and the villain was so like Trump, bloated and unhappy because he didn't have everybody's magic. So he had everything.
No. Oh yeah. Sorry, I know who you're on about. I was thinking of the Big Bad Wolf, who, oh my goodness, the voice.
What a
actor
great
for him.
character he was.
Amazing. I'm actually going to do a video on him because there's a lot of themes in that that relate to existentialism, and he does a really good job of personifying.
There's
you know
a
what.
fan fiction video that was made after that movie. I got to share it with you before you do yours.
Yeah, definitely do it. But yeah, like the comical bad guy that's just like, I'm just bad. Like all I had was lovely parents, and I inherited a massive bakery industry. Like, I feel bad.
Useless junk like that. Raven Darkstar says, if Trump has dementia and Vance wasn't lying about being a Nazi, how long before we have a Nazi president if Trump wins? Now I believe Vance wasn't lying. No, Vance wasn't lying. He said, Vance said they want to fire everybody in the government and replace everyone with Trump loyalists. Exactly what Putin did. Americans are not aware.
Exactly. That's in Project 2025. It's made abundantly clear. Like, that's what they want to do.
Yeah. And so Putin did this a couple of years ago. Putin himself went back and rewrote the Constitution, which Trump said he's going to do. And the Supreme Court has now allowed him to do that. So Putin went and amended the Russian Federation Constitution to give himself more power. And on the day that he did that, go look it up if you don't believe me. On the day he did that, the entire Russian government resigned. And Putin replaced everyone with loyalists. That's what Trump wants to do. That's why Elon Musk and Stein and Trump are all in regular communication with Putin, because they're all doing Putin's bidding.
Someone asked how are things trending now, so let's look at the map. I see that Florida was called for Donald Trump.
I saw that.
Well, there's a big fucking surprise.
Yeah.
In about 2 minutes, we'll start getting results for about 8 more states will come onto the board.
But Illinois, yay. Illinois was already called for Kamala. So
that was expected, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Chicago's there.
Yeah, that's where Obama is from.
Yeah.
Somebody asked what kind of snake this is. This is a reticulated python. So it will grow 4 inches a month until it's bigger than my house.
So that's the status they were waiting for, the size of your snake.
Right now, I mean, Pennsylvania still has a really good lead for Harris at this point. And so that's not even counting Allentown at this point in time. That's Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Erie, and of course your smattering of the smaller counties in between.
Well, thank you, Phil. I have to wonder how long I'm going to have that song in my head now.
Because we're living here in Allentown.
the one that's getting me, guys, is Kansas. Like, have you seen Kansas? 30% of the votes counted.
I saw that.
2% Kamala, whereas last time Trump won it by 56%. That's quite big, and 30% is giving you a decent feel. But I guess it depends on where the next bunch of votes are going to come from, right? It's like with Austin, if you just looked at it coming in from, say, Austin in Texas, then it's like, oh, look, it might lean Democrat. But no, you got to wait for the rest of it and see what they have to say.
Yeah, well, Kansas.
Very easy to get your hopes up.
Go ahead, Phil.
I was about to say Kansas on this map. They had it. It's not decidedly red, but it was heavy leaning. So not a light lean, but a heavy lean towards red. And so on here, I have it marked as red. More than likely.
The one you want to watch that surprised everybody 2 days ago, because everybody was so dejected because you were asking earlier, how do we think this is going to go? And everybody, even 2 days ago, is like, we don't know. It's that close. And then Iowa, there was a poll in Iowa that came out that said that maybe Kamala will win Iowa.
Yeah, it had her up
that
3, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
So.
It seems that she's really close with Iowa and Nevada. Nevada would surprise me, but
Nevada's huge. And that's, I mean, there's a Senate race that's sitting there, Carrie Lake and Gallegos over there. When I went to my cousin's wedding last month, as a matter of fact, lots of ads, lots of things. I was seeing quite a bit out there and ads coming on TV, and they were really hammering in for Carrie Lake on the Republican side to push that through. But I'll be interested to see how that turns out. We don't have it, so that would be until 9 o'clock until we have anything there. But it's not just the presidential side, it's also who controls these houses. That Senate and House race, it's going to be very close, and there's a lot
That's
of
huge.
races.
Oh, it looks
that-
like they just updated and called North
Mhm.
Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska.
Nebraska.
Oh, wow. North
Trump.
Dakota at 76%.
Yeah.
Wow, that's huge.
And those were hard reds
Mm.
as far as the polls were concerned. So those were
Except-
Yeah,
except
they're not surprising.
Except for Nebraska. Nebraska does not award all of its electoral votes to the winner.
That's true.
They have one district where they might give one electoral vote.
Mhm.
That's Omaha and Lincoln, Nebraska, that is in that district. And some people say if Kamala wins that one electoral vote in Nebraska, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, she can win.
Mhm.
So those
Wow.
three states and that one electoral vote in Nebraska would put her over the top, over 270.
Let's see that. So that one there, Maine does the same thing where they'll
It does.
have most folks there. But so let's put Nevada. Would you say let's see the
Yeah, I gotta
Nebraska,
correct your
Michigan?
accent. Your accent is entirely too British there, Phil. It's not Nevada. People who live there call it Nevada.
Nevada?
Nevada.
One of the funny things is when I was in Las Vegas, I deliberately didn't say Los because that feels British. I went Las Vegas. They're like, what are you on about? It's Las Vegas. I was like, come on. What is it?
By the way, Stephen.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, just wanted you to see
Damn.
my baby.
That's huge, dude.
Only
Don't take
half
that out of
grown.
context.
Okay.
That's enormous. Wow.
Well, yeah, my wife won't let me get a female because the females become unmanageably huge.
Oh.
As in swallow you whole huge.
Is a sexual dimorphism in that breed, or is it all snakes where the females are bigger?
No, it's
Most snakes.
Most snakes, either the male or the female will be larger, but in retics, the females are fantastically larger. So they can be well over 20 feet long and hundreds of pounds and swallow you whole.
Man-eating huge.
That sounds good. I have a
Wow.
I have a channel that's dedicated to extinct creatures, and I just covered the Titanoboa cerrojonensis. It's like this 40-foot long snake. Like, man, like they're wonderful, weird creatures. They're probably the personification of our enemy, which is why the Bible and other stories have them as that. It's like, if you think about it, they are just so opposite to us in the sense that we're a social being. We've evolved this empathy. Snakes have no need for that in almost all cases. Like that, there's no selection force on it, and it's just they're terrifying and beautiful. They're like crocodiles to me.
Yeah, I got to read a couple more comments. So let's see. Dan Mazer, good to see you again. Says, I hope Phil is right about later results favoring the Dems. Early results have Trump ahead. Some good news seems to be Pennsylvania. Yes, thankfully so far. Then Jet Alone chimes in again and says, the chat just jumped from 400 to 800 while I wasn't looking. What's the occasion? Well, I think it's that I brought out my retic.
Yeah, it's our
It had nothing to do with me sharing it.
Yeah, I just put in the numbers that
Hello, my fellow apes.
I put in the numbers that Lily was talking about. So for even with losing the swing states, the North Carolina, Georgia, Nevada, having that one out of Nebraska plus Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania will be exactly 270 on that side for Harris.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be pretty awesome.
It's a little annoying that Wyoming, Nebraska, or excuse me, North and South Dakota and Nebraska all chime in complete. Like as soon as they show up on the map, they're already done.
Mm-hmm.
There's Wyoming jumped on there. New York has now turned fully blue, but that's not quite the surprise. That's why the numbers have moved quite a bit.
It looks like it's 99 electoral votes for Harris and 120 for Trump.
Indeed.
Well, she's catching up.
I'm
She's
getting
doing a
that from
lot
the
better than
show.
she was a moment ago. Where are you going?
I mean, totally expected, right? If they're going to call all of the ones on the right first, which they will, well, other than up top, then he was going to win all of those anyway. It's like perfect for his conspiracy, I swear.
Yes, it is.
It
And
lends very
he
easily.
does not mind getting people mad enough to be violent over it.
No, not
if
at
he
all.
loses.
Not at all.
As long
Yeah,
as
Trump
they're mad on
told
his
his
behalf.
people. Remember when he did that whole thing about posing with the Bible at a church that posing with the Bible upside down,
yeah, upside
at a
down.
church he never attended? You remember that? When he had his people fire tear gas under the crowd. Do you
Oh, yeah,
know
to
that
disperse
he
the
asked
crowd leading
his-
up to the church. I can't remember which church.
Listen,
asked
I
his
love this
people, "Why
book.
can't you
Okay,
just
this
shoot them?"
book. This book means the world to me.
What is the
I know so much about it. Honestly, it is the best of the best of the books.
I'm sure
you
he's
have to
opened
listen
one to
me.
sign it.
Yeah.
I
mean,
love
the
2
one he was
Corinthians.
selling, yeah, he sure was. Goodness, that along with Trump sneakers, with some gold sneakers. Good night. The ads I
Wasn't
see
it
on
like-
Facebook.
It was like Trump trading cards and stuff. Like,
Oh, yeah, NFTs, like it is just
Okay,
it is.
all, all of this stuff,
You
all of
don't
this
even
stuff.
get
I'm
this
telling you, as all Brits, we just look at it and go, "What is this cringe? Like, what is this? Come on!"
And we have all these things of Trump like on the moon, and Trump is a cowboy and a firefighter, and he's showing off muscles in all these poses.
Mhm.
You know, why not get something? Trump sucking himself off would be a little bit more realistic, at least.
Pretty much.
At least metaphorically.
He couldn't get a well, that would be physically difficult for him
Very true.
Get to the
to
mind.
put it euphemistic. I don't know.
Oh,
All right,
I
I'm
have
calling
got to
Texas,
put him
guys. I
away,
think that's
'cause
game
there's-
over there.
He's just
It
too
may
much
be.
for a small room.
Now, what I will actually do is I'll drill down a little bit into Texas to see how Cruz is doing against Allred for the
Oh, I
Senate.
want to know that because I hate
On
Ted
that
Cruz.
side.
Very interesting.
I
So
hate Ted Cruz a lot.
so there is some difference there. So while Donald Trump, so he is at 53, almost 54% on the side, Ted Cruz is about at 51. So there is some difference there in how people are voting on that specific line item. Because of course, here in Texas, there is no, I didn't even have a choice to vote all of one party on the top. You had to go issue by issue, line by line, and put in all of your selections. So for those that don't like Cruz or something like that, they may have just jumped right on there and either chose nothing or chose Allred. Which
Nobody likes Ted Cruz.
Good
Even his
night, what
own
a person.
family, fellow Republicans, nobody likes him.
I'll tell
They
you what, it's
vote
very
for him 'cause he's
fascinating
Republican.
looking into the Texas and seeing just like, so like what we're looking at here. We're looking at Dallas County. That's
Mhm.
major in favor of Kamala. That's not close at all.
That's our
Same
county.
with,
Yep.
That's your county, yeah, nice. And then you've also got like Bexar County.
Yeah.
if I'm saying that
It's
correctly.
pronounced
San
Bear
Antonio.
County. How dare you?
I'm so
He's from
sorry.
Dallas County.
The silent X.
silent.
Are you kidding
That's where
me? I'm
Phil's from.
dyslexic, and you get a silent X in there. Like, how am I to do this stuff?
I
It's not fair.
I was born and raised in Texas, and I called it Bexar until I moved here. That's where I am now, down in
Okay,
Bear
very well.
County.
Well, if
But
you've got a
man,
silent X, this is your fault. I'm not taking that one.
anyway, sorry.
I'll tell you what, though, if she was to lose Harris County, that would just be funny. It would be good for the memes. But no, she's going to win that one.
Oh, 100%.
that's
Beyonce's
Houston.
people. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
One of the fifth largest or fourth largest city in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
Well, damn. He's now on 137.
Fourth largest.
Has he
city
got
in the
any
states?
swing states? Swing states we're looking at is Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin.
So that's the North Carolina. It's leaning that way, and also Georgia as well. Versus
I don't like that.
Pennsylvania and Michigan that are leaning blue at this point in time. So
Well, Michigan's got 15 points, electoral votes.
mhm.
Pennsylvania 19. Very big wins there.
Mhm.
Yep.
And a lot of these people already know which way they're going to go. Like you're going to get all red Texas, North Dakota,
Mhm.
South Dakota. You're going to get all of that. So then it's just these states where people are where they're not sure, they become swing states.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm looking
Colorado's
at
joined the
Georgia.
board.
Georgia's still close to the difference that Trump was complaining about. No, it's a little bit higher than that. Never mind.
It just jumped. Trump got some
Yeah.
other declarations there. So
I'm not happy about that.
goodness, West Virginia, Indiana jumped in.
Come on, Atlanta.
You know, help me out, man.
Have we
Only
not
Colorado was
heard
gonna
from
say like that.
Indiana or Atlanta yet?
Let's see how much they've got there. They've got some reporting. Let's drill down.
Someone asked, is the percent and the percentage of votes counted? It's the percentage of counties that have reported votes. And
I'm looking at a different map.
Intrepid
It doesn't seem to reflect the same
Exotics.
stats.
Intrepid Exotics offers $5 and said, "I'll bring my 17-foot retic on camera if you want to see her."
Oh boy.
The show isn't about that.
17.
I can understand your confusion. Given the plethora of evidence thus far.
Like that. Spends an hour bringing on every reptile he can find. And goes, "Should I bring mine on?" He's like, "Whoa, what are you trying to hijack this with snakes or something?"
I was just about to bring out my false water cobra, but when I reached in to get her, she hooded up. I'm like, oh, okay, so you're not in the mood to go anywhere.
I was gonna make the joke that what are you trying to compensate for with large snakes? But I'm his wife, so
You already know.
Say inappropriate.
Milwaukee Atheist says, "Isn't it weird that Rationality Rules hasn't had me on his channel to talk about the Bible yet?"
You know what? I think that's a fair point. I've had you on to just chat while eating hot food, and that just didn't do it, did it? Maybe that needs to happen. That's a good comment.
Yeah, Lawrence is quite the student. He would be a rewarding conversation for you. He's on top of his game.
Is Lawrence still watching? Because Lawrence is in Michigan. It's one of the big swing states.
Yeah, Milwaukee Atheists is his channel. If you haven't seen his stuff, if you ever wondered whether the Bible said that the world is flat, Lawrence has a feature-length film on his channel that he put together over a course of 2 years of all of the scriptural history studies, and not just of the Bible, but a peripheral text along with that, to confirm that the people who wrote the Bible really did believe that the earth is flat. It's an extraordinary video. It's a feature-length film, so make sure you've got time to watch it, but it's in-depth and it covers it completely.
Well, they've got a fresh subscriber from me, so I'll check that out later and that'll be good.
Excellent. Satanic Perspective says, "I hope that
Wisconsin." Oh, I'm sorry. I said Michigan. You're Milwaukee Atheists. That was dumb. I'm sorry, Lawrence. You should give him a link because he's in one of the swing states.
Texas called.
Oh yeah, Texas is game over. Oh,
that's
good.
Of course,
Damn.
we knew it.
There you go. 177 he's on now. He needs another 100.
Yeah, so it's gonna.
Michigan's only got 10% in. I keep looking at it, getting excited, but 10% of the votes counted is just not enough to be able to make an evaluation. It'd be nice.
Georgia. Georgia's largest county, of course, Fulton. That's the Atlanta side. They're at 77.5% counted already, and so yes, there's going to be more coming out of there, but probably not enough to move that needle along.
Georgia.
Well, there's also, if you look at the states that are hard red already, and even if you throw in Georgia, those are the ones that you're not surprised would be hard red.
Yeah.
Throw in Montana and Idaho, we would expect them to be hard red too, because they actually believe when Trump says that Democrats want to do post-birth abortions, that's a real thing. They'll believe any fool thing that when Trump says that the sound of windmills causes cancer, they're dumb enough to believe that.
Well, there are states like that, but Georgia is becoming more of a swing state because they're registering people that weren't voting as fervently. But I would say the Black Americans do vote very well. But there are a lot of Black Americans in Georgia, so that's why we're watching Atlanta. But Biden picked up Georgia last time by 12,000 votes.
Yeah, it was extremely close. And in Atlanta,
781.
Oh yeah, there you go.
One more than we have.
There
I mean, come on.
He just needs to find those votes. That's all he's asking for. He just needs to find them. Like, just find those votes. Good. It was a perfect phone call.
Wisconsin's starting to close, but it's only 1%. And it's 63 to 35% Donald Trump in Wisconsin with that 1%.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to freak out about that yet. Minnesota's pink. Come on, Minnesota. There's no way. But they're just 1%. 1%.
Yeah, they're very, very early.
Virginia is worrying. That's 51%
Yes.
counted, and it's neck and neck. Whereas last time Joe Biden won it by a clear 10%. That's a worry.
Virginia's purple, so that is worrying.
Yeah. The polls had that at not a light lean, but a mid lean for Virginia.
You know how you can tell that Stephen doesn't live in this country?
His accent.
There's plenty of ways. I see. It's the accent. That's the real giveaway. Come
Do a
on.
Texas accent then.
You can't really tell because Phil is here calling it Nevada.
No, wait.
I was going to say like the fact that he says hot food. Like, that's weird. I don't know.
I want to hear his Texas accent. You've been to Texas?
I'll do my best, but this is going to be absolutely atrocious. You're going to hate
boy.
it. If I leave the stream after this, it's because they've deleted me from the stream. They won't like it. Ooh, Texas. Well, howdy, y'all. No. That wasn't good enough.
Is that John Wayne?
That was my best.
Well, howdy,
my best
partner.
Australian accent. I will go for the Texas soon.
I was in Ireland trying to imitate Irish, and they said,
Top
you're
of the
being
morning to
Scottish
you,
now."
Aaron. You came all the way down to Ireland, did you?
I never know what they're saying there.
Yeah.
In Northern Ireland. In Northern Ireland.
Northern Ireland.
Northern Ireland's hard. Yeah, for sure.
So, Satanic Perspective says, I hope that if Trump loses the election, fingers crossed, that as a result, the whole Trump craze dies out and we won't have to deal with him as a future candidate. While I agree with you on that point, I have to note that when this country was founded, there was somebody that brought to the idea that, hey, you're writing into the Constitution that that all men are created equal, and we have slaves. That's a contradiction. So we need to fix that. And all the southern states refused to sign if they weren't going to have slaves. So Mississippi, Alabama, all that they weren't going to sign. So this has been the problem since the country was founded.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't see how we'll ever grow out of that.
So it's as far as like Donald Trump himself, that phenomenon. I mean, yeah, if he loses, probably not going to run again, but that doesn't necessarily prohibit him from kind of anointing someone else that would pick up that mantle and kind of keep that movement.
Somebody less obviously evil.
Yeah.
Somebody even worse, somebody that might be competent.
Right. And politically savvy to be able to, work things in a much more direct way versus being, very brash, saying, questionable things. Let's be charitable. But
what we need to do is if Trump loses tonight, we have to set up provisions that a smarter version of Trump, a more charismatic, more competent version of Trump cannot still take our country away.
It's an interesting question, isn't it? It's like I've got a theory, which is probably wrong. I think that this election is, considering we do atheist content, I think it's going to dictate the future of atheist content. Like, just broadly down one of two ways. On the one way, if Trump wins, we're going to get a lot more views because there's a reason for us existing. Whereas if he loses, and I hope he does, I reckon the US is going to start taking the turn that the UK did, where now no one really talks about atheism because most of us are atheists. And you get like this cascading and changing. And once you get a change in the religious mindset, you also get a change in the way that you think about politics and the way that you change the way that you think about basically everything. And then you will really see the end of the Trump situation because
on that it's going to take slower than it did in Britain because you're maybe underestimating how religious we still are.
Isn't it like 33% of you are now atheist or non-religious?
That is so. But there's I guess some people have to die because there's a really hardcore older population that's super religious here.
Yeah, if you look at the data, so like If you do it by general population, it's about 33%. That's already over a cliff. They're struggling. And like the reason why I think evangelicals are going so heavy, especially on Trump here, is because they recognize this is a existential threat to Christianity in their way of seeing Christianity, at least.
Yeah, dying animals are dangerous.
Yes.
Yeah.
Whereas if you do it by young people, that atheism is very high. Even the religiosity that you see that's from young people, it tends to be nowhere near as controlling and as deeply conservative. So yeah.
It is
And
true.
then we have another comment, this one from Saccharine Father Damien, which I love that name, offers $2 and said, emotional support snakes should be normalized. Thank you. However, American Airlines would not accept my plea for an emotional support.
I was about to say, boy, snakes on a plane. I just can't even. Don't you dare.
And then Fluffy, which coincidentally was the name of the largest reticulated python living in the United States. Fluffy. Fluffy says, does the numbers above only account for confirmed ones or also the leading ones?
Oh, I just saw...
confirmed, I think.
Right, just the ones that have actually been called, states that have been called.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, no.
I see that Richard said that Trump's a Christian. He held the Bible upside down. Look, trust me when I say this. Most Christians I know may as well hold their Bibles upside down because they ain't read it. They get someone else to read it to them.
That's what we were talking about when you ask for a reason why they're voting for Trump. They can't give one. My mother gave me the reason that she said that Trump is still president in fulfillment of prophecy. Yeah. And she would not accept. She said that Trump was still president and he's still in charge of the military. So when I bring up certain military things that are going on that she disapproves of, she'll, okay, so this is Trump doing this? Oh, no, Trump's not doing that. But he's in charge of the military. But you're not. And so I got her to agree that if Trump is still in Mar-a-Lago by this date in September of last year, excuse me, the year before, actually, if Trump is still in Mar-a-Lago by this time, and Biden is still, apparent to be president in Washington, will you admit on this date that you were wrong and that therefore your source of information was wrong and you should have doubted them? And she agreed that she would do that. And then when that date came and I produced the thing with her signature on it, she refused to acknowledge what she promised previously. She said, "Oh, you'll find out. I already found out that you'll never admit when you're wrong." Dan Mazer says CBS says Pennsylvania is 61% to 37%. I hope she can hold that lead.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. Then Crypt Keeper, another great name, says the fun fact: Michigan had a werewolf ripping its shirt off for an "I voted" sticker.
Just returning to that Pennsylvania, that's really interesting. So 24% of the votes have been counted, and she's winning by nearly 15%. That's a massive, let's open that out, because if they just got to count the rural places, because that's where the worry is. Wow,
has a state ever flipped after it's been called?
I mean,
I think that happened. That happened.
They uncalled it.
Didn't it?
I've seen that where they uncalled it and they put it back just leaning one way. That kind of
Didn't that happen with Arizona in 2020?
I can't recall.
I'll have a quick look.
It may have.
Milwaukee Atheist chimes in again and says, "Yeah, I'm here and I'm in Wisconsin. LOL."
Yeah, you should send them the link.
Yes, Arizona did.
Look at Iowa. Oh wait, did they call Arizona?
No.
Okay.
No.
Sorry, no. Arizona in 2020 was called for Joe Biden, and it remained in his favor after the final count. Hang on.
Look at Iowa.
Maybe because of the recounts, that kind of thing, where they pulled it back.
Yeah.
10% reporting for Iowa now. And
We'll find out if that poll was any good, that Gold Star poll.
That's right. So 57% Kamala.
Yeah. Hey, Lawrence, check your email.
Yeah, sorry, no, Arizona wasn't in 2020 called for one and then flipped. May have been a different one.
Okay.
Mhm.
I mean, Nevada, like one of
Raven
those.
Darkstar said Michigan did a lot of
Sure.
mail-in and early voting. And then
Nice.
Super Atheist says offers $5 and says Stephen won't be the only person not living in the U.S. if this election goes to the wannabe Nazi. Yeah,
Honestly, the amount of because I spend a lot of time on American politics, with Americans in general. The amount of people I know that are just like, can I come stay on your couch, please? Like, if this goes wrong, I'm so done with this. And I get it. I really get it.
yeah,
I
but
love
you know
the
how
US, best
people
country in
feel
the
about
world,
illegal
but-
immigrants.
No, it's true. You're one of the good ones. You can come. No.
They're
Hey,
bringing
congrats,
drugs.
got over 1,000
They're bringing
viewers.
crime. They're rapists.
And
They're
some, I
eating the
guess,
dogs.
and some are guests are good people.
So there are people who
And
are
they
voting
like
for
rock
Trump
and
who
roll.
believe when Trump said that there's 181 countries who are emptying their prisons and their insane asylums to send their psychotic patients and their criminals to our country and then giving them hotels so that they'll vote. There are people out there
Yep.
so stupid they
Mhm.
believe that what Trump says that it's true.
Well, that's what the conspiracy that Elon Musk is pushing. The idea is that if you keep Democrats in power for long enough, they will be lax on immigration, which will allow them to get more people in who want their families in, and thus they will vote blue. So yeah, like that's definitely one of the main stories. If you want to stillman their positions, that they keep throwing at the wall.
And then somebody says, what do you think of the majority vote versus the electoral vote? Well, I mean, the electoral vote doesn't make any sense. It gives, like two farmers in Wyoming more power than whole cities, whole metroplexes in California. So that doesn't make a lot of sense. And then
Yeah,
Raven Darkstar says, grow out of it, get rid of the electoral college and maybe the two-party system. I'm all about getting rid of the duopoly. And the only way that I know to do that is with ranked voting. But I can't get any of the local politicians in my area to even talk about ranked voting, or maybe they just don't want to talk to me. It might be that they just don't want to talk to me on video. Dan Mazer, who's Banger Dan, says Fox has called Nebraska for Harris. Harris?
I was looking at that, but it's Fox, so I'm not sure.
So it's red, but that's the place that has that other vote that's in it. That's separate.
It's showing that Harris has 53% to Trump's 45.9.
Guys, you don't get it. Like they figured out how to win this. If Fox News says it's not true. So if Fox News starts declaring these places for Harris, it's game over. They're automatically Trump.
But you see what I'm saying? How can Kamala Harris have 53% and yet Donald Trump is listed as the winner with 45?
Because that's where that split is. So you have those four. There's like the prediction is 4 electoral votes will go to Trump and 1 will go to Harris. And so that may be coming into that one district where she's going to grab that 1 electoral vote and take it out. So she has more votes overall, but maybe because that one is so large versus the rest of the state that's going to Trump. So I can see them still saying that it's I can still see them saying it's Trump, because if he gets more electoral votes out of the state, then technically, yes, he wins the state, even though he lost the plurality or the I guess even the majority in this case, because right now Harris has 20,000 more votes to him and it's still checked off with Donald Trump, but he gets more electoral votes there as of now. So it makes sense.
31% reporting in Nebraska, so that might be factoring into it.
How could they call Nebraska with less than a third of the reporting? You're supposed to call it when it's not mathematically possible for the other side to catch up.
Maybe in the areas where she does have it, because the cities, was it Lincoln and Omaha, those places, they have counts going on. And so if she's winning there comfortably, but that's in that 1 electoral vote, and she has nothing really going on in the rest, then that still, logically tracks that you'll only have stuff here.
the maps on the screen, if they can see it, you see Omaha and Lincoln there, blue counties, but populous counties.
So that's what's going to be that one electoral vote
Yeah.
that she's going to get.
Yes.
While Trump gets the rest. When you're looking at all the rest of this very rural, goodness, that's a huge county up there.
Yeah. It's just land huge, you know.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So
North Carolina's looking interesting.
This is my government agent.
Close.
This is a Russian rat snake. Here to spread propaganda and influence our elections.
In North Carolina, it's still Fayetteville, the county of Fayetteville. Was that Culberson? Is it Culberson County? Is that Cumberland? Excuse me, Cumberland County is the one around Fayetteville, but that one has no results as of yet. So that's going to be a very populous county that's going to come in, and maybe that's going to be one of those that comes in because right now they're only separated by. Well, never mind. That just updated, didn't it? I was about to say they're much closer, but never mind.
So a friend of mine just notified me to let me know that Wyoming has already been called for Trump with 0% reporting.
Yeah.
It's fixed. It's fixed. We should riot.
Oh, that was close.
It's rigged.
Yeah.
It's rigged.
In North Carolina, it looks like Charlotte's only had 10% of. I'm gonna, even if I've pronounced that wrong, I'm keeping it.
No, you're right.
10% of it's wrong. 10% of it's been counted, and that's going to be a big number there. So it's just up to 15. That may tip that. That's going to be really interesting. That's a close race, which is expected, of course.
Mecklenburg County is that county with Charlotte in it. Mecklenburg.
Yeah, so North Dakota, only 8% reporting, but they call it for Trump.
North Dakota, though.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, if they're if they're using exit polls again, like that kind of thing that informs them very comfortably one way or another, then I mean, hey, we'll see when those votes get in. And like I said, there's no guarantee that we'll be actually they'll reach that conclusion tonight, depending on how close some of these actually go. So,
well, damn it, I want guaranteed results by the season.
Yeah, overnight. North Carolina has 56% reporting, so don't give up. Georgia is very concerning with 75% reporting.
Mm-hmm.
I hope since Biden picked it up that Kamala could pick it up. 16
Georgia
votes. Yeah.
I think Georgia's called.
Is it already? Well,
no, I just looking at its map. I mean, like clicking into it, I can see. You can see, at least on the site that I'm on, you can see by how big circles are, which are indicating how many people there need to come in with their votes. And you have got a couple of big nodes in there, but a lot of them have been called. And yeah, like I don't think that's going to tip it.
That's
a big win.
Go ahead.
Yeah, like just they're basically like circles indicating by their size. I presume the weight of what that county or what that location has in terms of determining it. So in North Carolina, they haven't called some big nodes that are expected to go blue, which means that's still in the race. Whereas in Georgia, not so much, it looks like, which, I mean, I hope I'm wrong.
Kamala's only 100,000. She's 100,000 behind in North Carolina. So if what you say is true, then she's got a shot.
Yeah. Or well, I'm gonna stop saying county names because that's not going to help. But where Charlotte is, where Raleigh, like there's still quite a bit left to count. And of course, Fayetteville is not even there at all. So
they've also got is it New Hanover County? That's a decent size one. It's got to come in.
So I keep asking Trump supporters why they vote for Trump, and I never get a reason. Nothing that's real. I mean, it's always about that Democrats are all degenerates, every one of them. That's one of that here. We're all baby-eating cannibals or whatever. We're all evil. All Democrats are Satanists, and by Satanists I don't mean atheists. I mean devil worshippers.
I normally hear something to do with like you're trying to trans everyone or something. That's
Oh yeah,
What- oh,
That's their number one thing.
That was hardcore in Texas. That was hardcore in that ad. Like I said, during Wheel of Fortune, whatever I was watching, but it said, "Oh, Colin Allred, he wants to, have taxpayer-funded abortions and have sex changes in schools." These kind of things. And I'm just like, you can't even go to the nurse's office to get an over-the-counter medication without a note and a sub. There's all this rigmarole. Like, what in the world makes you think you're gonna? Your child's gonna go to school, come home, like it's mind-boggling. Like just some of the things that you see on there, but it works. It's shock value. It's effective in the ad. There's scary music.
How stupid do you have to be to believe that you could send your boy to school and he comes home that day a girl?
It's wild.
That's what Trump was saying. So either Trump supporters believe him and are therefore unbelievably stupid, or they understand that Trump is stupid, or they understand that Trump is lying. In either case, why the fuck are they voting for him?
Someone says it's the economy.
Which is better than
That
right
one's
now
out there
under
more.
Biden, better than any other country in the world right now. Let's look at the numbers.
Damn, these are Iowa. Ooh, that's a strong start as expected by that poll that came through. Missouri, only 20% counted, but that's big at the moment. Kansas is neck and neck.
Yeah,
That's good news because nobody expected Kansas to be.
No,
blue.
that's not. Yeah, that's not a swing state at all, is it?
no, it is not.
There are cities there too, like Kansas City.
Dude, they are tied.
Yeah,
Yeah.
straight up.
That's really, really interesting. I did not expect that.
Where's Missouri at? They say 52 Harris, 46 Trump. So
304,800 for Kamala, 304,800 for Trump. That's annoyingly close.
less than 100 votes.
Let's look at Pennsylvania here and Michigan and Wisconsin. Lauren said in Wisconsin, they're counting, they're calling Milwaukee's votes right now. So Wisconsin has 19% reporting, 51% Kamala. That's she's leading him, and he's 47%. So
yeah, I'm falling way
about 3
behind on my
points.
comments, so I got to read. Aaron Turner offers $2 and says we have to elect Kamala to ensure fair elections. Yes, indeed. And then I don't know how to pronounce this. Lop NC1 offers $10 and says Dewey wins. Thanks for that note to history. Milwaukee Atheist. I invited Lawrence to come on, but he says he can't because he's at a bar drinking his dreams away. What do you think I'm doing right here in my home? And then Trudeck offers $5 and says, thank you, R and Ra. I'm a big fan of your insightful videos. Helped me question my beliefs and deconvert from religion. Now an atheist, thanks to you. Thank you very much for that, Trudeck. I get messages like this every day, almost every day. Stephen, do you?
I could happily send you a message off that regard as well, good sir. And yes, I do get messages where people are very grateful and like, I don't know. For me, it's just if you can help people on their journey of figuring things out, it's so rewarding. So I guess to some extent,
that keeps me going. Because I was doing. I mean, I do this kind of as a living now. I mean, this is my primary income is through Patreon and YouTube. And by the way, I need all the help I can get. So if you can, please sign up on my Patreon or whatever, because I am a struggling activist, to be sure. But there was a decade or so where I did this just because I felt that it needed to be done. And the only thing that kept me going was this kind of feedback.
Yeah, no, I remember like I get some people ask about like activism and how do you do it? And it's like you got to be willing to do it for free forever. Like it's got to be something that comes from the heart, something that you care about. But yeah, like there's a interest in poetry in as well, like of the people that I'm helping as well, and where I get those messages, it kind of leads to you as well because you inspired me to create a YouTube channel in the beginning. So like there's your legacy lives on in all cases.
We didn't know that.
I
And
did not know that, and I sincerely appreciate it. Thank you. Jess B offers $5 and says, "This election has my heart racing. Time to drink, I think. Yeah, for the rest of this evening, I'm going to be practicing alcoholism."
look
Yeah,
at
for
Missouri. Someone pointed it out. Nobody expects Missouri to go blue, and right now it's blue with 21% reporting.
That is true. It's
Oh,
a
wow,
heavy. It was a
yeah.
heavy lean red,
Red.
based on the polling prior to
How
this.
are we
So
looking inside that? Wow, what we got to be called?
so Columbia hasn't been factored in. Springfield.
Mhm.
I
So you
just,
got St. Louis and Kansas City.
I'm still annoyed at Wyoming. 0% reporting. So you go Donald Trump, really?
Yeah, Wyoming. Straighten up,
I said
Wyoming.
they have like 14 counties out there total. Like that's just they got oh goodness, it's rural out there. But anyway, yeah,
My
no
unfinished
shade, no
journey-
shade.
My
But you-
unfinished journey offers $6.66 and says, "Hail Nero and hail Aaron and panel. May an emotional support boa give a strong hug to D-Dog's
Yes.
prospects."
Yes. You can depend on emotional support, Boa, and you cannot depend on
Mm.
God.
They will give you powerful hugs.
Hmm.
Saccharine
Oh, my
Father
dude.
Damien offers $2 and says, "Alaska has ranked choice voting. It is fantastic." How do we get that here in Texas?
Boy,
You're not allowed it. You're
What?
banned. You're
Would be
banned from it.
wonderful.
You're not allowed it.
Yeah, apparently.
Oh.
Afrophysicist, that's an amusing name too. Afrophysicist
I love it.
313 offers $9.99 and says, "I would love to talk to you one day, Aaron. I'm 30 years old. I went from believer to atheist, grew up believing in a mix of pseudo and real science. Now I'm in physics, PhD program. I'm far left."
What a
Yeah,
dude.
PM me. Well, I'll be happy to set up a conversation. We can do it live or we can do it private. It's up to you.
Look
And then
Go ahead, sweetheart.
Tread, TREDE, it could be either, says, "Just wanted to say thanks for all the great content, Aaron and Stephen." Thank you very much for that. And David Cole offers $10 and says, "New York passed Proposition 1 despite a horrendous attack ad campaign. Good for us." I don't know what Proposition 1 is in New York because I'm in Texas. So
I'm about to find out right now.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
thank you. Hogtie Champ, haven't heard from this guy in a while. Good to hear from you again. Says, "Please mention to Aaron Ra and his old friend Hogtie Champ has been trying to contact him with this question. What the fuck is happening in your country? Stop it."
Mhm.
Have you tried
Oh.
turning it off and turning it back on?
Kansas.
I
Hogtie
know.
Champ
I was
adds,
going to say that. Yep.
"Canadian immigration website crashed again." Can you people please stop it? Fix your
I saw
country.
that Canvas it tipped for Trump.
Mhm.
About 20
He's got it at
minutes.
the moment.
Okay,
Yep.
so Prop
45%.
one out of New York. So this is Proposal 1, the Equal Rights Amendment.
Oh,
So this will establish constitutional protections based on ethnicity, national origin, age, disability, sex, including sexual orientation, gender identity, expression, pregnancy. So you got those protections enshrined. Will protect abortion rights and access to reproductive health care, including birth control and IVF, by preventing future state laws banning abortion and everything else. So, okay.
Well,
So
good
just kind of
for you,
enshrining it in law versus
Good for you.
just
Mm.
protect LGBTQ New Yorkers.
that
Um,
might be a problem though, if Trump wins, because people can sue and take these laws up to the Supreme Court, and they'll knock the state law down.
I mean, so it depends on what grounds they would do it, because they can hit some of these, especially because I mean, even in the original Obergefell decision, it was the privacy law that they were taking with, and that was one of the that was one of the main justifications of it. And so I could see them doing that for some of the. I'm not sure how that would ultimately work on this side. Now that it was an
State.
amendment, was it a ballot measure? So passed by everyone there. It's going to be a challenge, and the Supreme Court would have to come up with something to
If-
attack it on somehow.
What I would see would be some kind of other state challenging an abortion, access to abortion, and then the Supreme Court saying nobody should have access to abortion. So that overrides every state's laws, all 50,
Mm.
no matter what state law you have.
There's also
I
like
think-
they want to ban. I forget which pill it's called, mifepristone or something. They want to ban a pill.
Mifepristone, yeah.
Yeah, sorry if you've just spoken about that. I was looking at the maps, but yeah, they want to ban that, which effectively, when combined with the 6-week ban that a lot of them want to push through on abortion, you effectively have eliminated reproductive health in that sense entirely. It's reading that Project 2025 and the way that they want to go around things is what inspired me to make videos about US politics. It was, I just don't know how I don't know how anyone can not see that as like a really important element of their vote. I mean, I guess most of them probably do, but if they're voting for Trump, they're probably weighing up other things that they consider higher.
Arn just did a video about someone who died here in Texas just this week.
Yep.
Yeah, and I
Miss
helped him
Crane.
write it. And it 6 months. She wanted the baby. A
Mhm.
Republican did not believe in abortion, even in the case of life-threatening conditions like hers.
Mhm.
And the mother didn't either. But she said after she went to 3 emergency rooms
Mhm.
because all the doctors were afraid to treat her because they get criminal charges.
Right, the law. Yeah.
Yeah, the Texas abortion law, and on the second hospital, they knew she had sepsis, which is a life-threatening infection some women get during a miscarriage. Like perhaps some parts of the dead fetus start to get infected, and her lips were, by the 3rd emergency room, her lips were blue. The first one, she was vomiting and she had a fever, and she was 6 months pregnant. They just kept sending her away because they were afraid of the laws here. And then she was dead. And the mother said afterwards that if she knows if she that it sounds selfish, but she would rather choose her daughter if she had to choose between the daughter and they even named
Right.
the fetus.
I mean,
And-
it happened right after the baby shower, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, the
Right.
day
During,
of the
yeah.
baby shower.
Was it?
Yeah, it was
The
during.
day
Yeah.
she started to miscarry during the baby shower.
I mean, oh,
And then
So
Fluffy
they-
says that a judge has ordered polling places to remain open 2 extra hours in 9 precincts in an eastern Arizona county.
okay.
Okay, good to know. Peter points out there are 1,000 people watching our stream right now, over 1,000. So that's nice.
Oh, whoa.
It is.
Hogtie Champ adds, please tell Aaron Raw that his old friend, that his old friend Hogtie Champ welcomes his family to move to Saskatchewan.
I would love to live in Canada.
Yeah, I would love to live in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, just so that I could talk like Bugs Bunny every time I say the city name.
I work
Goodness.
for a multinational corporation that's headquartered in Canada. They're so
Nice.
diversity friendly. It's not like working in Texas. And Canada is always proud of their diversity. And here we're freaked out by it. And we've always been a multi-ethnic country from the founding.
Yep, and they're upset about that. They can't. American Texas white people can't seem to understand multiculturalism. Can't deal with it. They want to force conformity. Hogtie Champ adds, this reminds me of 2016 when I was genuinely stunned watching Hillary Clinton lose to Orange Nutcase. How
Mhm.
can this be happening again? I know, right? Those who
I
don't know history-
genuinely thought this was going to be the end of the Orange Circus. I'm not sure now. Some of
Yeah,
these are so
it's-
worrying. Wisconsin is so. Oh, it's just jumped up by quite a bit.
Right, because I was getting worried myself
Soda.
because boy, it was closing right in.
Oh no, that was like I was just watching that. Like, oh, I had that tune in my head. All around me are familiar faces.
Yeah,
What's
but this
worrying
is
me is
entirely-
Minnesota.
This
because
map
it's-
is entirely too red.
But
also
Minnesota is more than purple, very blue purple. And Tim Walz,
Yeah.
the vice president, is candidate is from Minnesota. but it's only 1%.
Yeah, it's
so
at
I'm not gonna
1%.
freak out too
So
much.
yeah, that's only what 40,000 or less than 40,000 total counted. So
Okay, so now Wyoming,
hoping.
which was called for Donald Trump with 0% reporting, now has 2% reporting, and it's 68% Kamala Harris, but it's still called for Donald Trump.
those exit
My
polls got the
hats off
power,
to
man.
you in Wyoming voting for Kamala.
Colorado
Now, when
still
I
in
go
play.
through Texas,
Missouri's been
Louisiana,
called.
Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, when I look at all
Oh,
the numbers there, yeah, that's exactly the kind of shit you would expect, unfortunately.
they called Missouri for Trump. That's
Yeah.
very disappointing.
So that was expected because that was
Yeah.
hard red on my estimated list.
Yeah.
But I see Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania still hanging in there. Come
Right.
on, come on.
Those
And
three.
what's really scary with 35% reporting in Pennsylvania is Trump is getting close.
Oh. Like it was like even maybe yesterday, Pennsylvania. So come on, Pennsylvania. Either one. They call Pennsylvania's motto is they're the Keystone State. Texas is we're the Lone Star State because we're loners. But we're all alone out there, a bunch of mavericks. The Keystone State, and it's the key.
They're 84,000. Kamala's lead right now is 84,000 in Pennsylvania. That's it.
Come on, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that's gotten quite close.
They won't call Pennsylvania tonight, though, right?
If it's this close, I mean, probably not. If they have mail-in ballots or something like that, it's
How come they haven't been counting mail-in ballots for the last month?
Some states it's illegal to count before election day.
Ahead of the actual closing, yeah.
Yeah.
Which is interesting.
Maybe they think it'll influence the votes.
I mean, it's not like you necessarily have to release the figures on that side. I mean, you kind of keep it to yourself, at least in some way, shape, or form. But I'm sure it'll leak out one way or another.
Somebody in the comments named Netscape Navigator. That's quite a callback.
Netscape.
Yeah.
I remember that.
They say that the next batch from Pennsylvania won't be until midnight EST.
So
I was about to drink out of this jug. It's Texas. It's getting to me.
Yeah. Melody Kate says, offers $9.99. Thank you very much. Says, practicing drinking right now.
Yeah.
Milwaukee Atheist. This is Lawrence in a bar drinking his dreams away. Says, from Carolina Forward on X, just a reminder, none of North Carolina's big suburban counties have reported anything yet. We're in the middle of the red mirage stage of the night. Thank you for reminding me of that, Lawrence.
Yeah, it's definitely true.
I love this name, Ape in Space. $10 says, do y'all remember before the internet that people thought the cause of stupidity was the lack of access to information? Yeah, it wasn't that.
Lots of bad information on the internet, too.
Yeah, now it's just unfiltered access.
An oyster stout. Oyster stout?
Oyster?
Yes, I must experiment. And then, isn't your name Bacon? I love that. Offers $2. It says Missouri has ranked choice in the state cons ballot. Okay. Still want to know how to get it here. And then Elapid Skeptic. Hey, and I know what that means. Says, Aaron, do you plan on coming to the Northeast for any reptile shows? No, I don't go that far.
Maybe, like, there's one in PA, Pennsylvania, that's good.
How would we get it home?
I don't know. We could stash it in our bags on the plane. We'd have snakes on the plane.
Well, there's that one guy that he like smuggled 35 snakes by hiding them in his pants.
Really? That must have been really uncomfortable.
Okay, then Josh Zier offers $2. Says, brewer in Alaska, and I want to make you a beer. Thank you. Make me an imperial stout and double-digit ABV, so that I want a beer in my name that I can take to conventions and stuff, and I want it to be named Godless Heathen. Make sure it's got ancho chilies in it.
I love that.
And then the next one, Sarah T. offers $10 and says, "Hey, Aaron, longtime lurker, but first live I caught. Thanks for all you do. I believe you had a hand in my deconversion from Catholicism 10 years ago." Thank you very much for that. "Do you think we'll be a theocracy if Red wins?" Yeah. Well, they're certainly going to try. And
just quick, Aaron.
You have so many apathetic people, and you have versus all these stupid people. And tell me that it's not stupid when they can't give an actual reason based on reason, based on actual fact why they're voting for Trump. They're voting for Trump for imaginary reasons. They're voting for Trump because they're stupid. The libs. I don't care if I voted my own rights away. It means you don't have rights either. So
I know something that will make you more happy, my dude. If you go over Wyoming, now it's still called for Trump. 2% of the votes have been counted, and 70% of them are for Kamala.
Thanks to you.
And then Ale Rum offers $20 with no message. Well, thank you. And appreciate the rum. Thank you.
Okay, so a couple updates on the some of the ballot measures for abortion access. So out in Florida, it looks like it is called to no for expanding abortion access on that side. For Missouri, it's not called yet. It's leaning yes at about 55%. Yes on that side. South Dakota. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so it's 55% Missouri for Amendment 3 in this case for actually expanding the right to abortion. So that's only 23% of the votes are in. They say on this, I'm looking at CNN for this particular one.
Mm-hmm.
And in South Dakota, it is fairly heavily trending on the no. It's only 8% in though, but it's 65% no on the South Dakota side. Because of course that was the one that turned red instantly on the screen. But it's always interesting to see some of the disparity between what the presidential election does and what these ballot measures do, especially for such an issue such as reproductive access on that side. It's really interesting. Colorado is leaning yes to maintain it. Enshrining the right to abortion in the state's constitution is the way the CNN is defining it. Maryland is like 75% yes.
It's a very blue state.
Right.
Yeah.
New York is 70%, as you would expect. Colorado is sitting at 62% yes.
Good for you.
To maintain that. Still waiting on Montana and Nevada to Nevada to come into play. Nevada, excuse me.
Las Vegas, Nevada.
So Nebraska has what CNN dubs as dueling measures. So one initiative says to legalize abortion through viability, and the other one is to enshrine the current 12-week ban. And right now, legalized through viability is winning at 57.5% of the vote, and enshrining the 12-week ban is actually against. So, the good side at 52%. So those are not officially called as of yet, but those are trending in the right direction there.
But I want to say that it's been so politicized, the way we talk about viability and stuff like that. Like this one person that just died this week, 6 months. So
Goodness,
viable outside of the womb if the fetus wasn't miscarried. So there are reasons for abortion past viability, medical reasons.
Utah called at 0%. Sorry to interrupt.
The thing.
No, it's fine.
It is on my map. Oh no,
your map's busted.
Yeah, I hope so. You can't call it 0%, although they did with the other one.
That was heavy red, so I would expect it went that way.
In Ireland, interestingly enough, they had one person die traveling for an abortion. I forgot her name, and they overturned the abortion ban there. Here in Texas, this person died, and I see people in the comments about it, and she's not the only one that died because the maternal mortality rate went up from 11%, which is the national average, to it went up. No, 11% is not the national average. It's how much it's risen in the past year, and it went up to 54% in Texas, in comparison to the whole country. After these really, there's no abortion here, not for rape, just for the one exclusion for life of the mother. But then you have to argue about it. Can you imagine if you needed a blood transfusion and the Jehovah's Witnesses said no blood transfusions, and they made that state law, having to argue to get a blood transfusion while you're at the emergency room?
Good metaphor, yeah.
Yeah, it's awful. And it only took one person to die in Ireland, and many are dying here. That person was not the only person that died last week in Texas because they didn't have abortion health care.
And was actively seeking help. And I mean, to be turned away, what a harrowing experience.
To die like that.
Oh, goodness. I wouldn't even know worse by anger. And oh, goodness.
It's like I was saying, if you needed a blood transfusion and you went to 3 different emergency rooms, no, we're afraid of being thrown in jail because of this religious law. It's ridiculous. There's no the Republicans are trying to make it out like they're being fair by saying that we'll let the states decide. What state decides any other medical decision? Like whether you should have a blood transfusion, for example. It's not up. It's between the patient and the doctor, not whether people vote on it or feel icky about it or whatever.
Feel icky.
Yeah, it should be a personal thing.
Yeah.
Well, there's a number of reasons why when an abortion needs to be done, when somebody figures out that an abortion needs to be done, it usually needs to be done very quickly. The sooner the better in every case. So it's a situation where you don't need to unnecessarily complicate things by having magistrates who have no medical understanding give permission for something. This is something that judges and such don't need to take a part in at all. So just common sense. The reason it was passed in the first place was because medical situations should be private between the woman and her doctor. And that makes perfect sense to me. But of course, what we're talking about is the religious right wants to have power over women, period. That women have to have permission for everything from their man.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hi guys, I am probably going to have to run because it's 3 a.m. and I can feel myself slowly unwinding. But I'm going to be watching this, until it's done, mainly. Well, as much as I can. But the main thing that's given me hope here is that you got to wait for the mail win, and that's going to lean Democrat. But this is close. It's closer than I thought it was going to be.
It is closer than I thought it was going to be as well. But Stephen, it was really good to see you again. Sincerely, glad that you were on the show tonight. Good to talk to you again.
Absolute pleasure. No, thank you very much. Really appreciate it. And just thank you. I appreciate it. Have fun. Enjoy the rest of the stream.
Okay. And here's my cat.
Now that's a lovely snake right there. Thanks, guys.
All right. Good night. All right. So Link 200 says Republicans do not think critically. I talk with them and their reasons for voting for Trump are incredibly basic. When I ask hard questions, they attempt to divert the discussion. The next, I get you. And then the next comment is from Isn't your name Bacon? Says offers $10 and says had a guy at work, anti-immigrant, told him none of my grandparents spoke English as a first language. I'm white. He just stared at me. My family came here after World War I. Okay. S. Thompson offers $5 and says, Aaron, your frustration at Wyoming being called is both entertaining and my exact mood. Love both you and RR stuff. Keep up the fantastic work. And then Eric, Ericamian, it's hard for me to read that the way it's put together. $2 says Missouri has a ban on ranked choice on the ballot. Interesting
Interesting.
that they would actually
how
ban.
that went.
Saleman offers $4.99. It says, "Hey, Aaron, would you ever try Pepper X, the world's hottest pepper at 2.69 million Scoville units from my home state of South Carolina?" I have tried Dragon's Breath. I've tried a number of different peppers. The only problem I ever had was when somebody tried when my wife and I we had wings that were doused in laboratory extracted pure capsaicin, and that was volatile. That's cheating.
That sounds like it.
Adam Puckett offers $9.99. It says, "I'm blind and love your videos and the audio version of Foundational Falsehoods of Creationism." Thank you very much for that. It says, "I'm also a spicy food guy, but not nearly at your level. Ghost is about all I can handle." Well, hey, it all depends on. I don't sit there and eat ghost peppers raw, just whole. It is in the proportions of the food. I mean, it is supposed to. Peppers exist to make your food taste better. So, and Ghost is really good. Ghost has a wonderful ability to make everything taste better. Elapid Skeptic says, and I'd love to know how he came up with that name, says, "OBGYNs are leaving red states due to strict abortion laws, and the AAMC reports that MD applications for 2 OBGYN residencies were down 5.2% in all states and 11.7% in red in 2023. And what's going to happen if Trump wins? We know there's going to be a nationwide ban. We know that just women are just going to die, and this country is going to become a complete shit stain.
If we could interrupt for a second, it looks like Wisconsin and Pennsylvania are flipping to Trump right now.
Yeah, leaning that way. I'm seeing that.
Yeah.
Iowa too.
Oh, Iowa.
So, I mean, of course, there's a lot more to count on that side. I mean, there's still hope out there.
Reporting.
Yeah. So for Arizona, for example, it's neck and neck. Like it's less than, was it 40, about 40 votes difference between the two for the presidential side, but the Senate race, Ruben Gallego is up. He's almost at 53% of the vote of that portion. So there's quite a difference between that presidential and that, because Carrie Lake, her popularity was, going down real fast, like real fast. And so I'll be very curious to see if, even if that state goes red ultimately on the presidential, if that Senate seat can be picked up from Carrie Lake. Was that Cinema's old seat, wasn't it?
Yes.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Colorado just called for Kamala.
Look at New Mexico. Somebody said, "Look, why are Oregon and New Mexico pink?" Oregon only has 1% reporting, and New Mexico 21%. That's a little concerning because New Mexico has a tendency to be bluer than Texas.
How do you do 1% reporting, and it's Oregon? How is that? That's not there's no reason you would point to that being a Trump state. They have legal weed.
It's pink right now, so it's not totally called for Trump.
And so I'm sure like that one I expect to start moving, back to the blue side come later on. Because they weren't expecting, I thought Oregon wasn't expecting results until 10. So these
This
must
map
be
is entirely too red.
I agree with that. I definitely agree with that.
So I was worried that I may not have a career as a political activist anymore if Trump wins, because they're going to make this a Christian nation. I'm not going to have a First Amendment to defend. But Stephen brought up a good point that in Ireland, where the Catholic Church ruled the entire country right into the Constitution, you go into Dublin, and there was a militant Catholic American who went into Dublin, curiously, under the same weekend when I was there for an atheist convention, World Atheist Convention in Dublin. There was a militant Catholic in Dublin also on the same weekend, apparently unrelated, had no idea that this was going on. He was conducting a poll in the city streets, and 19 out of 20 people that he polled were atheist. 19 out of 20. That's in Dublin. Now, maybe if he was in Limerick, it might have been different. But here's a country that is ruled entirely by the Catholic Church, and yet they're way more secular than the United States, which was designed to be a secular country, and we're way more religious.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing in England, right? I mean, the Queen. I'm still referring to the Queen. She's not even. There's a king now,
Right?
but I mean, is the head of the church, the Anglican Church. But it's a way more secular country than I think the United States ever was in practice.
Yeah, it's quite secular over there when I went.
And then reading some more comments. Let's see. Tay offers $5. Says people who are far left and being apathetic cause us imperialism. SXCKS are also stupid, in my opinion. Am I reading that right?
Religious
People are far left and being apathetic cause us imperialism sucks. I'm not reading that right. My Unfinished Journey offers $5 and says repubs have influenced many states to count mail-ins last. Then they complain about fraud when the count starts leaning blue late in the count. Gotcha. Yeah,
I mean, just preventing people from even starting that count until election day. I mean, I can't imagine just the man has all this movement going, and you're trying to count all. That's going to go on for a while.
The number of people that you've got a warehouse full of these ballots. You've had them for a week. Why haven't we started counting them? Why didn't we open the polls with those already counted?
You just got to sit there and go through them.
Why does our country do things so stupidly? Luke Snyder says, gifted 5 RN Raw memberships. Thank you very much for that. Someone using the name No One says, we are so anti-transfusion that they aren't even allowed to have their own blood taken and stored in case it's needed to save their life later. Interesting. I hope I'm saying this right. Lopin C1 offers $10 and says some of the states they call as red as soon some of the states they call red as soon as they verify the rapture hasn't happened. Then Avon Stormbrand offers $5. Keep in mind the majority blue lies in the cities with the highest population, thus longer wait to be counted. Don't be discouraged too early. Thank you very much, Avon. And I like that name, by the way. I've never heard that name. And I bet they don't constantly get called Aaron.
Arizona turned back blue. Nice.
Dernurio.
Hey, go Arizona.
Dernurio says if he gets Wisconsin, he pretty much won, right?
For Wisconsin?
Trump?
Yeah, if he gets Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, that's an extremely difficult thing to overcome at that point.
Yeah.
Because those were the ones that, had the most, effort and everything to go that way. Now, North Carolina still has a lot of votes to count from what I'm seeing, going like county by county to those big cities. And so even though it's, giving a wider gap there, there's still quite a bit that is not counted out of those big cities.
So as I understand it, Pennsylvania is the one to win over everything else. And right now it's 50% reporting. So dead half, just half of it, right? 1,784,000 for Donald Trump, 1,710,000 for Kamala. But remember that the blue wave, the blue shift comes later. And look how close that is. 1,700,000.
And the Trump campaign has been must have some kind of inkling they're going to lose Pennsylvania, because they're already putting out there that they think there's cheating in some of the counties in Pennsylvania, just to kind of
because of the Puerto Ricans.
Sure, that didn't help out in Allentown. Good night.
Yeah.
But Philadelphia is only half reported on that side. And right now they're leading like 80-20 to Harris, and they're only half done with that big old county. So there's still quite a bit there.
Trump can overcome losing Pennsylvania, but he'd have to pick up Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina. He'd have to pick up all of the Sun Belt states and something else to
Maybe
to win.
Wisconsin or something like that to try
Yeah.
to reach over the edge.
I can look.
A friend of mine commented that what would happen if Trump wins and the GOP bans porn? What will the Republicans do?
A lot of time on their hands.
No, that would be that'd be a very difficult one.
It's just going to be just like it was back in the 90s when you had to look through the Sears catalog.
Not saying that Arn has ever looked at the Sears catalog for any nefarious purposes.
It was a colloquial joke. When you couldn't have pornography because people would find that you had pornography, so you would have the Sears catalog.
Darth Vaden says he misses Sears.
I'm trying to think. They had there's some good appliances there. There was a few. Did Sears do the houses too back in the day? Was that a part of the Sears?
They did
catalog?
prefab houses.
Mm-hmm. Well, going at just super low rates. It's not bad.
Back when it was Sears Roebuck.
My son just shared a badge that he voted. Yeah, I'm good to see that.
Someone, I lost. No more free porn online. Oh, dear God! I can't blow to the Sears catalog.
Just think how much nobody used that as a campaign thing, but I mean, it really could have been, right?
Yeah, what are you going to wank off to now?
Just if Kamala said, and if Trump wins, no more porn.
Yeah. Back to the Sears catalog.
She could have said, that when you look at the most Republican states, the Bible Belt, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama, those are the highest porn consumption. Most interestingly, they're also the highest gay porn consumption.
Well, what a moment to step in.
Hey, Kurgan!
Hello, Kurgan.
Everybody, this is my oldest and dearest friend. This is my buddy Kurgan. He is in Arizona, where he has voted, and so he will save the day.
That's right. It will be my fault when Harris wins.
Yeah. So I called. Everybody remember that he had to vote because only you can prevent forest fires.
Yeah, help us, Kurgan. You're our only hope.
I told him some people just want to watch the world burn.
Some people do. Yes, indeed. Let me get through a couple more comments here. Reaper 1998 says, "I believe we are fucked. Trump has a huge lead." Yeah, but he did in 2020 too. He did.
Yeah.
Remember when he said we all went to bed? We were so ready to win.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Reaper, let me say, and then Piao offers $5 and says whipped cream vodka goes hard with it, seemingly being the end of the world right now. Love the videos and everything you do in times of darkness. Thank you very much for that. And then Bryce Charters offers $10 and says, former Jehovah's Witnesses here. Thank you for helping me wake up. Sincerely, thank you for sharing that with me. Dark Saber 1111 or 1111 11111. Okay. Offers $10. It says, I'm worried for every woman and LTGBQ. I just say queer folk. I think that people know that when I put the word folk on it, that I'm not being pejorative. It's easier for me. I'm inept. I'm worried about every LGBTQ person or couple out there. We will watch America become like Nazi Germany, and I don't know how many safe cities will become hostile like Berlin did. I don't know that we're not going to have another Third Reich kind of situation. But if Trump wins, it will get bad.
Mhm.
And then once he takes power, they will remove him immediately, and Vance will be the president.
Someone was saying the red mirage is happening right now. Although Arizona, because Kurgan popped in, is light blue. Go Arizona. But look
See
at
what you did,
Virginia.
Kurgan?
Yeah. Virginia, though, you
It's starting
expect
to come back.
to be blue, but it's coming to pink. So that's a little worrisome. But maybe it's the red mirage happening right now.
Yeah.
In
And then
Pennsylvania,
AW Imposter offers $5 Australian and says, if Dumble Trump
Geets in.
gets in again, will America change its name to the United States of Gilead? Which is such a funny thing because Trump is so obviously not Christian. How the fuck does anybody not know that? When he says, hey, vote for me, you Christians. I'm a Christian. No, you're fucking not.
he could be a Christian, but not a practicing Christian. A lot of people identify as Christian and they don't really go to church or read the Bible.
It is true that the most hypocritical Christians, the ones that criticize me and tell me that, well, I'm a Christian. They've never cracked open the Bible. They don't care what it says. They don't know what a creed is. It's just like Christianity is just a T-shirt you put on. Whether it's which football team you root for. That's it. That's all they know. They have no idea what being a Christian even means.
Somebody said Virginia is leaning back blue again. Shoo!
Yeah, it was starting to catch up.
Yep.
And disappointing news out of West Virginia. That is officially a flipped Senate seat to the Republicans.
Is that Manchin's seat?
Yeah, Joe Manchin. But now he got it on that side, and now the Democrat. I mean, it was not even close, 68 to 28% for the Republican there out of West Virginia. And I'm sure Manchin is going to sit there and just gloat and gleam and say, "Well, I told you."
Yeah,
that type
Joe
of thing.
Manchin.
To be honest, it was expected anyway. It is normally a red state. So the very fact that he got elected was kind of a miracle in its own way. It's the closest thing to a miracle you'll ever see.
I am honestly excited about Arizona being a little blue. It would be very hard to overcome Arizona and Michigan and Pennsylvania.
Well, I'm definitely glad Gallego is going to take this make sure that Carrie Lake doesn't get it.
Carrie Lake's crazy.
Yeah, she is. She is. Yeah. But I got to tell you, I don't know if you guys saw some of the signs that she's put up for trying to pan Gallego, but I want one. So as soon as this is over tonight, I'm going to drive up to North Phoenix to see if I can snag one.
Yeah,
it's a nice yellow and black big sign that says F prayer. And is attributed to Ruben Gallego saying, which he did.
Oh, wow.
He did say that.
Because people are getting killed and they're praying.
Exactly. Well, no. It specifically Uvalde. It's what he had to say.
Yeah.
To Uvalde.
Okay.
Yeah, because people are getting killed with gun violence and it's thoughts and prayers.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The House, the Senate, they're all like, well, thoughts and prayers, And he's like, F your prayers. Mm-hmm. What we need is real change.
That's right.
Yeah,
I got to try to get through these. I'm stacking up comments, and I'm going to try to read through them as quick as I can. JW Imposter offers $5 Australian. No, wait, I've read that one. Yeah. C Hall 199 offers $1.99. Says, I'm a vet, former Christian, and forever atheist. Thank you very much. Then Tardigrade offers $5 and says, if ballot measure 1 doesn't pass in Alaska, employers can make employees attend religious or political meetings. Wow. And then says, love you guys. Employers can force their employees to attend religious or political meetings.
Oh, that's wild.
That's fucked up. And it's so obviously it counter unconstitutional, but nobody gives a fuck about the Constitution anymore.
Well, I think one side doesn't care about the Constitution anymore.
Yeah, well, yeah, I gotcha. And then we have a comment from the Micro Bro, and I have to say that I misread this when I first looked at the name. I thought it said the Micro Bra.
Well, you know, the itty bitty titty committee.
The Micro Bro offers $4.99 and says, "Hey, Aaron, what do we do if we lose? How do we fight back? I don't know, but I'm here for it. I'm going to do it. I can't run. It's fight or flight, and I only have one option."
Most of us only have one option.
People are saying Pennsylvania flipped pink to Trump.
Yep, I'm looking at it.
Yeah, that one was there for a little bit. The gap is closing in on that side from what I've been seeing, but yeah, it still has him ahead.
But I'm still mystified. How the fuck can you have this many people who are this stupid?
Why are you so fucking stupid?
My critics always want to tell me, stick to science, dude. You don't know anything about politics. Well, tell me where I'm fucking wrong then. None of them can.
That's okay. I don't see why they're telling you to stick to science and stay out of politics. Trump doesn't know anything about politics either.
Trump doesn't know anything about anything. This was
exactly
the beautiful thing that Jeffrey Epstein, in an interview that he recorded in however many years ago, when he was still alive before he killed himself, he said that Trump didn't know anything. That he knew real estate really well, but outside of that, he knew nothing about anything. Nothing about science. Nothing about history. Nothing. Trump knows nothing about nothing. But he tells everybody, nobody knows any of this better than me.
Mm-hmm.
He's a terrible businessman. He fails at everything. He bankrupted every business he's ever run, except for shell companies that don't do anything but launder money. He is an absolute failure on everything. He lies constantly. Every lie he tells is fucking stupid. Everything he does is all about hate and retribution and vengeance. He doesn't offer anything to anybody. He's not going to improve anybody's lives like Kamala is offering all these different things that she can do to improve our standing of living. He's just wanting to force conformity to the religious right.
All they would have to do is stop being stupid. Listen to Arn. Stop being stupid.
Okay, so Lucas Horvath, who says, first-time subscriber, long-time listener, thanks for helping me deconvert from religion, Aaron. I don't have enough malort to get through this night. I get you. And then Gordstones offers $10 Canadian and says, greetings from Ottawa, Canada. Longtime fan here. Thanks for all your good work. Aaron, how many snakes do you have? I think 73 at the moment.
Oh boy.
I like the idea.
Yeah. And then Ronaldo Martinez offers $5 and says, I'm worried about voting booths who only accept non-white voters.
I've heard nothing of this.
I have not.
Yeah. I'd be worried about rumors about that. And then Avon Stormbrand offers $20 and says, this is just anxiety simulator. The calls are projected. Breathe. The nightmare will only become real after we wake up tomorrow. Why does stuff like this make me laugh?
Because it's true.
I never watched Seinfeld, the show Seinfeld, but I remember I caught one scene, and this one scene, this one character said I just loved. It says, "Life is one continuous downward spiraling eddy of despair, filled with pockets of false hope, leading to the ultimate disappointment." It's so fucking funny. Yeah, but that's exactly what he seems to be saying here. Let's see. Even in the worst case, there is a fight to be had. All is not lost. All is not hopeless. Thank you for that. And yeah, I'm gonna fight. I don't know how I'm gonna be able to fight, but I'm here. And it's not gonna be. I'm gonna bring this up. This is important. I got these cups. I really ought to go get one. It's not in this room with me. I should have had it in this room. But we joined this membership to a local place, a beer garden, and they have these really lovely glasses where you have nice texture and everything. There's really nice artwork, and there's political glasses. So they have the glasses for Trump, and they have the glasses for Kamala. And the waitress told me that people will buy the glasses for Kamala just to smash them.
Yeah. Wow.
And she said that here's the difference between the two parties is this, that nobody's buying the Trump glasses to destroy them or disrespect them. They buy the Kamala glasses. They buy the Kamala glasses to smash them and disrespect them. So yesterday, I'm driving past this school that has all these nice little, Harris Walls signs. Well, that's lovely. I should have taken a picture. I thought about taking a picture because it looked nice. And I'm sorry that I didn't, because I drove by the same school today and all of those signs were smashed. Now, I don't see Democrats smashing Trump signs.
Yeah.
I don't, and the Democrats are not buying Trump. They're not buying the Trump glasses to destroy them. So what it appears to me, and this is just my own limited experience, it appears that on my side of the political spectrum, we are not motivated by hate.
Correct.
We're not motivated by retribution or vengeance. Vengeance for what? What are you trying to get revenge for? We're trying to preserve your rights. You're trying to take away our rights and your rights in the process. We're trying to help you, dumbass.
Yeah. Let's look at everybody's like, oh, red, what do you call it? Mirage is happening right now.
Right. And that comes about from the rural districts being counted first.
Mm-hmm.
And then the cities coming in later. And urban areas typically do vote Democrat. So
it takes longer to count.
Exactly.
Are we ready to win this race? Frankly, we did win this race.
Because Trump's ahead in Pennsylvania. That's bad.
More to your point before, Arn, talking about the destruction of the signs, so on and so forth, because the same thing's been happening out here. Out here, it's illegal to actually do that. So people have been caught on camera doing it, and they're facing charges for it. But it's kind of like the articles you run across that start talking about how we're expecting political violence. And that's the funny thing about it. If Trump loses, we can expect political violence.
Yeah.
If Trump wins, there will be no political violence.
Yeah.
Again, it's all one-sided. And if you feel that you have to go out and set fires and tear down the Capitol and everything, you really need to be questioning what the hell you're doing.
Yeah, I grew up in Spring, Texas, and I don't remember my dad talking much about voting, but he had his issues, but I don't see him like advocating violence against people and stuff like that. He was a Southern Baptist Christian, and that's what's been so disappointing from 2016. All these people that are not as decent as I gave them credit for.
Well, in one point in time, they were more decent. Just like to what you were saying about you don't really remember your father talking about voting. At one point in time, it was more common in this country for people who, when they talked politics, spoke of it amongst their friends and didn't spout their views to the entire world. It was something that was far more low key, kind of like talking about religion. These were things that were not considered polite to discuss in public. And these days, everybody's got an opinion.
Mm-hmm. There was a type of Christian that thought that politics was worldly and that Satan ruled.
And
that
was satanic in nature.
Yep. Yeah, they didn't vote.
So I have a question that actually came up earlier because there's a picture of the Amish making it to the polls. Who do you think the Amish voted for? Who got that Amish block?
Wow.
How could they vote with like electric voting machines?
Don't know.
So everybody see my glass?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
I'm very proud of this. I'm going to keep this.
It's
historic,
really nice.
you know.
I am hoping to wake up to the first woman, Black Asian American president in our history.
Tucker Carlson said that she was the first Malaysian, Samoan, low IQ.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So she's got a Juris Doctorate. She has advanced degrees in political science and in economics. And her plan has been approved by many award-winning economists, whereas no economist has approved Donald Trump's tariffs plan.
Mm-hmm.
None. Because it's stupid. Because Trump doesn't know what a tariff is. Trump is going to destroy this economy. He was on his way to doing it before there was a pandemic. I honestly think that if the pandemic hadn't completely fucked his record, he would have fucked his record.
And you know that low IQ, and Trump has made that insult too. Low IQ is like racist, where racist verbiage where they don't want to own up to that. They think that Black people have lower IQs.
Let's not lose track of the fact that this is Tucker Carlson accusing someone else.
It's more
having
important
a low
that
IQ.
they're using this racist way of talking about Kamala's ethnic.
Tucker Carlson, who thinks that ancient civilizations are more advanced than what we have now.
Yes, and that
people knew more. Not that they were smarter, but that they knew more than we know now. And he thinks that there's no evidence for evolution. Tucker Carlson. This guy has forfeited his right to say that anybody has a low IQ. And when their primary complaint is that their biggest complaint with Kamala is that she has a laugh that they don't like. Tucker Carlson? Really?
That was disturbing.
Well, and not to mention the fact that, he views Trump as daddy and you've been a bad girl.
Oh, how disturbing was that?
Yeah, I don't even want to picture it.
The only thing more disturbing than that is Trump spanking his own daughter and saying, "Who's your daddy?"
Or him, giving a BJ to a mic stand. That was something special.
He's like Prince now. Only not as entertaining.
Okay, so Dan Mazer, getting back to my comments because I'm stacking up. Dan Mazer says C-SPAN says popular vote is 52.5% Trump, 46.3% Harris. I really hope this is a red mirage. I get it. Finest Hour says bad question, but I've got to ask. I'm afraid. What do you do with fear in situations like these? Fight or flight mode, and I can't fly. So that's what I've got.
There's survival mode too. You just hunker down,
or really take stock of the whole situation and find out what your path forward is really going to be. Examine like what you can do, what's within your control, what's not in your control, and try to deal with it that way.
Pretty much
Chris Palmer, SEO.
I was going to say correct statement there. Figure out how to have to deal with it. Don't fear it. Just figure out how to deal with it.
Chris Palmer, SEO, offers $4.99. Thank you very much. Frank Flowers Jr. offers $20. Thank you. It says, Aaron, thank you for all what you do. You have taught me so much about science over the last 6 or 7 years. This is slightly off topic, but I can watch your exchanges with Cunt Hovind anytime and learn something new. Thank you kindly.
I've heard someone here is saying that Trump is up to 242 electoral votes. He needs 270.
They're watching Fox.
Okay.
Yeah, because I have say Google, of course, is on the screen. ABC has it more. They have Trump at 210. So they are counting. Well, they must be counting something else. That's just
there's like Montana has 4% reporting, but already called for Trump.
But that's what it's going to fall that way. I'm not worried about that.
Right.
I know Idaho's going to go that way too because I've been there, and if you're in Boise, lots of awesome people in Boise. Don't go outside of Boise.
Just stop there.
Somebody asked, will all the left side states be blue? Yes, except for Idaho. Maybe Nevada.
So yeah, Nevada is that's
The
that
fuck is wrong with you
wonderful wild
people?
card.
Nevada.
Oh,
Nevada.
I forgot.
Xing 4G offers $4.99. Says, hi, Aaron. Your videos inspire me, and I find you very relatable. Your existence makes me feel somewhat better about society. Thank you sincerely for that. Chris Palmer, SEO, offers $1.99. Says, longtime listener, just a SEO expert saying hi. Well, hi, Chris. How you do? Celia Gray, haven't heard from her in a while. $6.66. Sacrificed my time for playing Elder Scrolls Online with my guild masters to join this anxiety stream.
How do you say Houston? Houston, you say, I'm from Houston. You say Houston, but in New York, you call it Houston.
Celia, I remember I was in Brisbane, Australia, and somehow or other Celia called me, and we ended up having a phone conversation, and she was very, very worried about the situation. This was like 2015, I think it was 2015. And we had a good long conversation about the political issue for queer folk and trans people and that sort of thing. I'm like, yeah, our country's completely fucked up, and I don't know what to do about that. Think about this for a moment. It seemed that the biggest issue that the Republicans have is you want me to pay a modest amount of respect to other people who want to have a right to pursue happiness and have a freedom of expression and would prefer to me to refer to them as she, her. Well, I ain't going to do that because I'm an arrogant prick. That's what the Republican platform seems to be. The biggest issue is that
that's exactly what it is.
1% of the population should not be allowed that right. They shouldn't be allowed that courtesy. It's not even a right. They're not even asking for it as a right. They're only asking for it as a courtesy. And the Republicans are saying, fuck courtesy. Anyway, she continues the message saying, love you, Aaron, Lalandra, and friends. Hail Satan.
I think Lilith was in here too, and there's our friend Minute Rice.
Excellent.
Got
Sailman
Iowa
offers not
called.
$1.99. Says Raphael is now a hurricane. Oh, fabulous. Mark Lawrence offers $5 and says, sounds like Trump hasn't grifted them enough yet. Dan Gonzalez offers $5 and says, this is the reason why horse race politics infuriates me. From election day to inauguration, everything should be quiet until everything is counted. Yeah, wouldn't it? How long will we be biting our nails then?
Yeah,
and then Pat, why would you come up with a name like this? Pat 120180 867-5309 offers $5. Says, gee, I wonder why Republicans don't like funding schools. Almost like they benefit from keeping people stupid.
That's what
you
I
think. Defund CEOs, fund schools. Totally with you. And Lilith Liberate. Hey, Lilith. Says, tell Lalandra she can come up to Canada with me. Believe me, Lalandra would so love
to live in
go to British Columbia.
I want to visit there. Goodness, or Pride or something like Toronto, like one of those. But I just want to
Nova Scotia for us.
Yeah, Toronto and Vancouver are lovely, very diverse, liberal cities.
I am so very lucky that I got to at some point in my life finally get off this continent or out of our borders and start seeing other places in the world. You know how they say travel is broadening.
Well, yeah, you shouldn't be worldly.
A lot of my own family, there are people in my family that told me that they would never visit places like Miami or New York. Because those places were too foreign.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Yeah, and so if they'd been to any of the places. I mean, any of the places I've been to. My brothers stopped talking to me after I went to Dubai because they didn't want to be associated with anybody who had been to the Middle East.
Wow. Okay. you go there and you get it on you, and it's just can't shake that. Can't have that. Like, what does that mean?
So
that's
Kurgan,
good. Yeah,
I am delighted that you are on. For everybody that's listening, I mean, Kurgan really is what my oldest male friend. I have one other friend that I've had longer than him, but seriously, every time Kurgan and I get on the phone, he's not an activist like most of the other people I know, but the man knows shit, and he always impresses me when we talk about anything political. He's on the ball. So I specifically invited him to be on the show today.
Kurgan,
And I know that you've been working all day and all of that, Kurgan, but I really do appreciate your input.
Kurgan needs to put the mojo on Arizona.
right now it's sitting 50-50.
Yeah.
If you look at the actual numbers, Kamala's ahead by about 3,000 votes, maybe.
Yeah.
Gallego is outperforming there.
Yep.
Good.
Well, and the other big one for me was Proposition 139, and that's adding the right to abortion to the Constitution here.
Now, what would that matter if there's a national abortion ban?
Yeah.
Well, it would be a whole lot of court. It's a whole lot of court battles, is what that is.
It's sitting at 63% approval out of Arizona, so that proposition is vastly outperforming.
Yes, and the thing is that's the hope, is that all the people who came out in support of that will vote for Harris and down ballot.
Kurgan, this is so frustrating. 50% in Arizona, where you are, 50% reporting. Donald Trump, 49.6%. Kamala Harris, 49.6%.
Yep.
Fuck!
It's closer than I thought it was going to be in Arizona. So Kurgan is.
How could it be close
things
at all? This is the guy who was civilly liable for rape. This is the guy who, like, 13-year-olds accused him of rape, and then they got intimidated out of pressing their case because Donald Trump has these rabid fucking supporters. Trump is on Epstein's flight manifest 7 fucking times. He bragged about sexual assault. He cheated on all of his wives. He cheats on golf. He cheats on his taxes. He cheats everything. He cheats everybody. He doesn't pay his employees. The man is a professional liar. Everything about him is bad. There's not one good thing about him. Is a failure in everything he ever did.
People are saying
Arn
is big mad. Arn is insane. But other people are saying 100% Armin. What I don't like right now.
So close. You've got here's
the really weird
incompetent.
Here's the really, really weird part about him even being that high here. Given that Carrie Lake is often called Trump with heels, and she is not doing well.
Good.
But
that means something.
Because she's not genuinely insane. She's just pretending to be.
So
no, she's an absolute fruitcake.
Okay.
Yeah.
She's an absolute fruitcake who, when the 100-year-old 100-year-old abortion law finally triggered here, she was in full support of it. Even her trying to backpedal out of it wasn't really backpedaling out of anything she said prior. She's fully in support of it. And that was a law that was on the books before Arizona was even a state. We were a territory at that time. Tell me how she's not a fruitcake.
I gotta read.
Yeah, she is definitely. Wait a minute. Look at our Rust Belt states. They're all pink. Everybody's like Red Mirage. I'm telling myself it's Red Mirage.
That better be a fucking mirage.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Virginia's pulling away
right
though.
Now?
Yeah.
I'm feeling like that dwarf that said, "These are Urukai. Their armor is thick. Their shields are broad."
Urukai.
I'm ready to do that one last ride. Okay. So Ale Rum offers $10 and says, "How the fuck can someone who's a convicted felon, intolerant bigot, and a notorious liar even be allowed to run for presidency, let alone the second time over? How the fuck is he allowed to do it now? Why the fuck is anybody voting for him? Everything he says is a lie. If everything he says, listen to him for 2 minutes. 2 minutes is all you need to realize, hey, this guy's an idiot and he's lying. He doesn't know what he's talking about, and he's criminally corrupt.
And he's stupid.
And he's a stupid liar who lies because he's stupid. Yes.
Yeah.
Why the fuck are people voting for him?
I
An
know.
avid atheist, $4.99. Oh, thank you very much for that. Says, tomorrow I have 2 calculus exams, a statistics exam, and a physics exam. But something tells me I will not sleep tonight. Much love from Pennsylvania.
Oof, yeah,
I have a presentation at work that I have to get up early for. But I don't know that I would sleep.
Yeah, I feel you. Tomorrow is going to be so busy for me. I have to take my 82-year-old mother for her doctor's appointment, from the rest home and all of that. And then we have to take the pit bulls that we've been. I have to change bandages on these injured pit bulls that were both run over by an SUV, and they're healing surprisingly well. We have to keep them in quarantine, and we've been taking care of them. We walk them 2 or 5 times a day, and change their bandages and all that. But tomorrow they meet their new owners, the people who are adopting them, because I made a video saying we need homes for these 2 lovely little puppies. And so somebody's coming down tomorrow to drive them back to Wisconsin. They're driving down from Wisconsin to Texas to pick up these pit bulls and take them back to Wisconsin. And it's so hard not to bond with these dogs. They're absolutely wonderful little dogs. But yeah, I'm sorry to see them go. But if I didn't already have 5 dogs in my house, I would certainly keep them.
And 73 snakes.
Yeah, we love animals, me and Arn.
Ale Rum offers $10 and says, only in the United States of America can someone be not allowed to vote as a convicted felon, but at the same time still be allowed to be voted for. It's aggravating. Yeah. Why is that? Did the founding fathers not think of that?
Yeah, they're stupid. What were they thinking?
Because they weren't. When my wife says that, she doesn't mean that literally. She doesn't even mean it facetiously. She's just making fun of me.
Me and Arn, we love this reference in UHF with Weird Al Yankovic, the wheel of fish.
Yes.
And you spin the wheel of fish.
You're so stupid.
We love that.
I'm proud to say that I met. Oh, what was it? Emo Phillips. I used to talk to him online periodically, but that I finally got to meet him in person. Anyway, Ale Rum offers $10. We did that one. Clever Motel offers $2. It says Victoria, British Columbia. Check it out, worth it. Yeah, we've been to what is the name of that? Vancouver. Yeah, we've been to Vancouver a couple of times, and it is lovely. And then Reverend Gator offers $10 and says, to release the stress, I'll take an occasional break and listen to Randy Rainbow. Yes, I do as well. My country in Wisconsin is severely my county, sorry, in Wisconsin is severely red, but I still have hopes. Thanks, Aaron, for all you and your guests do. Thank you very much for that. Then the next comment is Damocles offers $4.99. It says, hi, Aaron, you are so great. I don't know how to do with that. Keep fighting the good fight. We need people like you. Thank you. Don't tell me I'm great, because that just makes me feel weird. But thank you very much. Okay. Jack H offers $1.99. Says, longtime fan. Thoughts on Star Wars? I don't want to share my thoughts on Star Wars.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, because that shit did not get written. Okay, quick thought on Star Wars. The conversion of Anakin to Darth Vader was done so ham-fistedly, so stupidly. You know what that should have looked like? Really? Breaking Bad. That's from Walter White to Heisenberg. That was brilliant. Anakin to Darth Vader should have been the same thing.
Arn, I don't think they have the budget for that. Okay, I don't think they had the budget for that.
Maybe they're stupid. Actually, like me and Arn both like Star Wars and Star Trek.
I don't
And
know why I laugh so
he's
hard
a
at
big
that. I know she's making fun of me, and
Yeah.
yet I'm still laughing.
he's a bigger fan of Star Wars than Star Trek, so it was really disappointing to him the way it turned out. But he still loves Star Trek. But I'm a bigger fan of Star Trek than Star Wars.
I love Star Wars. I grew up on episodes 4 through 6 on VHS, the originals.
I got you one better.
Yes,
I saw Star Wars Episode 4 over 100 times in the theater.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
I missed that one, but man, that's
not that many times, but yeah.
that's good.
Old man.
Luke Riley offers £1. No message. Thank you very much for that. And
Luke
then,
Riley,
how do I say this? Penglog Enfys offers $20 and says, "You can call me Peng for short, but I've been listening to you back into 2017 with your How Zoology Proves or Disproves Noah's Flood. So besides the election, Arn, let me say personally, thank you for giving me the real AIG. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. I need messages like that." And then 4:50 a.m., Lilith Liberated, 4:50 a.m., let he who has not raw dogged a porn star while his third wife is pregnant with his fifth child cast the first stone. DBCM SOT, I don't know what any of that is, offers $50. Thank you very much for that. Love you, Aaron. You have saved me from a life of religion. Been following you for years. I'm proof you can make a difference, even to a Trump supporter. Number 2A rights. I guess they're talking about Second Amendment rights. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it sounds right.
Yeah. David Johnson, $5. Thank you. Do you think Trump and his supporters are ever gonna get karma happen to them for spreading hate? Because it's messed up. It's been years now. Yeah, I used to believe in karma. That was the last thing. I mean, I gave up my belief in hell first. I gave up belief in gods later. Then I gave up in belief in in souls after that. Anything supernatural after that. The last thing that I clung to was karma, because I thought that at least if you're good to other people, then you would think that some positive energy would come back to you. But no, we get people like Trump who get to just roll over everybody and crush them, and they don't even know that they've ever done anything wrong. Meanwhile, people who, for all accounts, would be considered good Christians live absolutely shitty lives, being crushed under the heel of all of these terrible people. And the people who are being crushed, who have these horrible lifestyles, they don't deserve what's happened to them.
Thank you.
Trump, people like him, and Elon Musk, and people like him, they don't deserve the massive rewards they've been given. There's a huge injustice in both directions. It's very frustrating for me.
Yeah.
And then Ronaldo Martinez offers $2 and says, "America is stupid."
Another
with 3 O's.
Stupid, man.
Yeah.
I often say that you're stupid with 2 O's, but no, that's 3. Jared Glosson offers $9.99. And I told my pastor co-worker that if Harris won Tennessee, then I would believe in God. I knew divine intervention was the only hope there. Okay, so Sarah T offers $2 and says, "Do you say McDonald's or McDonald's?" I kind of say McDonald's, but
yeah, I'm a Mick. Yeah.
Okay, well, as long as we gotten back to the important stuff, let me dig out more.
Oh, yeah.
Kurgan, Say something wise.
Something wise?
He said something wise.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Little
Exactly what I
worrisome looking at the red mirage right now
It
because
better be a mirage because that looks like a whole red fucking continent.
Right.
yeah, I know. Like Wisconsin, 50% Trump to 48%. Michigan, 51 to 47 is not bueno.
And
Staying
Pennsylvania,
really close.
51 to 48. But
Yeah,
I was
staying
hoping
really-
that Florida's abortion access amendment would go through. So in their state, ballot measures have to reach 60% of a threshold to pass, not just a majority.
Not just the 50%, right?
Right. So it was 57.1% for abortion access to come to this. So it definitely outperformed. Let me see. Yeah, it outperformed Donald Trump, not by too much, but still wasn't enough to get over the 60% threshold on that side. Arizona still is looking good at 63. Let me refresh that just to make sure that's right.
Yeah,
63%.
All right, good, because I just looked at it.
Kurgan,
Yeah, I mentioned
look at us
earlier
up.
where I was talking about Celia Gray, the comment that I got from her. Kurgan, amusingly, Living
there's
Dead Girl,
California.
who is a mutual friend of Kurgan and I, went to school with Celia.
Who's
Small
that?
world, huh?
Oh, how about
Who went
that?
to school with her?
Yep. Living
Who?
Dead Girl.
Living. Ah,
The Washington and
It is a small
California have
world.
called.
Washington, California. But why is Oregon still not cold?
It just says expected soon, so I assume that they'll
Okay.
be here momentarily.
Yeah. And
So
there's
that-
a
Aaron was
number of
talking
people-
about our pit bulls, and one of them knows it's dinner time, and he's like crashing his metal food bowl.
it's
Right
like, come
now.
on,
Come
come
on,
on, people.
chop chop.
Yeah. They are super sweet dogs. I mean, I'm amazed at how adorable they are. And we got such criticism. There was a number of people commenting that when we were trying to find homes for these two pit bulls that had been abandoned and run over, and they're puppies, grown puppies, but still puppies that have been run over and they had these serious injuries and everything. And we're trying to nurse them back to health and find homes for them. And somebody criticizes saying that they're pit bulls and therefore they don't deserve to live.
Yeah, that's because a lot of people have a lot of fear of the breed.
Well, I fully understand what that's like. I'm afraid to go to your house anymore.
Yeah, and it doesn't help with the incident last year. So
Kurgan has some big, scary dogs.
they're all big babies.
Okay, let me go check
Okay,
that map
these are
again.
big
Why
babies.
is it so red?
I know, Red Mirage. Come on, Red Mirage.
Yeah.
Okay, well, what happened was I
Definitely.
looked at this a minute ago, and Kamala had 113 points.
Up to
To
179
Trump's, what,
now.
210 maybe?
Yeah.
So suddenly, instantly, she jumps to 179.
It was California and Washington, and Oregon's
yeah.
looking light blue right now.
Mm-hmm. So
Yeah, and Colorado, I think it's at the same time. But yeah, and you're right. Oregon flipped back blue. So
They're probably
finally,
gonna call it, yeah.
the blue shift is beginning to happen because this is annoying.
Come on, blue shift. Come on.
This
Yeah,
is
so
annoying.
Arizona's going to
Finally,
be
Kamala's
interesting.
beginning to. Yeah, Kamala offers shit that it's not just okay. So you want an ethnic person to be president? Okay, well that's nice. You want a woman to be president? Okay, well that's nice. The bigger thing is we have a convicted felon running against a prosecutor. Isn't that poetic?
And
Everybody wants to be.
all the comments are, "Oh, she's a DI hire."
DEI,
No, she's-
yeah.
DEII. She's way more qualified than
All
Trump.
right.
Yeah.
See, here's what I see on that. All right. She is a DEI hire. I won't dispute that. Not one bit. But the reality is she also, much like many people of color, has worked at least twice as hard as her white counterparts to get where she's at.
I don't think she's a
So-
DEI hire because in order to be a DEI hire, what they're calling that, you had to get your job just because you're your ethnic background, and she
No.
has more qualifications than just that.
That's just it, though. I disagree with you on that aspect.
It depends on how people use it.
Exactly. The fact of the matter is Biden knew exactly what he was doing when he selected her as a VP. She was the right pick for his VP in so many different ways. He knew he was going to bolster his support amongst this group of people, this group of people, and this group of people. So on that aspect alone, it is a DEI hire. But she also comes with a ton of tools and resources available to her because of the hard work she did to get where she is. It's not just, it is both.
So we could say the same thing about AOC. I'm kind of impressed. That woman was just a few years ago. She was a waitress. When she ran for office, she was still doing a full-time job as a waitress. Yep. And when she won her seat, she was absolutely shocked. I've seen the footage where she saw that she won. It was completely unexpected. And look how she turned out. Now, I know that there's a lot of people who were trained to hate AOC because of her, I don't know, Puerto Rican background or the fact that she's female.
No, it's the fact that she came from a waitressing job.
Whatever the fuck their bullshit reason.
The thing is, though, is that honestly, I think that's part of it is social class as well.
Yeah.
I fully understand classism. Because I'm constantly judged for being lower class.
Yes. Well,
especially when our politics are dominated by a very certain class of individuals.
Exactly.
Just being able to have the money, have the connections already, which comes from family ties, your college ties. If you get into one of those high-end Ivy League schools and you have those it just kind of umbrellas out from there. It's not a guarantee, but it's a hell of a stepping stone.
Which in turn is part of the reason why they did not take AOC very seriously. And in turn, the reason why she won.
I agree with that. It was a lot of
what she did with that win. Yep. I'm so impressed with her. There's a handful of people that I love to watch in Congress. She's one of them. Probably my favorite is Katie Porter, who's another one that is just completely unexpected. This is a woman that you would think that she's some unassuming, just somebody's mom. It would not be a threat to you at all. But she comes bringing receipts and sets these corporate fat cats up to be just lets them write their own death warrant and then brings the boom. It's so much fun to watch her. And I do the same thing with Bernie Sanders and with AOC, and there's a couple of others. It's fun watching these people who really know shit. Oh, what's my Texas one? Help me, Lalandra. What is the Texas representative who's a current favorite right now? Why the fuck am I forgetting? Jasmine Crockett. So much fun watching her. But you never see Republicans that you can be proud of for the stupid, hateful, idiot shit that they say. What? Yeah, Ted Cruz?
It's also the reason why they constantly underestimate.
Let's look at Louis Gohmert, who's so fucking stupid. You got to be embarrassed you ever voted for that asshole. I mean, somebody.
That sounds a lot like Clinton.
Think about somebody re-elected Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Dumbass Boebert. Both of them. How the fuck do you re-elect people that fucking stupid?
They're stupid.
Excuse me. I have to read some more comments. Lucas Horvath offers $5. Says watching videos of R and Rob beating up Kent Holmes has helped me learn a lot about biology. Thank you very much. Hers Glass offers €20. Says listening since 2008. Could listen for another 16 years to you ranting about Trump alone. Thank you. Happy National U.S. IQ Test. Yes, that's what this is.
Ew.
Will we pass?
No.
We're all curious for results over here as well. Greetings from Germany. John Hunter offers £5. Says 4 a.m. in Scotland. This red blob is scaring the fucking crap out of me.
I know. That
Considering UK's drift, right?
The red
yeah,
broad.
I get you. Ale Rum offers $50. Thank you very much. I and my family are once adhered for many years to that infamous family radio cult. That's right, lovely Harold Camping with his prophetic doomsday predictions. Thank you, Aaron, Seth, Matt, Dan Barker, Dawkins, and Hitch. Sincerely, thank you for sharing that. Tallman22 offers $2 and says, "Welcome to Idiocracy." John Pollock, Mad
Been saying
King
that one for
Jacko,
years.
offers $5 Australian, says, "American politics is comedy to an Australian like me. You're safe. You're on the other side of the fucking planet." My
Underneath
Unfinished
the world.
Journey
The
offers
land down
$2.
under.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to be talking over you, dear.
No, it's okay. The land down under.
Thank you. My Unfinished Journey says the map is so red because land doesn't vote. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of people in Wyoming or Montana, so he has a fair point.
Right.
And then Kymillion offers $10 and says, "You were integral into my deconversion. Thank you for all you do. Cheers, and here's to hoping we see that blue shift come in hard." Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm going to fill my Kamala glass with a stout. I'll be right back. Kurgan, while I'm gone, say something brilliant.
Something brilliant.
I'm looking at the Ted Cruz race right now.
Oh, how's that working out?
Where is he? Oh, yeah, they
As
still haven't
bad as
called
you would
it.
Yeah. 53% Mr. Ted Cruz, the Zodiac killer. 74% reporting.
You know, as of now, as far as seats that have already for the Senate that have already been called, Republicans have 48 seats. Democrats are still at 39 because we're still waiting on things to be called, that kind of thing. So,
Very
you know,
important.
In some respects, are far more important.
And
Right,
how do you keep reelecting Rick Scott, like Skeletor?
Yeah, exactly.
In Florida.
Who the fuck votes for someone like that?
I know.
Rick Scott famously said, "Yeah, let's get rid of Social Security." How the fuck are old people still voting for him?
Because they're stupid.
Understand, everyone, when my wife says this to me, she's secretly saying because I'm stupid that I shouldn't ask the question.
No. It's just that's like his thing.
It is my thing. She criticizes me for. Look at this, La. Clever. Okay. I'm gonna go get a beer. I need one. And I'm only doing that because I've got all this rum next to me, and I don't want to jump into that yet.
Yeah.
That's
Arizona.
Not get serious.
What's Arizona doing?
Well, like they haven't moved is my problem. They are just sitting at about 3,000 votes difference.
Yeah, and it does this out here. It'll sit for long periods of time without changing at all.
I remember that in 2022. Maddening.
It looks light blue though.
Well, I got it still as a light red. I mean, but it's still by like that 3,000 or less votes between the two. But it's just chilling out right there, and it's been that way for a while. I'm looking at ABC too; they have the same thing where it's less than 3,000 separating.
Yep,
and they're just not moving at all. But ABC has called Oregon on this one for Harris already, which was expected. On that side, so they have 153 to 214. So they didn't call Washington. I'm not sure why, but yeah, it is what it is.
So our electoral count should be starting to catch up, right?
Yeah, 179 to 214.
179, 214.
Yeah, it was a big jump.
So should I hold out any hope for Georgia after they re-elected Marjorie Taylor Greene, who said on her environmental message, she said that she wanted the prettiest earth in the world.
Oh, goodness.
She ain't showing it.
That she thinks there are on Earth.
The heart and soul of Georgia is Atlanta.
goodness.
Yeah. Lovely city, Atlanta. I quite like it.
I've only been, I guess it's been one. I've flown through there a couple times, but only for the convention, I suppose, that I went there. Other than that, I haven't gone to actually explore the
That's
remainder
too
of
bad. You were in
Atlanta.
Atlanta for the American Atheist Convention. You didn't get to get out and see the city.
Now, I mean, we went across the street, like where all the eating places were, stuff like that, but not Atlanta proper.
So 90% reporting for Arizona. No, they haven't called it yet though.
Did you say 90%?
90%?
It says on Google 90%.
Do I need to refresh my screen? Mine still says 50%.
Yeah, I'm at 50.
90% reporting.
Are you looking at Georgia?
Yeah, Google.
Oh, you're looking at Georgia. I thought she said Arizona.
No,
Yeah,
that's right.
she's looking
Google.
at Georgia.
I'm Georgia. 90%, and he is ahead there.
Yeah.
No worries, son. Worried about that.
He's over 100,000 ahead.
Yeah, so
Georgia's
that one
a big deal.
Now we're still waiting on Atlanta.
Well,
Let's see.
it looks like the blue counties are filled in there, but maybe Phil knows better because he's looking at a different map.
Fulton, they're at 91%. So that's Atlanta
Yeah.
on that side. Augusta, they're up here. They're at 89%. So not a whole lot there. Savannah's only at 36%, but it's a smaller blue county, a smaller city that's there, so nowhere near as dense. And Macon,
I see some gray area next to Macon.
I will never understand why the fuck this is so close. And how is and it looks like somebody is telling me that Cruz is winning.
he is down
How
there.
the fuck do people vote for Ted Cruz?
Because they're stupid.
It had to be a default, like we're just gonna press the button and call it a day. But it's
saying,
Ted Cruz.
Yeah. I'm not saying that they're actually stupid, but I'm just kind of like that's Arn's go-to.
Yeah.
What's Arn's go-to?
That they're stupid. That's why they're voting for Ted Cruz.
Well, they are stupid.
Let's see.
I think we can demonstrate that. Yeah, I'll just make the challenge. Hey, if you vote for Trump, right, and you don't think you're stupid, let's have a hangout. Let's compare numbers. Let's look at the data. You're stupid. I think we can demonstrate that objectively.
No, like when I think of stupid, I don't think necessarily that they've got a low IQ in all cases, and IQ isn't an end all be all. They're just
things that don't make any fucking sense.
Ignorant, and that makes them make stupid decisions and foolish decisions.
So Republicans now have 49 seats in the Senate, as confirmed wins on that side.
Or not bueno.
Bernie won handily, 63% against 31.
Bernie's awesome.
Thor Rasmussen offers 50 Danish kroner and says, I hope Kamala wins, and if the orange clown wins, he ain't welcome in my country, especially not after what he did last he was here to visit our queen. I don't know what he did to the Danish queen, but I saw how he disrespected the British queen. The man is incompetent.
Come on, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, please, Pennsylvania, change
Yeah, that'd be that's even losing, even winning Nevada. Goodness, it doesn't matter. It would need to be that Virginia would need to stay, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota.
I don't know why Minnesota's staying so pink. Oh, only 14%.
Mm-hmm.
Look at Nebraska. Nebraska, it's got stripes on it.
Well, yeah, but just because that one other was it because Trump won 3 seats. That's what I saw thus far for that state. There's 5 up for grabs.
Yep. So they're starting to call it like they should, where some of the votes are going to Trump and some to Kamala.
Let's just assume that this all comes down to Hawaii.
I'm looking at the Senate. Hawaii's blue. So
Yeah,
that
almost
would be great.
certainly Alaska red, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was just playing with the map just to see, losing Georgia, losing North Carolina.
Oh, come on, North Carolina.
Like, if I do that, it would still need to be. I mean, Virginia, I think we're going to get it. Tim Kaine was already declared the winner because he's outperforming on the Senate race there, but it's widening in Harris's favor, so that's likely going to go that way, which was expected.
That's what I expect.
I want to
It's
say
more
something
than
else. When Biden chose, it's like Obama chose Biden, and that was the typical kind of thing. Obama's was a moderate, and he chose Biden as a moderate. They're both authoritarian right wingers, not far right, but they're both on the authoritarian right of the political compass. But then Biden, when he comes in his chance, he chooses Kamala, who's slightly more left of him, still centrist, moderate right winger, but she did advocate for some left policies, so she could be arguably leftist on some things. But then she chose as her running mate Tim Walz, and he's further left than her, which I thought was amazing. I loved him. So that I thought that this is a nice progression. We need to be moving more in the way of human rights over, just rampant corporate profits.
North Carolina's been called.
Wrong color though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's what I expected. That's what I had on my map.
damn. Oh, come on.
Dang.
Yeah.
That's bad. That's really bad.
Yep. So 230 for Trump to 179 for Harris.
Dang.
So Georgia's almost certainly a no, depending on how far it gets there. But it'll come down to those
the
last
Rust Belt.
things. Yeah, that blue wall, that edge up there, including Minnesota, which was slated to go
blue, and it's still pink,
blue.
but they're calling it kind of slow. Arizona would be nice for insurance. I don't know why Nevada's not being posted at all.
Well,
Nevada's the other swing state.
I don't know why you guys never lived in Las Vegas, did you?
Well, Nevada won't matter.
Okay.
Because only 6
Nevada
votes.
doesn't exist.
Whatever. Nevada.
Nevada.
That 6 votes won't matter in order to win based on what's out here now. Unless some magic happens in Arizona for those 11 votes, it would need to maintain New Mexico, Virginia, which is probably so, and all 4 of those left-leaning up tops, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota, all 4 need to go her way.
But no, Minnesota is part of it. That's right, because they weren't predicting it to be that big of a swing this time.
Yeah, only Arizona would change that calculus. So if Arizona changed, then she could lose Wisconsin or Minnesota and still win.
I think Minnesota is probably blue.
Almost certainly, as things move along.
Yeah,
that's where
I got a couple more comments I got to read. Could a second Trump term be a kick in the arse? Be the kick in the arse Americans need to finally shrug off the shackles of theocracy. I would hate that we have to become Ireland from 100 years ago to figure out how to move into the future. And then moving on to the next one, Ronaldo Martinez offers $5 and says, I am REM's It's the End of the World as we know it. Yeah. Stephen O'Neill offers $5. And as far as I want to jump back to this, it's the end of the world as we know it. We know that Trump doesn't have a plan. Trump doesn't have concepts of a plan. They want the GOP wants to. They don't want to. They want to pretend that climate change is not real. They know that it's anthropogenic, but it doesn't matter what they do to the planet if Jesus is coming back any minute now. Doesn't matter what destruction they wreak. So they want to completely harvest, and I've read the Texas Republican Party platform. They want to completely harvest the Gulf of Mexico, for example, of everything, of all of the oil and all of the wildlife, all the fish, everything. They just want to harvest everything. No conservation of any kind. It's fucking scary the way Republicans do this. They can't. You can't elect Republicans to look out for your future because they don't think you have one. They think we're living in the end times, that these are the last days. And so it doesn't fucking matter what they do to the world. Stephen
Unfortunately,
O'Neill
they've thought that for, about 2,000 years.
Lawrence!
Hey, Mr. Lawrence.
Thank you for coming on, Lawrence.
Yeah,
Did you hang out at the hookah bar?
I did, of course.
Of course.
Happy to have you here at the end of the world.
Right, yeah, absolutely. It's what the hell was that?
Oh, sorry, that was Kurgan getting his keys to open his beer.
Gotcha. Okay.
What are you drinking, Kurgan?
Guinness.
Guinness? I need to introduce you to some real stouts.
No, you've introduced me to some real stouts, and if you recall, that pretty much knocked my dick in the dirt. So,
Unfortunately, this is all the rum I got left. Not that much.
Oh,
yeah, I got whiskey for later.
I got this one, Lawrence. I got this one and this one.
Now,
damn, I wish I had that much.
Lawrence is in Milwaukee.
Yeah.
Why aren't you drinking beer, Mr.
Because beer is gross. Rum is better.
Yeah, besides, have you seen Milwaukee's Best?
Yes, it's been great.
Yeah, the Beast. That's what you're drinking. All the good beer's gone.
Although I was actually looking for it tonight. Unfortunately, my local store that usually carries it doesn't. But Dragon's Milk. That's out of Milwaukee, isn't it?
How am I supposed to know?
Yeah, you're from Milwaukee.
He doesn't
you know
drink
everything
beer.
about Milwaukee.
I hate the community by definition, so I try to not concern myself with what's going on locally.
Somebody's drinking some Big Bad Baptist Angel Gamer. That is an awesome beer.
I'm glad that you're here with us, Lawrence. I kind of needed you here.
What's crazy? So in 2016, right, Hillary thought that Michigan and Wisconsin were just such like lock-ins for her that she didn't even bother campaigning there. And then shocker, she lost them. So it's good that this campaign, Kamala has been campaigning at these places, seeing the mistakes of the past. Can't just assume some places.
This is so frustrating though. Tomer gave me this thing about the thing that frustrates him is that he says that everybody's stupid. Everybody on either side of any aisle, everybody's stupid. And I fully understand what he's talking about. The solutions, the situations that we're facing and what needs to be done are so obvious and nobody's fucking doing it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So when you mentioned Hillary, how Hillary lost Michigan, I thought the same thing at the time. And Kamala, with the issue in Israel, why the fuck did you not? This is the thing. If you're going to lose this election, this will be the reason why. Address the Gaza situation a month ago.
Yeah, I think one of the things that people kind of underestimated, or I guess overestimated, a lot of people think that like the third party votes would have like flipped it or something. The thing is, I know out of like the maybe 30 Muslims that I know, half of them would have voted Trump, but instead are voting Stein. So I know that's a very small percentage, but the thing is, it's not like these third party votes, they take away from both Republican, especially this election, and Democrat. So it's that was kind of the big the big, they played the blame game in 2016 for that one.
The Dems were offered an opportunity to have 3 Palestinian speakers.
Right, yeah, and chose none. Yeah, insane.
Yeah.
Absolutely
Yeah.
insane.
And that just strategically, that was so stupid. So what Netanyahu is doing, everybody agrees, I would think, right? Everybody on our side of anything would agree that, okay, if somebody punches you, you have the right to punch them back. You don't have the right to then hunt down their family
and kill them.
And unfortunately, it's the conflict's way longer than just October 7th, right?
But then when people tell me that they're not going to vote for Kamala because she supports this this genocide, while Trump
is worse.
She's saying that she's going to try everything she can to stop the war, which is too little, too late, and it's not enough. But Trump is saying that Netanyahu should finish the job.
Yeah, far worse.
Yeah, which is why, having Trump in office would be far worse for the situation. Combined with Republicans typically don't listen much to their constituency to begin with. At least with a Democrat in office, they can be prodded and pushed. And a lot of people they're not seeing that. They're not seeing that possibility, that chance. With Trump, there is no chance. And they need to move forward with it. I don't
understand. I'm at a loss to get how this is so fucking close.
It's a popularity contest.
Minnesota. Hey, look at Minnesota.
It's the realization of the leopard eating your face party.
I know. Nice. Look at Minnesota. Wow. 46% reporting, and they just turned Kamala 55% to 42% Trump.
Yeah, that's a huge change. Was it 10% to 46%? Something like that.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I want to be hopeful, but I'm looking at a really, really red map right now.
Land doesn't vote. Remember that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, Michigan's still at 36% on that side. So, but Pennsylvania needs to, get their hind parts together.
I know.
Okay, look at my glass. Says Mango Mussolini.
Man, Pennsylvania, you're killing me.
So this guy cheated on all of his wives, lies about everything, failed at everything. His own family won't support him. His previous advisors warn that he's the most dangerous threat the United States has ever faced.
Most dangerous fascist threat the United States has ever faced.
True. But I think the thing is, elections are so, because the vast majority of voters are not super educated on these topics.
Yep.
The issue is it's most of the time it's just based off of vibes. It's unfortunately down to that. And the way that Trump presents himself as kind of just kind of more down to earth. And the thing is, from the way he speaks, I can totally see that. He speaks more like an everyday person than a suited up corporate dem.
I would agree. I would agree up to 2016. At this point, he sounds like senility is taking.
Well, sure, yeah. He does say crazier and crazier shit progressively, right?
They called New Mexico
up to a mic stand.
They called New Mexico for Kamala.
That's good.
192 to 230.
Yeah, but it's still not done.
Yeah. Come on, Arizona. What's happening there?
Come on, Arizona. Put it in.
Yeah, Kurgan.
The thing is, no matter what exactly happens here, I think that it shouldn't be close, right? It shouldn't be close. And the reason it is so close is because you're running milquetoast corporate Dems against someone who's very charismatic. Even though he's insane, he's still charismatic.
Right, which comes back to the popularity contest.
Exactly. So I think what is the thing is the Dems try to I understand wanting to work across the aisle, kind of extend an olive branch, right, something like that. I totally get that, but at the same time, you're losing out on a lot of people because the fire behind people like Bernie and AOC, it's still there because there's a whole vast amount of people that are just not interested in voting because they kind of see them as the same.
What you're saying is exactly true. That Trump some people are saying if he wins tonight, it's a sign that America's taking this populist swing.
Yeah, and
So,
we need to go like I know this is gonna piss off all the all the Dems, but we need to go further left. That's how you fight this.
look
Like,
look
I mean,
at that.
Tim
Look
Walz
at the
I love Tim Walz. Like the thing is, I
yes.
was actually kind of based on Kamala's history. I was especially her time as a DA. I wasn't fully like sold on actually voting for her until she picked Tim Walz. That was the smartest pick she could have done.
Yeah.
So he was just populist enough
it
for me to
surprised
really
me.
like his policies
Yeah.
because he got a lot of stuff accomplished in Minnesota.
But he was left of her
Yeah, exactly.
with really good policies
and a track record to prove it. But what were you going to say, Lily?
It surprised me. I thought she would pick Josh Shapiro to pick up Pennsylvania, but so it wasn't as cynical as the Democratic Party normally is. And I vote Democrat, but I'm not necessarily a Democrat. I'm more left of the Democratic Party. So and what they did at the Democratic convention by putting at least 3 or 4 Republicans on the platform rather than saving that space from for Palestinian American, particularly Michigan, in play, and that this is a losing strategy. People are saying because if you go to the right to pick up votes, some Democrats are going to the left to vote for Trump, so it balances out. And what Lawrence is saying about the Democratic Party needed to go left to pick up some progressives on the left, you would have gotten way more people that way.
Yeah. Let it be more realistically what the right is accusing us of. They want to say that everybody that is more moderate on the right is the radical left.
Yeah, the thing is I think Kyle Klinsky was saying this where we need to act like the left-wing policies are the norm, and if you are not for those things, then you are weirder than you're far right. We need to turn around that rhetoric because like just hearing the term Marxist scares people because they don't know what Marxist even fucking means. So
Yeah.
it's absolutely.
Somebody in the comments right now is saying "cry commies." I want you to know something. My grandfather was in Vietnam, was put in a re-education camp by communists. So not a communist. Don't
also
have
not
to
a communist.
be a communist.
The thing is, anything that even
and
approaches.
Kamala, let's be clear.
Is.
Kamala is not a communist.
No.
Right, nowhere near.
Kamala, you said. You made yourself more communist
That was
now.
pretty funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, nowhere near. And the thing is, just because someone.
Well, that's because they don't really know what a communist is anymore.
No, they don't. Of
Well,
course
it's also because they have this dichotomous thinking. I mean, this is the problem with every one of my critics for all of my career as an activist. People who think in terms of black or white.
Yep.
And you're either all the way on the right or you're all the way on the left. They don't even know about that authoritarian libertarian axis. That part of the political compass doesn't even exist for them. Their thought is one dimensional.
Yeah, it's because the vast majority of people want things nice and simple, black and white. They don't want to necessarily see the shades of gray. That complicates things.
And with then, with the communist thing, I wanted to differentiate because some people are saying they don't know what communism is, and that's true in a way. My grandfather was imprisoned by totalitarian communists, not the kind of communist a lot of people on the left are, but I'm still not that communist either.
Well, see, and that's just it, though. That is exactly an example of what I'm saying, though, is that you understand that there's different types of communism. Well, now you're adding an extra layer, an extra shade of gray that most people are going to look at and say, you're speaking Greek. I don't understand what you're talking about.
I do.
Yeah, you do.
Sorry,
but you're not most people, right?
That was the joke about
Lawrence speaks fluent Russian, so he probably has a better idea about communism.
Well, communism, yeah. It's anything that's like even they're calling Kamala a communist, which is crazy. And people like Bernie Sanders or AOC also communists, also not true. The thing is, when it comes to the position that I don't know everyone here on this panel, But I think Arn and Lalandra kind of fall into like the social democrat, if I'm
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So like that
Well,
requires like a mix
it's a funny
of
thing. I'm social democrat. My wife is democratic socialist.
right. Yeah. So the thing is like that requires a mix of socialist policies and capitalism. So we need a healthy mix of those because the thing is even Marx was like even he pointed out, hey, look, like capitalism has brought out some good things, but then he goes on to criticize the hell out of it. So we need to be able to balance it. Like a lot of the policies that we have here that people like are already kind of socialist. The
Social
firefighters
Security.
are paid
Yeah.
for, yeah, social security. Firefighters pay for by taxes, same with the police. Like these are institutions that are already funded in that way. So it's not that you're against it entirely. You just hear the scary word like socialism and you just go and people just go insane.
Exactly.
I
You
got to read some
hear-
comments. Let me catch up on these
Before you
real
say
quick.
that, before you say that, people hear socialist, so they think USSR, the United Soviet Socialist Republic. So
And
that's
the
what they think of
Nazis call
socialist.
themselves socialists too, when they clearly
Right,
are
yeah.
not.
Yeah.
But let me read these comments just as quickly as I can, and I want to get back to. I want to let you guys talk because it's brilliant and I'm enjoying it. But let me read these comments. Deviant Outcast says, "Whatever happens tonight, tomorrow will come, and we'll deal with whatever it brings when it does. Here's to never giving up, never giving in, never losing sight of the long run fight." Thank you very much, Deviant Outcast. I'm taking that with me to heart when I go to sleep. If I could go to sleep tonight.
God, Pennsylvania's killing me. It's
How-
80% reporting. Donald Trump 51% ahead to Kamala 47.
That's painful.
It's
how-
really
how does-
Pennsylvania.
How
I'm
does
not
Bo
Pennsylvania.
put it, Arn? In a long enough timeline, we win.
I don't
Yeah.
know. The social, the
me
arc
see.
bends toward justice. Something.
I have to remember that it was in 2020 that we were right here. We were right where we are now before Biden managed to pull it out.
Okay.
And I got to say, I didn't want Biden. My wife didn't want Biden. I don't know anybody that really wanted Biden.
But it was still a better choice.
Well, not
Mhm.
only that, but it was when we got him, I was expecting him to disappoint me more than he did,
Yeah.
earlier than he did.
Yep.
He actually did better than I thought he would.
Honestly, like probably the most effective president in modern history. Like it's crazy how much stuff he was able to
he
get
managed
done.
to accomplish exactly. He outperformed everybody's expectations.
I'm
Virginia has
impressed.
been called.
Yeah.
For Harris. Right.
Reading more of the comments. So clever motel. I still want to know where that name came from.
As opposed to those unclever ones.
Clever Motel offers $2 and says Minnesota has voted blue since 1976. It's gonna swing blue. Hopefully.
Yeah, it's going there now.
Okay.
It's 1%.
Icarus says the VP has to certify the election. Hint.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
And probably just probably.
I was wondering when I was going to hear that little bit of conspiracy theory.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
feel like in a case like this, they would. Who's the next person in line usually? The Speaker of the House, is that the next person in line? Or am I-
Yeah. Wouldn't
behind
that be
VP.
Johnson?
Probably.
Yeah.
I would think
I'd
that'd
have to
be
check that
honest.
though.
I don't remember when they called North Carolina for.
I know that the two of you
But
won't
that's-
understand this, but the idea of having Lawrence and Kurgan in the same discussion with me just fills my heart with joy.
This just tickles your cockles, huh?
I didn't notice when they called North Carolina for Trump, but that's bad.
Yeah, Pennsylvania. That's the linchpin here. 'Cause
Yeah. it's
even if I
definitely-
turn every other state blue, including Arizona,
Arizona.
Nevada, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan, without Pennsylvania, it's still 268.
Oh my God!
So that one must be there.
Come on,
God
Pennsylvania.
damn it. Okay, so let me read the rest of these comments. New York's beer reviews I love that name. $4.99. If Trump wins, what will Republicans do in 4 years? We'll have President Vance, and he will. The Constitution will already be rewritten so that there won't be any more elections, and we'll just have President Putin. I mean Vance. And then I feel like Trump has become the only option now for them. They are so engraved in the MAGA cult. Yeah, that will surprisingly change. Once they have power to the point that they can just keep power, and they've been working for this for a long time. I've talked to a lot of Republicans who admit they don't want democracy at all. They don't want a government of, by, or for we the people. They want an autocracy. They want a king. They want authoritarianism. They want to be told what to do and forced to do it.
Yeah, there are a lot of people out there like that, unfortunately.
Moving on, John O'Neill offers $5 and says, will the USA ever have an openly secular president? That depends on tonight. Honestly, it really does.
Oh, yeah.
If Trump wins, then the answer is no.
Phil, are there any blue counties that are out for Pennsylvania right now?
Let's see. Let's check the big ones. For Pencil.
While you're looking for that, Tulloch Horde and the Acolyte Orchestra, I love that name, says GenSec one. I'm sorry, that's part of his name. Tulloch Horde and the Acolyte Orchestra GenSec offers $1.99 and says, are we about to lose? We won't know that for another few hours.
I don't know.
But it ain't looking good.
Yeah, on New York's beer reviews comment. So there was this chaotic part of me that, like, just this tiny little bit that was like, well, actually, if Trump wins, we can just get this whole thing over with, and then we can see what happens. But the thing is, it would be so devastating that it's just not good.
We've already seen what's happening. People, just on the abortion thing alone, people are dying.
Does nobody that voted for Trump notice that every year that we have a Category 5 hurricane, Donald Trump says, whoever heard of a Category 5 hurricane? We've never heard of one of those before. It's worse than anybody's ever seen. He says that in numbers like nobody's ever seen. He says that all the fucking time. We see Category 5 hurricanes every fucking year, you asshole. More and more and more.
Yeah.
Stop saying the stupid bullshit lie. We know you're full of shit.
And but we can fix it with a nuke.
Oh, right, of course, yeah.
Tactical nuke.
That Democrat
nuke
weather
them
machine
from orbit.
is going
That's
a little
right.
All right,
right.
Trump supporter, tell me you're not stupid. Show me that you're not stupid.
I did not know that the Democrats were in league with Cobra.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, like we have known the cause of more erratic weather for a very long time. In fact, like it was like right after the Industrial Revolution. There were scientists who were like, hey, listen, all this carbon dioxide that we're putting in the air, that's gonna fuck us over. So we've known since then that it would be a problem. And since then, the amount of evidence that has amounted to human caused climate change is fucking astounding. And then the thing is, because we need to put more money in education, but that's something that Trump, if he gets reelected, is going to cut. Because here's the thing, in their second terms, presidents do what they want to do. They feel more free. They don't have to worry about being reelected. So like during Obama's second term, he was releasing he's pardoning nonviolent drug offenders just because he fucking could. So in second terms is when presidents do the things that they actually want to do, which is what makes this
Scary.
election so particularly dangerous.
Now in
So-
Pennsylvania, there are two polling places that are closing late. One is closing. Cambria County has 133,000 people, and it is east of Pittsburgh, and it is closing at 10 EST, of course. And Luzerne County is closing at 9:30, and it's outside of Scranton, and 327,000 people there.
And so for the larger cities, so Pittsburgh, they're at 94% counted at this point. And so they're at a 60-40 split towards Harris. But even as those come in, that's not a whole lot to surmount that portion. Now, Philadelphia, that's going to be probably the largest one. It's only 69% reporting, giggity. But that is probably the most populous one there. And so it's a 77-22 split as of now in Philadelphia. And so if those last 30 come in, if it maintains at that threshold, then that takes up a lot of ground. It may not necessarily carry all the way, but that's a significant ground that they can make up there. And the last large one is Allentown in Lehigh County. They're at 88%, but that's only a 52-47 split. So even those finishing up, that's not going to have a large effect changing that state. So Philadelphia, the county of Philadelphia, is basically where the most of that hope lies.
So speaking as a scientist, it looks like I just might get to run this experiment where Trump wins and everything is fucked for everybody. But the problem is that, as Carl Sagan said, excuse me, not Carl Sagan, George Carlin, so very close, I realized that it's so easy to get the two confused. Think about how stupid the average person is, and then realize that half the people are stupider than that. That's why we have this election like this.
Because they're stupid.
Exactly right. They're fucking stupid. And they will never admit when they're wrong, except that when Trump keeps fucking them and fucking the economy, I will be able to bring it up to them. Hey, you could have had affordable health care. You could have had affordable college. You could have had a tax system that actually works. You could have had prices that made sense. You could have had legislation against price gouging, but now you've got tariffs on everything. And
which is just going to make prices go up. It's crazy.
That's if Trump keeps his promises, which he never does. So I'm going to have the next few years, I would say 4, but we realize we're not going to have an election because Trump is going to be eliminated by his own party so that Vance can be put into power. And then we'll just have whoever the oligarchs want to keep. And then I will be eliminated quietly.
And squirrels will be safe, though.
True. Squirrels and
Corn
raccoons.
squirrels.
Yes. Squirrels, peanuts, and squirrels.
Pornographic squirrels will be safe.
Somebody was saying if we lose Pennsylvania, you'd have to win all the remaining states, but they counted Georgia in there, which I think they've already called.
I would say
North
Georgia
Carolina.
that's going to be unlikely. Assuming the loss, as I said before, assuming the loss of Georgia as well, even with every other state won, Arizona, Nevada, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan, without Pennsylvania is 268.
North Carolina is already called too.
Right. I have that one that's lost too.
Yeah.
So it's just like will be on that precipice.
They voted for the leopard eating your face party.
It all depends on Pennsylvania right now.
Yeah. So
Well,
Wisconsin is Wisconsin's in that same boat where the most populous county, Milwaukee County, is only at 58%. That's a 66 to 32% break towards Harris. And so that's a lot of votes that can come in and kind of make up that difference between those two, because that's not fairly large. Unless I think it's less than 100,000. I guess we just updated. It is now just at 100,000. So that's fun.
What kind of activist can I be if Trump wins again? Do you realize I feel like a kamikaze pilot? There's no way I can survive. And there's no way I can stop. I certainly can't just conform to this shit.
You can survive it. Some people are not going to though.
Yeah, I'm going to be one of those people that doesn't survive it.
It's going to be a hell. I mean, with a gutting of the FTC, and so no watchdogs for companies doing, unfair practices and taking advantage of people, like the FTC under Khan has done, the labor board, and so a de-strengthening of unions when there's a lot of support for unions there, but if you don't have a NLRB that has a favorable committee that's actually make sure that those rules are followed by companies that will try to fight it tooth and nail, then you have unions that are going to lose a significant amount of power if the NLRB comes back and said, well, no, you can't do that. No, you can't strike in that way. Or, making those decisions, it really hamstrings their power, let alone stuff if the Senate actually changes hands. Right now, it's still at 41 Democratic seats that have been voted for now to 49. If Trump is president with the Senate majority, the House, I'm not sure where's that right now, 142 to 173. That's a long way to go to get to that 218 threshold. So we're gonna have to see about that one. But if all those pieces line up, that is a huge issue for legislation. So many things that could be passed, because unlike the Democrats, they're not going to say, "Oh, well, the filibuster," and we got to check with the who's the person. Oh my goodness, the was it the bipartisan? Who was the person inside of the Senate where they were like, we can't trample the rules or something like that? Oh,
Manchin.
Well, he's always in that way. Good,
yeah.
Right? But that is not going to hamper Republicans in power if they have all those. They're not going to sit there and say, well, no, we can't just trample over. It's the etiquette and the history of this institution. They're going to say, F this. Yeah, we want this passed. Get out my way.
They've been doing that to Barack Obama and Biden from day one. They took their Supreme Court. They're not about political norms like Biden thinks they are. That's why I didn't like him as a presidential nominee over everybody else. Can he overcome Pennsylvania with Arizona and Georgia?
Well, that's what the parliamentarian. There it is. That's the name. Oh, the parliamentarian said you can't do things. It's like they're not going to be concerned about what the parliamentarian is saying to do or not do. They're going to say, let's get this ish done.
They've already shown they do that. They've already shown it. Can they overcome Pennsylvania with Arizona and Georgia?
With Georgia, that's
and Arizona.
Let me see.
I got to read some more comments. Ronaldo Martinez offers $2 and says it's Dick Cheney's fault.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. Like, okay, I understand trying to reach across the aisle and all that, but like, why are you putting so much emphasis on Liz Cheney and Dick Cheney? Like, they're awful. Like, say, oh, hey, thank you for your support. I really appreciate it. And then
you don't get a place to speak at our convention. You're Dick Cheney, for God's sake.
Seriously.
The out here, we had the Arizona Republicans for Harris, right? And Trump's campaign's way of combating that was starting to put up billboards, Democrats and independents for Trump. And I can't think of a single Democrat that would vote for Trump. So that billboard alone was just, for the most part, a bald-faced lie. And ultimately, Arn, you keep asking why people keep doing this. It's because the propaganda they've been pushing out has been nothing but lies.
Yep.
And it's kind of like
how are people that stupid?
Okay. And yet you have arguments with people all the time who are that stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. So
you
with
built a career around it, okay?
So with Georgia in play,
with a constrictor around my neck.
Yeah.
So with Georgia in play, there's much more wiggle room at that point. So if Georgia's in there, Pennsylvania can be lost. Even Wisconsin can be lost. For example, Wisconsin or Minnesota, not both, but then that would still be enough with Nevada coming into play.
And Arizona coming into play.
Yeah, and Arizona being there as well. And so the Georgia at 16, that's a heck of a lot of votes kind of jumping in there. So I don't see that. I mean, unless there's a lot of trickling in that needs to be counted on that side, which may be the case depending on how many people did things early. So, and that's going to affect a lot of these races. There's just, we don't know what that wild card is. We don't know what those numbers look like. And so they're going to fill in as they fill in.
Travis Suter says PA will switch back to blue. There's a lot of room in Philadelphia and the surrounding counties. All the red counties are small and at 95%.
I agree with that with Philadelphia. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I got to read some comments. I'm sorry. Ronaldo Martinez offers $2 and says Dick Cheney's. I read that one. I'm sorry. Malmorius offers $6.66 and says Satan 2024. Well, in a sense, yeah. It's right now. It's looking like the Antichrist is going to win.
No, the prophecies would be way cooler.
Oh, besides, the prophecies would be fulfilled in that case. So
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. There's something.
Then Sarah Tuscany Andreski says the problem is the lack of long-term planning. If Trump wins, we need to spend every day doing whatever we can to obstruct 2025. Yeah, I get that. Why does it always got to be so much work for the few of us that aren't fucking stupid? Thank you. You're so stupid.
So stupid.
Ryan Murphy says, when will Schittler oh, let me react to that. Schittler. When will Schittler claim victory? Tonight or wait for some conspiracy to seat itself? He'll claim it tonight. And then Keith Anthony Infinity.
Just so we're clear, he's already planted those seeds.
Yeah.
He's already talking about like, oh, there's cheating going on in Pennsylvania. Well, like, well, if you get Pennsylvania, then we can just accuse you of cheating in Pennsylvania. But
there's already cheating going on, but he's the one doing it. So Keith Anthony Infinity Huckleberry, Huckleby? Interesting. $1.99, no message. Thank you very much. And then the Majestic Sea Pancake. Somebody chose the name the Majestic Sea Pancake.
Here's to you, Majestic Sea Pancake.
That's right.
Yeah.
My main worry, as terrible as another Trump presidency would be, is seeing 2028 as the final fork. Where are you going? If where was I? I'm trying to this bullet is getting in my way.
What's that?
If we have AI job loss as a new upset, high unemployment could seed fascism descent.
Final fascism descent.
Georgia, Nevada could replace Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm. It's possible. Well, that's sad.
And then Jen with one N, RFK in charge of women's health.
We would need if Georgia and Nevada replaced Pennsylvania, we'd still need Wisconsin and Michigan.
So
yeah, not only RFK.
I gotta finish reading the post. Jen with one N, RFK in charge of women's. Wait, the whole thing jumped. She said, "I can't even. I'm at a loss for coherent thought about this."
Yep. Right up there with Herschel Walker being responsible for the missile defense system.
Right?
Somebody's saying we need Pennsylvania or Georgia.
I'd rather be a werewolf.
So, like, if we get Wisconsin and Michigan, we need either Pennsylvania and Georgia and Nevada.
Keith Anthony Infinity Huckleby, $4.99, says, how do you think those of us who are scientists will be affected if Trump gets into office again? Don't you remember what happened last time Trump was in office?
You won't have a job.
I was one of many that flew to Washington, D.C. to protest when Trump started putting limits on what scientists could say in their papers, because there were a number of words he did not want anybody to publish. if you're not a scientist, you might not be aware of this, but there was a massive thing there was a huge response that Trump wouldn't allow certain words because he doesn't want things about like climate change to be accepted as real, because that implies human responsibility.
Someone said if Trump wins, I'm starting an Anne Frank diary tomorrow.
Goodness. Hawaii's been called.
Just
That's dark. That is so dark.
So far, in case you guys are curious, the map is looking exactly the same as the Hillary Trump one.
Oh
That's
my
not
God.
encouraging. You're
I
supposed to
know.
only say encouraging things.
Listen,
They
hey,
call
I'm here to speak
Hawaii.
truths. All right.
Yeah. They call Hawaii for Harris.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
I mean, it's matching what the expectations.
But it's 0% reporting again.
Just we know. So just Hawaii. It's blue.
Why is America so
Stupid. Idiot.
I'm not even going to bother completing the sentence anymore. I'll just let my wife.
Just let her finish your sentence. You've been together that long.
Yep, exactly. It's very predictable. He's gonna say stupid.
That's
The
right.
word stupid.
She knows you best.
Yes.
And the funny thing is, she is making fun of me, but she also knows that I'm right, and I get both of those things. Oh,
North Carolina's already been called, so it's down to what Georgia.
why is this so
Georgia,
fucking
Pennsylvania,
bad? What
and we gotta get we
Kurgan,
gotta get Michigan and
yo.
Wisconsin.
have you talked to family members who are this stupid?
Yeah.
No.
What's wrong with them?
Really?
Vast majority of my family votes Democrat.
Yay.
Why is it the vast majority of my family, with the exception of maybe 3 people,
How many
everybody
trans people-
is super
Why did
fucking
you-
dumb?
How many trans
Assume
people?
why
How
do you
many trans
assume
people do you
Kurt's
have in your
family's
family?
stupid?
Because he met me in Texas. I don't know.
But we can't say because we're in Texas. Yeah.
Thing is, how many of your family members are openly trans?
We can
Oh,
we
yeah.
can't say because
There
we're
you
in
go.
Texas.
Yeah.
I know of 2 family members in my house, in my family, and they have all of our support. So, if you're wondering why the vast majority of my family votes Democrat, there's your answer.
The
Because
one of
they're
the
not
things I love
stupid.
about Kurgan is a tattoo artist and a Harley mechanic. He's probably not the guy you'd be thinking would be the most progressive person I know.
It's killing me. Pennsylvania, you're killing me right now.
I know I get plenty of people in my cars who automatically assume that I am extreme right. They automatically assume that I'm a Trump supporter just because of my appearance.
Yeah.
To be fair, I would also assume that.
Yeah. Exactly my point. I know I have the look, but it's also the same reason why when they get in my car and they see me outside, I'll see the eye roll first, right? I'll see the eye roll first. And they're figuring they're either going to hear country or heavy metal coming out of my speakers in the car. But I like money, so I don't play that stuff as much as I might like to listen to some metal. So I'm playing jazz. And they get in the car.
I don't know how the fuck you do that. I know
jazz is better than country.
Love Judas Priest.
Well, it's amazing how jazz artists can take anything, it seems like, and turn it into jazz. Sesame Street. The theme song for Sesame Street has been redone multiple times in a jazz format. Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. I've heard Tool done that way. Quite a few metal artists have been turned into jazz. There's even a brass band called Brass Against that has converted everything to horns from Rage Against the Machine.
I love that people would call for tech support.
I thought it was a Rise Against joke. Okay.
People would call tech support and they would expect a nerd to show up to fix their computer. And instead they get 6'3" worth of Kurgan.
I feel like
I worked in IT for 20 years, and I did some field service work. So
I feel like with metal, you've got this mix of classical influence, jazz, like with I don't know if you consider Pink Floyd metal,
It's
and
progressive.
I would not call that metal. No,
It's
that's psychedelic.
progressive. It's progressive
rock.
rock. Yeah.
And the other one is blues,
Yeah.
all influenced by those three.
Yeah, remember that Led Zeppelin and Black Sabbath were both classified as blues originally.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
The Stones. Yeah. Not.
All right, so I'm
they're
going to
not
read
metal.
through some more comments because I got to. The Spicy Nugget says, "Hey, Aaron, where can I find your book, We Are All Apes? I have your other one, but I can't find that one.
Amazon.
I wouldn't be able to tell you. I'd have to look it up myself. I'm sorry.
It's on Amazon.
That's a spicy question, though.
Yeah.
Oh.
And speaking of which, the Spicy Nugget, the next comment says, "Hey, Aaron, where can wait, that's one I just read. How did I do that? Well, it was the same one copied by two people. Okay, so Sonic Omega 5000 offers $5.
The names are just getting better.
Yeah. There may still be some counting to go, but I'm fairly anxious. You think?
Yeah, I've been that way this whole time because Biden, like he was underwater like the whole last year, and I was like, oh my god, it was freaking me out. And I was so happy when they changed it to Kamala.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And Pennsylvania is starting to close in a little bit. They're down to about 170,000 difference. That Philadelphia County is starting to rise in its percentage, that side. So it's compressing that a little bit.
There better be a big damn change in a short time.
Philadelphia is the cradle of our democracy. Come on.
Yeah. And they're still at a 78 to 21% like divergence between Harris Trump. So it's still very, very high towards Harris.
And Arizona still hasn't given us anything in like an hour.
Yeah, they've been chilling now.
What's wrong with you?
Like maybe 10,000 votes over the last hour.
We're running on AmGuard time. And yeah, I know it's a joke only you will get, but yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. So the next comment, because I've got to read some of these comments. Pat 120180 offers $2 and says, "Dumpy will use the USA like a diaper, dang it." Yeah, the incontinent incompetent certainly will shit on everything.
It's like, for me, it's like what Phil was saying earlier. What more do you want? Like, how could you get any more than you already have? You have more money than most of us could spend in 50 lifetimes.
Mm-hmm.
What
I
do
don't
you
think he
want?
I don't think he actually has that money. I think he just is really good at getting loans constantly.
Which reminds me, honey, back in 2016, we did a watch party with Phil, and Trump won against a woman.
Yeah.
What the fuck were you thinking? Having another watch party with Phil?
I said to ask Phil too, because he knew before we did that it was not going well. And also we could say goodbye to Trump together, maybe after we got surprised and got sucker punched like that.
Okay.
That was a sucker punch, because I could not believe that my country was that. What's the word, dear?
Stupid.
Neo Cosmic Crusher offers $5 and says, "I'm concerned with Trump's bootlicking obsession. Cops are horrible enough as they are, but with him wanting to indemnify them is serious tyranny. Yeah, I know, because serious tyranny is what he's all about." And then moving on to the next comment, Sad Doggo offers $2 and says, "Writing an essay right now feels comically pointless. I get it. The fuck does anything matter if fucking Trump wins?"
I know.
Then somebody, for whatever reason, I don't have a name attached to this. This is just Norwegian, 50 Norwegian kroner, I guess. I'm not sure. "If Trump wins, you'll soon learn the great European tradition of defenestration."
Throwing ourselves out of windows.
Oh, yeah.
That was a comment. Oh no, maybe that wasn't a comment. I guess there was something else. I thought that was Alexander's, but I don't think that's right.
And then I have there's no possible way I could pronounce this correctly. Alexander Dalek which I know that's not right because that's not a D and that's not a C, but I don't know any other way to say it. Alexander Dudek offers €20 and says, since when USA has 61,706,528 people who want to destroy it. Right?
Yes.
By the way, Aaron, thank you for everything. I'm listening to your content while I work, and it's really helpful. Also, just ordered your book and can't wait to dig in. Thank you very kindly. Okay, I've read the comments. I've caught up.
Yeah,
That's important.
And that was Insula's comment, that $50 of the kroner. Insula, Insula? I don't know. But that was their comment.
Yep.
Y'all tell me something brilliant and hopeful about how this is going to turn around.
Something brilliant and hopeful in how this is going to turn around.
Pennsylvania is still trending
brilliant and
closer.
hopeful, but also simultaneously telling you to shut the fuck up.
I want to hear what Phil said about Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania is still trending a little bit closer. So it's the last time I looked at it, it was at 170,000 difference. Now it's closer to about 165. So and it just changed again. So now I got to bust out my calculator.
It's less than 100,000 now.
All right. Well, Arizona's still on their coffee break. So
I know.
The fuck is wrong with your state, Kurgan? Why don't you fix that shit?
It's all the weed.
Yeah. That. And aliens.
Yeah.
Lawrence, are you still with us?
I am, unfortunately.
He's just listening to the
Lawrence, I appreciate you. Thank you for being here.
Lawrence went to go get all the people in Wisconsin to say, hey, you know?
Come on, you scratch my back, I scratch your back.
That's right.
I mean, I did what I could, but people are stupid.
That's
stupid. Yeah.
I had to explain the concept of tariffs to them and how that's actually not good for us.
There was this movie that starred marionettes. America World Police. What is it?
Oh yeah.
And the Kim Jong-un character said this line. This is my favorite line I think I've ever heard in any movie ever. When Kim Jong-un, as a marionette, says, "Why is everyone so fucking stupid?" I've used that in a number of my videos. I just absolutely love that.
Yeah, somebody's like, Team America, fuck yeah. Gonna win the motherfucking day now.
Lick my balls. Okay, so Wonky Donk, well, there's a great name, offers $5 and says, here's another comment so you aren't caught up anymore. Thank you. Monster in Head offers $5 Californian and says, good luck to my American friends. Obviously, that was Canadian, but every time I see CA, I think California.
We really need that luck right now.
Yeah. MGWTFBBQ Kitty. I don't know what the fuck all that means.
That makes perfect sense to me.
Does it?
Yes.
You say it.
Okay. Oh my God. What the fuck? Barbecue Kitty.
There it is.
This is not complicated, Aaron. Stop being a boomer.
I can't stop being. I am what I am. Offers $5 and says, "Hey, Aaron, thanks for being there for my wife. Between you, Seth, and Matt, you guys helped us solidify our enlightenment. Also, Trump." I don't know where to go with that.
Trump? I don't know.
Also, Trump sucks.
That whole message I didn't get.
It's on the screen.
Yep.
Okay. Good. All right. So, Kamala, Pennsylvania. The fuck is wrong here?
Yeah. Why are you so stupid?
Let's say. Still the same.
There's only one thing I can
difference.
blame Kamala for. Fucking Israel.
No, I don't really blame her for that. She's the vice president, but I do.
You talk about strategy.
Yeah, that for the campaign, yes.
Yeah, that was fucking stupid.
Like
Yes,
it would have flipped so many
Netanyahu-
people. Like
even
there's
if it
so many.
wasn't an election year, there's no excuse for letting Netanyahu. We'll just continue sending you weapons, even though you're fucking shooting children while they're standing in line at a food truck. I get it. But at the same time, we have to judge Kamala. We don't judge Trump.
no.
Trump wants to eradicate all of them. He wants full-on genocide. But we don't judge him. The line that I heard, which is absolutely correct, he gets to be lawless. She has to be flawless. Because that's how we judge people.
He's fitting into his expectation of no expectation versus her side, where it's so much more is expected. Like, oh, you need to have a plan. You need to be able to enunciate it. We want details, and how dare you not explain what your plan is? And then you go on to his side and say, "Oh, we're going to do tariffs." Okay, well, what exactly does that mean?
He doesn't fucking know.
No, that's not his wheelhouse.
China pays that.
He knows this. He knows that tariffs have if you're uneducated, he knows that, and he loves the uneducated. He knows that they have a bad reputation for other places or something like that, something vaguely related to that. So he just says it without actually knowing what it means.
No, and the people that that are around him, I mean, it works well at rallies. It's just fine. So why change it? Like there's no pressure for him to change that, because for the people that he cares, or at least for their opinions, it works just fine. So there's no real pressure for him to do so.
Kurgan, our mutual friend, Living Dead Girl, keeps sending me brochures to move to Canada.
I was looking.
Speaking of which, I might have to hit up Lilith for that marriage invitation.
I was looking, and Ted Cruz is our senator yet again.
Oh my word! How the fuck do people vote for? Think about it. You voted for Ted Cruz.
His own family doesn't like him. Other Republicans,
and you still went. You were still able to sleep tonight.
Yeah.
Why the fuck are people so? What's the word, dear?
Stupid.
Thank you.
E6 reporting.
Somebody please say something, because I'm just beside myself.
Right now, numbers are not trending in good portions, but that could be. I mean, they've only changed a little bit here and there, and so it may be more the rural portions being counted versus the larger populated areas on that side. But there's been some just slight spreading. So Michigan has went from 148,000 difference to 178 to 188.
Okay, so just so that everybody knows, if you need to relieve some stress, porn will only be available until January 6th.
Also, I think this. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, that's probably true. So it's probably your best shot at starting an OnlyFans. So go ahead.
Yeah, go for broke.
Hey, make money while you can.
Yeah.
I like that he phrased it as your best shot. Yeah. Maybe your last one. Somebody say something encouraging.
I was about to say something, but it wasn't going to be encouraging.
Something encouraging.
Well, it's different, I guess. So there's two measures on the ballot I talked about earlier in Nebraska, where one is legalizing abortion through viability. The other is enshrining the 12-week ban. They are currently both, looks like they're both going to pass. It hasn't been officially called, but they're both they're going against each other. And so there's going to be a second general election in 2026, apparently, that will have to be done to ratify whatever gets passed. But right now, it looks like they're both on the way to passing.
See, when we have out here in Arizona, when we have two bills that oppose each other and they both pass, it's the one with the most votes that actually win.
will be approved this year and again. But duly measures must receive blah blah blah. Green on the vote. So if that's the case, if that is the case, then it would be the 12-week ban to enshrine the current 12-week ban into the state's constitution. That one is currently winning between the two. Not by a huge margin. It's 51.5% to 52.9%. So extremely close.
Yep.
Peter, I hope you're still out there keeping up with this because I can see by the notes that you are. Good on you, sir, because there's no way I could keep up with this. We got almost 1,400 people watching right now.
And Nevada is just chilling out. They were supposed to report something by now.
What state?
Nevada. Over there. The state around Las Vegas. That's the
the empty space around Las Vegas.
Oh my god!
Have you ever been there, Phil?
I've been to Vegas a couple times, as a matter of fact.
What time of year?
I've gone during St. Patty's Day. That was interesting and busy.
Still gonna be nice too. Still gonna be nice.
Yeah, it was nice. And the other time was I believe it was in last October, if I'm not mistaken. So it felt okay outside, not too overbearing.
Yeah, no, October is usually when it's starting to cool back down.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Because the first time my son went to Las Vegas, he got to experience the way I did. We walked out of the airport. The sliding glass doors open, and he gets hit with the wind. It was like, holy fuck, it's hot out here.
Blast furnace.
It is a blast furnace. I honestly, literally did fry an egg on my sidewalk when I lived in Las Vegas last.
Oh, wow.
I had a plate 1 foot by 1 foot that was made of copper. I put it out on the sidewalk at 10 o'clock in the morning or so. Mm-hmm. And I came back out at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, cracked an egg on it, fried it.
Yeah, one of our news stations out here last year during the summer put a bunch of things on a cookie sheet and set them out in the sun to see how long it would take for those things to melt or cook or what have you. The giant gummy bear was the most awesome one because it just slowly.
Yeah, but I literally did. I literally did fry an egg on the sidewalk. It's fucking hot out there. Anyway, so I killed Earl. Offers $5 and says, on behalf of North Carolina, I send my sincerest apologies for the ignorant votes of my what's the word, my wife?
Stupid.
Fellow North Carolinians. And then moving on to the next comment. This is from Fancy Monkey. I like that name. $5. It says, I'm a Wisconsin native living in Georgia. I'm shitting myself.
Yeah, that's not great.
Yeah.
Kaopectate.
Kaopectate. That's the OG. Like that's king.
Looking like some bad news here. Democrats on the Senate. The Republicans have a 51 seats.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. I've seen at least 50 here.
Yeah, see, I need a balsam colonic now. Thank you.
The fuck is wrong with the goddamn country?
People are stupid.
Yeah. The house is still still waiting on that.
Thank you.
Stupid.
Still with 3 O's. So, Living Dead Girl asked me if hentai counts as porn. Don't take away my tentacle anime.
Yes, it does. So,
of course it does. Tentacle sex has the word sex in it.
Okay. So, moving on to the next comment, because I've got to get through these.
Also, it's pronounced hentai, you fucking plebs.
I'm sorry, what?
I said it's pronounced hentai, you fucking plebs.
Hentai, oh yeah.
Oh my God. These are all in initials, so I have to figure it out. Oh my God.
You got to understand, Lawrence, he's old. He doesn't know that.
Right, of course.
What? What? Yeah, what you say, Sonny? Yeah. Oh my God! What the fuck? Barbecue Kitty says $5. Thank you. I just want to say my name. I just want you to say my name again. Oh my God! What the fuck? Barbecue Kitty. They're eating the dogs.
That's the OnlyFans page right there.
And then Eric Wander says, gifted 5 RN Raw memberships. Thank you. Bobtailed Trucker offers $5 and says, if the Republicans want tariffs, let them pay all of them they want and leave us out. Yeah, thank you. Then Galen offers $10 and says, in relation to the INP war, I see people on TikTok comment on how they want to send all Palestinians to Gaza and let Israel nuke them. Some include Dems and liberals. Scary, scary times. Too much hate. Dems and liberals want to nuke Palestinians in Gaza. I have a very hard time believing that shit.
Yeah, but you got to remember that Dems and liberals also want us to euthanize squirrels named Peanut and allow people to eat cats and dogs. So
no, that's not true. When the police abducted, and by the way, I've raised live squirrels in my house. By the way, I don't recommend. It's like having monkeys live loose in your house. But I've had squirrels living in my house.
That sounds great too. Let's be clear.
He's also had a big bird.
The state took, and I know Kurgan remembers this, as does Living Dead Girl, because he was here when I had squirrels in my house. The state took our squirrels away until the squirrels mauled somebody and sent her to the hospital. The deputized person who then notified us to come and get the squirrels again, because we were the only ones that could keep the squirrels without getting mauled by them. So we were deputized by the state to keep the squirrels the state took from us.
Yep. See, and that's just it. That's what happened with this other guy. His squirrel was taken away from him, and the squirrel bit somebody, and they euthanized it to test it for rabies.
It's a squirrel. Rodents don't get rabies. And see, this is why the person who was authorized by the state to keep wild squirrels deputized us, because they know it's not a rabies thing. So we ended up, the state gave us our squirrels back.
But see, that's just it. One of the last runs J.D. Vance was making the other day brought this up and said that Democrats want to do this.
I'm sick.
That Democrats don't care about wildlife or animal life or anything like that.
They don't care about anything.
Never mind the fact that the Republican Party's pushed all kinds of stuff to actually harm animal rights.
Yeah, so, like harvesting the entirety of the Gulf of Mexico.
So the fact is what I said earlier is they lie. The propaganda is full of lies, and people believe it because it is propaganda. What's its purpose?
And people are, what's the word, my wife?
They're very smart. People are very smart.
I must have caught my wife unaware with that one. Benjamin Hughes offers $4.99 and says, I'm the crazy atheist ex-trans person from Indianapolis. I also have a BPD PTSD, and I'm legal. I don't know what BPD means, and I'm legally disabled. What is survival like?
Bipolar disorder.
A what?
Bipolar
disorder.
Yeah.
I'm already wrestling with ex-trans person. I have no idea. There are so many double negatives in there. I'm too confused. Silver Phoenix Rising offers $20 and says, I feel you, Aaron. I hate being an intelligent person surrounded by, what's the word, my wife?
Stupid.
This one's spelled with 2 O's.
Yep.
I'm
stupid. like the Alice Cooper album.
Yes.
Hey, stupid.
That's right.
Which is his best album.
Person surrounded by stupid dum-dums. I'm in Indiana, by the way. Oh, I feel for you. And then Galen offers $5 and says, I meant to say that if people on TikTok feel that way about Dems, liberals, and Palestinians, the people on TikTok are probably radicalized Republicans.
I would agree with that.
Benjamin Hughes offers $1.99 and says, I have live squirrels in Sorry, let me read that again. Benjamin Hughes says offers $1.99 says, I have live squirrels in my head. I have a picture in my Facebook of a squirrel on my head that was living in my house at the time. Julius Caesar offers $5 and says FTP, which I can't remember what FTP means.
File transfer protocol.
Fuck the police.
Uh-huh.
It's one of those. They're almost exactly the same. Okay. Do I need to refresh this map?
Just to be abundantly clear, everyone should go listen to Alice Cooper's "Hey Stupid." It's really
I agree.
good.
It is
a really good album.
It's a great album. It's awesome. It's one of my favorites.
All except for the part where he talks about Adam and Eve as if they were real people.
Yeah, well, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, I would love to have a conversation with Alice Cooper.
Okay, we're going to go back into this. You'd also have to have a conversation with Blackie Lawless.
Oh, fuck, do I want to have a conversation with Blackie Lawless? Please.
I would like to see that one. I would like to see that one, actually.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to buy out for the night and leave y'all, let y'all have it for the evening.
What do you? Okay, before you go, Phil, what do you predict?
Ooh, good night. So with the Senate, already kind of moving that way, and as you pointed out, that's likely going to be a majority Republicans in the Senate. The House, that's still kind of up in the air. But even if Harris ekes things out, I mean, besides the appointments directly going into some of those positions, I mean, it'll be federal judges blocked because of the Senate. There'll be a lot of stopping of things. But right now, I'm leaning. I'm kind of up in the air, kind of leaning Trump to a degree.
It's looking like gloom, doom, and what's the word, my wife?
Stupid.
Yeah.
Thank
mean,
you.
it's, not counting, of course, your mail-in ballots and those other pieces that come in. And so we'll have to wait over the next couple of days as those come in. Waiting for Pennsylvania to move.
I think it should be remembered.
Else, so.
I think in at least one state, or not one state, but in some places the machines are broken or something, which is what I've heard. Don't know if it's true or not, but I heard that from the Philip DeFranco stream earlier. So that once they have that fixed, we might see a shift.
Right. And so
before you leave, Phil, I have to read this comment while you're still here. I killed Earl offers $5 and says, I don't have my ducks in a row. I have squirrels, and they're at a rave.
Or rave on.
I know that people have endured worse.
My bad. It's borderline personality disorder. Okay.
I know that people have endured worse things than having a second Trump presidency, but this is profound.
No,
and it's global.
Realistically, people didn't survive the first one because of the COVID deaths and also the issues with getting a safe abortion, and they're not going to survive a second. There are people who are not going to survive no matter what strategy you have.
Yep.
Realistically.
All based upon things that he's done.
That he will
categorize me as an enemy of the new state.
And what
I
changes?
don't know. I'm not going to give it up yet.
I mean, and I wouldn't, just because there's still a lot of unknowns that are there. I know in Arizona when I was there, they were talking about ballots that were that were burned, if I'm not mistaken. Was that in Arizona?
That wasn't Arizona. That was up in Oregon.
Was that
Washington.
okay?
Oregon,
I was
Washington.
in Arizona, I guess, when I saw the news report. Maybe I'm confusing it up that way, but like there's still some things up in the air, so we'll see as things shake out. Right now, even if she wins the presidency, which I would hope, because that would at least deter and stop a lot of bad that could happen with all the appointments to all the different agencies, the gutting of, IRS, and like there's so many things that come with presidential power and what you can do to wield it outside of the congressional space.
I think Alito and Thomas will step down during his presidency too.
Yeah,
right. They would feel safe to do so at that point.
Yeah, because at that point he can replace them with younger ones.
How the fuck do people? How do they not realize they are evil? How do they not know that? That the whole purpose of your existence, all of your motivation, is to limit rights to other people and to ruin everything for everyone. How do they not know that?
Yeah, so even if Harris wouldn't be able to get a lot of her agenda done, so a lot of that stuff that she was promising would be stopped. It would only be things that she could do from her presidential office. So changes for Department of Education. So student loans is going to be a big thing because I'm sure that's going to be attacked. And it's going to go
the same way it has under Biden in that regard. They'll pass an executive order. Mm-hmm. It'll get challenged in court. And with the current court that we have, it'll get tossed.
Right. So if Trump is there, then he would just come in and say, okay, all the battles that you're currently fighting, for the rules of, like, for example, the new plan that's out there that I'm paying, as a person that's student loans. Oh, you can stop fighting that. Oh, yeah. You can just let that one go. Have a good day. Just go ahead and let that be defeated. And that's it. So it changes a lot of calculus for people and what they look at, what their future is and what it even could be in so many different ways. Reproductive access, who knows what might happen if there's all, those three chambers of power are all in Republican hands.
Yep.
And without a filibuster to get in the way, because of course they're not going to let that get in the way of what they want to do. Get out of here. That's only for Democrats to stop things from moving along.
Just think,
then you got a lot of damage that's sitting there.
There's at least one person, probably more than one person on this panel right now who have made porn movies. And
yeah, I wonder who that could be.
Why do I feel like they're a couple at that point?
And I'm not admitting anything. I'm just saying.
I didn't say I did anything either.
I'm also not technically saying that I did.
Benjamin Hughes offers $1.99, says borderline personality disorder. It took me too long to read that to understand the association. Benjamin Hughes offers another couple of bucks and says, I stopped my transition, but still on HRT.
That's the person that says that they X trans because they had to stop some of the issues with some of
Harbinger of Battle, $5. If Trump wins, I'll become a geneticist and genetically engineer Godzilla. Good luck with that. I both think it's impossible, and I would also worship you. Olithium Shiv offers $5 and says, I really need to get some sleep. I got work in the morning. Stay safe and take care of yourselves. We will do the best that we can, but shit ain't looking good. Let me tell you.
I do too. I have an early presentation, but it's just really hard to sleep, and I don't know when they're going to settle it.
All right.
Come on, people.
Approximately 14 days.
Don't you think about your porn?
Yeah. Can't you think about those poor porn stars out of work?
All right, y'all. Yeah, have a good night.
Good night,
Phil.
Good night, Phil.
For just 50 cents a day, you could feed a porn star.
Yeah.
See, dear, The last time we had Phil on, Trump won. What were you thinking?
And like, how could people disappoint Phil like that? You know, by letting Trump win.
I am bewildered. I have to wonder, how the fuck can there be so many people this goddamn dumb?
Yeah.
If I were to talk to any of them on specific policy, and I'm talking about my own family here, I know that they can't be reasoned with, but I know that they agree with all this. That, yeah, I would like to be able to have that right, but I don't want you to have that right. So I'm going to vote that you don't, so that I don't. I'm lost.
I don't know. I honestly don't know. Some people are not going to make it, and like for more than this, and some people in the comments here are saying, well, it's funny watching us melt down and stuff. I don't think it's funny if your wife or sister or yourself need an abortion and you can't get one, even if your life is in that state.
You know,
And why would
I
somebody
don't
think it's
find that. I
funny?
don't find funny that
Right.
that something really bad is going to happen to you.
Yeah. Why would you think it's funny that we lament your loss of rights?
I think this actually speaks to something greater about a lot of the people that are voting Trump, is that a lot of them are doing it just to own the libs. They don't
Yep.
actually know a damn thing about policy. They
Mhm.
just want to be dicks.
Yep.
They see some things on the left, even in the center, that they don't like, and just like a visceral reaction to it. And then they're like, well, you know what, we gotta take them down because my tradition.
Mhm.
So they're not.
My daddy voted Republican, so I
Yeah.
gotta vote Republican.
Yeah. So they, they're afraid of cultural shifts, which is why Trump has been leaning into the culture war stuff so much, and it's really people's fear of change.
And what's different?
Yeah.
And
Oh,
that's
see,
one thing I've never understood.
somebody here is saying the point is it's all fear mongering and hypocrisy.
Yep.
All right, listen. Yeah, I guess. Like, I don't know if you're talking about what we're saying is fear mongering, because bad things have already happened, and I'm not talking about this for me. I don't need an abortion. I'm 53, and I'm in a committed relationship, and I have more than one form of birth control. You know, like Bill and Ted said. You know, I'm not in menopause yet, but like, it's nature's birth control, dude, or whatever. You know, I don't necessarily. You know, it's not for me. You know, it's for you and y'all. And red states, they act like they don't use abortions when they're using it the most of anybody. I debated someone who had 2 abortions because she had an affair, and she just wanted to stop it for everybody else after she. I don't care why she had an abortion. You know,
And ultimately, it's none of our businesses.
yeah.
That's what it boils down to, and that's my big problem with it. The reason why I'm a proponent for choice is because exactly that. It's number one, none of my business, unless it's directly related to me. And at the end of the day, it's not my body. I'm not the one who gets to have that. I'm not the one who gets to have a say over any of that. And for our government to think that they have that say over it is just absolutely ridiculous. And at the end of the day, it is nobody's business but the woman who's having it done or choosing not to, because that's the other side of it. You have the choice not to. That's the point. It's not that you are against life. You just need to be able to have the choice to do it. Whereas pro-lifers, they don't give you the choice. You have to have this baby.
And then just as soon as the baby is born, it's like, no, like there are no benefits to like, they don't help you out. Like they're not. I mean, obviously George Carlin point here. They're not pro-life. They're pro-birth.
Yeah, exactly. Because also, I think it was Jordan Klepper did it. went around asking women about this because so many of them will say adoption. Why not adoption? You can always do adoption. And so he went around to women who were actually holding up signs, pro-life and everything. And said, so how many adoptive children do you have? Well, none. Well,
Right. Yeah.
then what good is adoption if nobody's adopting these children? The Republican establishment that tries to force the abortion issue create a lot of their own problems. Their problems with any sort of social services or what have you. Maybe we wouldn't need so many social services if you weren't forcing women to have children
That
who
they
could
can't
not
afford
afford them. Right. They create their own problems with a lot of their positions. And because it's not just abortion, it's a lot of different things that they're against. And then when you take a look at the deeper things that go along with it, you've created your own problem. If you had just allowed this,
and
these things would go away.
Such cruelty, such shaming, and they're like, well, what about men who want an abortion? I guarantee you, there's loads of men.
I don't care. I don't care.
It's not even just they don't care. They would prefer not to have parents be parents with someone too.
Yeah,
that's a commitment.
And that's just it. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I've had a couple of significant others that have gotten abortions. At the end of the day, when they asked me what I thought about it, it was like, well, this is what I would like to see, but at the end of the day, this is your choice. I'm here for you no matter what choice you make.
Mm-hmm.
It's that simple. Otherwise, I have no right to say at all what you do with your body, any more than you got a right to say what I can do with mine. If that's the case, that's the case. It's period. It's even across the board. So,
yes, somebody said, "What about abortion?" Are you against that too? Yes, they are against contraception as well. A lot of them are,
which is also asinine.
I do wish that more people got to listen to the reasoning that you wield.
Who, Kurgan? Yeah.
Well, thank you for that.
Yeah. All right, honey, what are we going to do?
I could look up when they think they're going to call this real quick.
They don't know.
I know that's true. They may not know. So
I'm inclined to think that too.
In fact, I'm betting that part of the reason why the numbers in Arizona haven't moved much is that they probably sent most of the counters home for the night.
But what's worrying
because they do that here.
Have you looked at Pennsylvania right now?
No, I haven't. Let's take a look.
200,000, more than 200,000 votes toward Donald Dumbass, with 90% reporting.
Yeah, but they still ain't called it.
Wisconsin, Michigan, Georgia, all favoring Trump. And in numbers that it's not likely to overturn.
If Trump actually wins this, the professor will be wrong for the second time in his career.
He wasn't wrong the first time.
Oh, no, he wasn't, but it was an anomaly.
Yeah.
This time around, though, he would be wrong.
I still am not giving up on Pennsylvania because because Trump is already trying to say before this even the counting even started that there will be some cheating around Philadelphia. So he must know that they're going to catch up.
It's because he knew he screwed up with his Madison Square Garden thing,
which he would not apologize for or take any accountability.
Exactly. The best he did was play some Cuban band saying how oh my God,
yeah,
I'm going to vote for
Trump. He doesn't know who the guy was that they vetted and knew his whole routine before they booked him.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, fucking Tony Hinchcliffe. He's a roast comedian.
And one of the things I love though is I'm going to get a Cuban band to sing about how, oh my God, I'm going to vote for Donald Trump, and I admit that I'm stealing this from John Oliver, but it's almost like they had the epiphany during the song that, oh my fucking God, I'm going to vote for Donald Trump. What have I done?
Yeah. I'm still very sad at how short of a segment that was.
Lawrence, what are we going to do?
You know what? This is going to be a great reason to start up my alcoholism again. So that's something.
Well, given it's been at least a year since I drank one Guinness, let alone 4, and I'm about to go get 5. I think we know where I'm going.
Yeah.
I would love to share my beer fridge with you. To say nothing of all the rum I have sitting on next to my chair.
Yeah, but you're over 1,000 miles away, so.
Now, I was looking at when these things could be called, and it says Trump Trump looks like is going to get is projected to win hasn't won, but projected to win Georgia. Trump also looks ahead in Wisconsin. The race is very close in Pennsylvania, which could take some time to get the final results.
Yeah, and that's why I haven't given up on it yet.
Michigan, where a final result is not expected until the end of Wednesday. And Arizona, where the overall count could take days.
Yep.
Nevada, the overall count could take days as well.
What state?
Also, early Nevada numbers have come in with
finally come in, yeah.
And
well, I mean, it's 4 or now 5%, 71% Trump. But it looks like it's definitely like nothing from Vegas has come in yet.
Yeah, it's like, have you not had enough of Donald Trump in Vegas?
Or from Reno.
Yeah.
Right, Reno,
yeah. I'm at a loss. All right.
Well, don't say it's over yet. I would say most likely it is over if they call Pennsylvania, if they're projecting Georgia for Trump.
All right, let me read off these comments as quick as I can. Tony Zoltai offers $2 Australian super sticker. Thank you. Hound Das offers $5 super sticker. Then Delectation of Tomatoes, what a great name, offers $11.11. T idiots don't give a shit about character, history, morality, reality, fairness, others, principles, policies, freedom, truth, the future, just power and control over others. Machiavellianism. Thank you, Delectation of Tomatoes, for my favorite post of the evening. Yes, you were absolutely spot on. Sad Doggo offers $2. Undue influence indoctrination is a hell of a drug. Yep. And then, how do I pronounce this one? Reif, W-R-E-I-P-H. Reif? I don't know. I don't know why people here in Idaho vote against themselves. Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. And all the people in Boise, everybody I met in Boise was wonderful. And what do you got? 50 people that live outside of Boise, and they're all horrible? Anyway,
the thing is, it's crazy like how many people don't actually like look at statistics on these things, because like even if you're talking about like like Trump's going to bring us jobs, that's what we need jobs. Like more like Democrats have consistently brought in more jobs like overall.
Yeah. Why?
Yeah, and ultimately it comes back to what Lawrence was saying earlier about how Trump is charismatic, knows how to talk to people, so on and so forth. It's kind of that way with the entire Republican Party, especially the ones who are rank and file. It all comes back to we're going to vote against our own best interest consistently because that's what I'm told to do.
They called Georgia for Trump, so now I think the only way that Harris can win is Pennsylvania, Michigan, Nevada, Arizona.
And Trump is 200,000 votes ahead of her.
I don't know. it takes longer to take count.
He's 200,000 votes
the
ahead
cities.
in Michigan and
gonna
100,000 votes ahead in Wisconsin.
Last I checked, he was 10,000 votes ahead in Arizona, but it's going to take us days.
If I know anything about, at least from Milwaukee, hopefully the Milwaukee numbers will turn it around.
Yeah. So our only hope is Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin could win without Wisconsin because they're saying that maybe they're projecting it for Trump. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Arizona, Nevada.
Michigan, maybe. Pennsylvania's doubtful.
I don't know.
This thing is over.
I do not know.
See, that's just it. I haven't figured out why they haven't called Pennsylvania if so much of the vote has been supposedly counted and tallied.
Yeah.
And they still ain't called it for it, even at 90%. There's something still. There's still massive numbers to count, apparently.
Yeah, probably from the big cities.
Yep.
Yeah, we still got nothing from Alaska, and Kamala owned Hawaii with 0% reporting.
Yeah, I get that. They called Vermont early too with 0%.
Yeah. And somehow they haven't called Maine yet for whatever reason.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Lawrence, thank you sincerely. Oh, no, I'm not done reading comments.
Yep,
Let me
gotta read
finish
more.
that.
You will never be done.
Yeah, probably not. What do we have? 1,400 people watching this show? Kind of amazing.
Yeah.
All right, so what is it? Yeah, close to. And the chat is going by so fucking fast, I can't even look at it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad Peter's working on it. So Galen says $5. Says Lawrence is 100% right. Many of them want to own the libs. It's a literal concept I see in their echo chamber. They're ignorant of policies.
Yeah. No, Lawrence was 100% on that.
Yep. Corey Murdoch.
They want to taste lib tears.
Like if I asked my dad anything about policies, he would have absolutely no fucking clue. He's just
voting Trump, is he?
Oh yeah, my entire family is.
Wow.
Why am I the oddball here? Why am I the oddball here?
I don't know, man. No, my family's fucking stupid.
If he wins, come live in Australia. We're not insane yet. I don't think any of my snakes would be legal in Australia. Random guy offers $1.99. California should be a Republican-free state. Well, all the Republicans keep leaving.
Yeah, they're all moving to Texas.
Yeah. Complaining that, well, we have too many rights in California.
Yep.
Then
but Elon Musk is here.
Son of Hyperion offers $5. What is that? R? It's just an R dollar sign. I don't know what that is. Donald Duck will transform USA into hell to prove hell exists, and the Bible is true.
The prophecy fulfilled.
You know what I'm thinking?
His followers wear their mark on their heads.
So I could get into that, but I'm not going to right now. So what I'm thinking is like if we took because let's take a look at some of the states that always go blue, right? So California, look at how massively Kamala is destroying Trump and Cali, and then I guess Vermont as well. If some of those lefties living there moved to some of the swing states, it would just be a smarter decision because you could just turn those elections.
Yeah, I don't know if there's going to be more elections, though.
That is true. I also don't know that.
And that's a scary freaking thought. So,
I still have some hope for Pennsylvania a little bit, but I know that I could probably wake up to another Trump presidency, and I'm disgusted by that.
I would hate to think
it was the easiest test ever to pass.
I can't wait to see what the numbers are actually going to be this year, because I'd really hate to think that the reason why he won it again is because so many Democrats said, "There's no way anybody's that stupid again," and not go out and vote.
There's that.
Hold my beer.
Yep.
There's a lot of people who underestimate Trump.
Well, it also goes back to 2016. One of the primary reasons why he won is because you did have an awful lot of people who said, "There's no way anyone's going to vote for him. I'm not going to waste my time going out to vote."
Right, yeah. And I feel like there's this meme or there was this scene from Futurama where I forget the exact context, but Bender said like, "What? There's a chance I could lose? That wasn't part of the deal." And I remember I put Hillary's face on that meme on Bender there. 'Cause I was like, this is exactly like this is it.
So, someone in the comments said illegals, it's time to pack your bags. You know what? Even like people who are undocumented here, they're here working for people in rural areas, a lot of them, working jobs that Americans won't work.
Exactly.
And they wouldn't be illegal if we had a temporary worker visa we vetted people for these jobs.
When was the last brain surgeon's job taken by an illegal alien? That's what I want to know. So, they're taking our jobs.
Silver Phoenix Rising says $5 and says, "It's time to drink." I hear you.
We've been doing it already, man. You're behind.
Yeah, and then Rafe $2 says Rafe equals Rafe. I'll say Rafe. Okay, so that's how you say that. And then Axolotl offers $10 Canadian and says, "I'm a Canadian, but most of my friends and clients are American. Y'all a giant turnover in your sleep, and it causes earthquakes up here. We don't even get to vote for something that affects us as much." Wow,
that would suck. Yeah.
And some people are saying we're being drama queens about it, and we're going to be fine. I hope that you do not learn that by something that Trump does, and a lot of people won't even connect it with what he did. I hope that you or someone else that you know and love do not need an abortion and lose their life. I hope that someone you know or love doesn't get raped and needs an abortion. That's what's happening in Texas. It's coming to all over the country. People who were Democrats who said there's no way he can win and they underestimated him. It's not us flyover states anymore that are gonna be doing this. And y'all can bullshit all you want, but at the end of the day, y'all use abortions just as much as anybody else does, and you're gonna need one because of how difficult they're gonna make it to get contraception. And I'll be fine. I'm not getting pregnant. I'm not gonna need an abortion. And that's all you're looking for. Someone here on the verge of a meltdown. You can't make a law for half of the people in the United States without it hurting you too. So you think you're punishing us and people you don't like.
That's okay. I hope he's right, and we're just being drama queens, and everything that he says is not going to happen doesn't happen. I hope that. I do.
Yeah.
Hope for the best,
it is gonna happen. It's already happened.
It's hope for the best, but expect the worst, and I expect the worst.
It's already happening in Texas. People are already dying because they can't get an abortion. People.
Oh no, I know. And I've read up on it, and I know that. Yeah. And so, like I said, you hope for the best, but you expect the worst. And I think that guy's just been smoking a little bit of some really bad stuff.
And the states where you passed it, good luck if the Supreme Court decides to abolish it in the whole country.
Yep.
Reading through some more comments because I've got to. Malmorius, $5. Just found out that my dad changed his mind and voted for Kamala. He's a pastor. I'm an atheist, but somehow our political views are similar. Nice to hear. Nathan Summers offers $4.99 and says, "I hope we like living in an evangelical version of the Francois Spain."
Francoist.
Okay, Francoist. Okay. And Adam Burkholtz offers $50. Thank you very much. Harris didn't need to be flawless. She needed to publicly pressure Biden to threaten Israel's arms supply. Yeah, exactly right.
But no,
Politicians did little to
no,
fight the Overton windows
no.
rightward shift. I did
She
my
did
best
the-
to get
she-
people.
both.
Let me finish the comment. The politicians did little to fight Overton windows on the rightward shift. I did my best to get people to vote. Like me, I am screaming now. Go ahead, dear.
No, she did also have to be flawless. And if you're here as a self-righteous person, who's a third party or so more leftist and holier than thou than the rest of us, Gaza is screwed under Trump.
Yep.
So don't tell me you really care about it if that's all you wanted to do was punish the Democratic Party.
Yep.
Besides, again, I agree. She had to be flawless. Great example is a gentleman I had in my car the other night, who he was sort of a Trumper, but not really. His big problem was that he didn't think a woman should be president.
I've seen that sentiment too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I have women in my family who think the same thing.
And that's just it. I've had it blatantly stated to me now. And I'm just like, how can you be so backwards in thought? Chances are, I saw this great video the other day of an undecided voter in a barbershop. He was the barber. And they were asking, well, why are you undecided? Is it because she's a woman? And he's like, well, would you say that to your wife? And he's like, oh, no, I wouldn't say that. He's like, you know what? In fact, I'm no longer undecided. No longer undecided. My wife runs my house. If my wife can run my house, a woman can run the presidency. Just flat out came to the realization. This is somebody who can provide and keep control of everything in your own home. Why can't she be president? I know I have a hard time keeping the dishes done.
Yeah, same situation here. I'm responsible for the dishes, and I don't get them done when I'm supposed to. All right, so I'm going to read a couple more comments. Tay offers $2 and says, with 3 O's, stupid.
The word of the day.
Then Chrisinator, I like that name too, offers $5 and says, we got to be like Garak. I always hope for the best. Experience, unfortunately, has taught me to expect the worst. Yeah, I get it. I was so hopeful tonight. The choice was so fucking obvious. Do we get the shit stain, the perpetual liar, the grifter, the guy who just fucks everything and pisses on everything and shits himself, versus the person who will make all our lives better? So fucking obvious. And we chose, hey, I want to eat shit.
What's really surprising to me as I'm looking at some of the Wisconsin stuff right now, and Eric Hovde is in the lead. Eric Hovde sucks. So that is unfortunate. Again, those Milwaukee votes, and especially it looks like Madison as well, can come out hopefully in the near future. So that might be able to turn around, but it is pretty close. It looks like less than 100,000 votes. But yeah, if Hovde wins, then he's definitely going to ban abortion here. He's going to try to.
And not just there, because it's going to be nationwide.
Right, yeah.
Why are we so fucking stupid? All right, I got to get through some of these comments. Random guy, $9.99. Thank you very much. Also, Donald Trump's grandfather, Frederick Trump, looked way better than Donald ever did. And that says a lot, because he died in 1918 and he was 49 years old, and people had a short lifespan back then. I'm not sure where he was going with that. And then Beats by Joe Forte offers $5 and says, it's been fun, y'all, but I think it's time for me to tap out on America. The Philippines is looking good to me about now. I hear you.
Someone said that he's not going to ban abortion, just like Kavanaugh and Amy Coney Barrett swore they weren't going to overturn
Roe versus
Roe
Wade.
versus
Yep.
Wade.
And yet
How
they
many
did.
times have they got to put that football out there and you go to kick it and they take the football away? Like
The United States. The United States is Charlie Brown.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. I don't know what else to do here. Oh, wait, I got another comment. Adam Burkholtz offers $2 and says, I'm not some self-righteous. I voted blue.
That's
Thank
a
you very
response
much,
to the other
Adam.
one. Yeah.
All right. Are we done?
Yeah, I don't want to I don't want to go all doom either. We are. It doesn't look good right now, and if we get Pennsylvania and Michigan, don't know how Wisconsin's going to go.
I know how Wisconsin's going to go. South.
Arizona, and Nevada.
We might get Arizona. Wouldn't matter if we got Nevada.
Yeah, we need it to kind of make up for Pennsylvania had 19 electoral votes.
Yeah, and Pennsylvania is 200,000 votes down with 90% reporting.
Look, am I worried I'm going to wake up tomorrow feeling the way I did back in 2016?
Yep, that's exactly where we're at.
Yep, that's pretty much where I'm at, but I can't sit here staring at this anymore.
Yeah, it's true.
Yep. Kurgan, Lawrence, both of you, thank you sincerely for being with me.
Oh, thanks for having me.
Yeah,
thank
absolutely. You. I got one more comment that I just saw that Peter hasn't found yet. As a gay man, this is under the name of Benjamin White, offers $10 and says, as a gay man, I'm concerned what Trump's presidency would mean for the LGBTQs, especially after hearing what his second term would have meant. What do you guys think?
I think you got every reason.
Yeah, I think if it's his second term, he will just do whatever he wants because he doesn't have to worry about re-election.
His second term is going to be a permanent term.
Right.
Watch him start litigating that maybe if he's alive, that maybe he could run for a third term because he didn't do two consecutive terms.
It'll be Vance. Or the GOP will put up whatever other dictator they want. He will
run again.
I do have one question though. If there are any Trump supporters in chat, do you guys actually like Vance? I'm actually curious if anyone even likes Vance. Like he has such a low approval rating, like the lowest on the ballot. So I'm really curious.
Now, as far as the question about the LGBTQ community, you have every reason to be concerned about any policies that he tries to put forth because I've read quite a bit. I've read quite a bit of Project 2025 on my own, and that is one of the calling cards of that piece right off the top is the immediate attack on the LGBTQ community. Everything's going to be stripped away. Every right that you've gained will go away. Just based on the first 100 pages, the way it's attacked. Whatever gains the community's gotten will falter.
Yep. And so many comments that Vance is even worse than Trump.
Yep.
And I've heard that.
And he's younger.
He doesn't have the charisma. I don't know of anybody who has the charisma that Trump has for Republicans. Like what's his name in Florida? The governor, DeSantis. Yeah. Well, and they were floating him or one of his sons. I don't think his sons have that kind of charisma.
Yep. They do not. Vance is probably the closest to that charisma level, but
he doesn't.
So I got another comment from Mildly Autistic Ape who offers $2 and says Mango Mussolini won't be the end of this country. If we're describing this country as a constitutional republic based on the constitution we've had for the last couple hundred some odd years, then let's talk in 4 years when there's not another election.
It would be the end of this country as we know it.
I have young children, not children. They're in their 20s, and they've got to put up with how many decades of this, because the way they're going to screw the Supreme Court up.
Yep.
And they have to live with this longer than I'm going to.
And I have young children, and one of my children is special needs. And that's another thing within Project 2025 that disturbed me right off the top, is how it marginalizes people with special needs, people of color, people of different sexual preferences, different religions other than Christianity. It marginalizes everyone that's not part of their in group. So yeah, the country is going to end as we know it.
I see one more. We need to give our Democratic senators ultimatum, filibuster everything, but they eliminated the filibuster in the Senate.
Yep.
Because Republicans kept blocking their judicial appointments.
Yep. It's going to be such a hard. I don't have a career anymore. I mean, I'm on the board of directors for American Atheist 501c3. Our whole job is defending the First Amendment. There's not going to be a First Amendment.
Yeah, to all those wondering like where we get the idea that he could potentially try to make himself a dictator or try to rip up the Constitution or something, it's because he kind of said it himself on Truth Social. He was talking about like election fraud, right? Even though that was litigated and there wasn't any significant election fraud.
And you said apparently it's definitive. It's definitive.
Yeah,
he has said it.
He has said it. So he was talking about the election fraud, and then said a massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. That is a direct quote from Trump himself.
Yep. So he's going to take Putin's plan and rewrite the Constitution how he sees fit. So we will become the American Federation.
I would hope that, because we still do have a system of checks and balances, I would hope that is not what would happen. But he has stated that publicly. So,
well, he's damaged those checks and balances in his last term.
He's damaged them, yeah. But then there are again still some people, again, even on his side, that have come out against him in some small ways.
Yeah.
So
yeah, but the worry is that if he makes it back into office, they'll go right back to bootlicking at that point, just to survive, because it's holding on to their power, because it's all based around the idea of having power.
They said, I'm hearing somebody say that they're celebrating right now and he's about to speak, Trump. Some people are saying they called Pennsylvania, but it doesn't say that on my map. I can check other sources. If they did, yeah, it's really difficult without Pennsylvania. This is why I wasn't. I was more scared this election than the one with Biden of this happening.
Let's see. Yeah.
And I don't understand it. Again, we have the ultimate shit stain. Wrong about everything, fuck everything up. And then we have somebody who's actually going to help somebody.
There's a lot of Americans who think, because of the inflation and the high prices, that they think right now. They don't think who caused it, and they think a change would be good. And that's
the problem. He caused it.
I know. They don't see it that way.
Because they're
stupid. So we got a random guy offers $1.99, says, if Trump wins, I'm moving to Greenland. Yeah. And then Tom backs, offers $10 and says, "Thanks for everything, and thanks for helping me with my deconversion and showing me all the cool science behind evolution." Thank you very much for that.
Like some people didn't vote or that could have, and they're like, "I'll be fine no matter who's president. I'll just do what I'm gonna do." And it doesn't work like that. You can't let them make the laws for this whole country.
Yep. At some point, this stream has got to end, and I think there's another comment I got to. Don't give a shit. Offers $2 and says, "Say goodbye to Ukraine and NATO." Yeah, that was another thing we haven't even mentioned.
Oh yeah.
Say goodbye to Ukraine and NATO because Putin already owns Trump.
Putin has
and Stein.
you gotta give credit to him. He's done a really great misinformation campaign in America.
I ain't got to give him any credit for nothing.
It seems like I should get back to studying Russian because that's eventually going to be our language.
I'm not going to be like that. Like, I'm not going to exaggerate because I don't know. And also, the real consequences of this are going to be bad enough. They're going.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't think there's going to be a Russian takeover. But.
Yeah.
No, but it will cause
for this are going to be hideous without going too far.
Dan Gonzalez offers $2 and says, "Too many Americans think the president is a god."
Right. Yeah.
And then Mustajar 3 offers $9.99 with no message. All right, I don't know where else to go with this. I think we need to bail.
Yep.
Okay.
Lawrence, Kurgan, wonderful to have you both on the same fucking show. Hugely appreciated.
It's crazy he hasn't thanked his wife yet, though, right, Kurgan?
Yeah, that is really odd.
That's crazy.
It's almost as if he's what is he, Lilandra?
Stupid.
I opened this by saying that this was my wife's project, didn't I?
Okay.
I don't know. I wasn't here when you opened it.
Yeah, right. It doesn't count if we weren't here.
Yeah, and then I ceased to exist after that.
No, you did a good job holding your own tonight.
Yeah.
Lawrence, it was a pleasure meeting you.
Yeah, you too. It's good talking.
All right,
Arn. Lilandra, love you guys.
I don't know what the fuck. Hopefully we won't wake up in the world we're going to sleep in right now.
Yeah, I'm hoping the same.
Josh W offers $2 and says, "You guys are the best. Huge fan. Thank you. Good night."
Good night,
Good
guys.
night.